Testing, testing. Are we live? I think we're about to go live. Wait for it. Wait for it. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, not say live at the bottom of the screen, not say live at the bottom of the screen, not say live at the bottom of the screen. That sounds crazy, huh? If it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, well, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. That was a really glitchy thing, but we're glad you're here. If you ever miss anything and you come to this channel during market hours, we will be live. And we also have the recap. Second link in the description. That's what we're going to do now. Where is it? We're going to go to the watch list, go over all of the comments on the watch list, see what we got here. This morning is starting off pretty interesting. The SPY is down about 1/3%. Apple tech stocks are even down like 1.5%. So pretty big start. You had a jobless claims report that surprised a little bit. Other than that, nothing else besides what we've been watching. You are going to get the GameStop hearing today. There was, even right now, some article came out about AMC potentially being a acquisition of Amazon. They said potentially. It was a weird Forbes article, so a lot of people in the chat are going crazy on that. But we got a pretty exciting day. We're going to get to hear from that GameStop situation, see if there's any regulation or the comments that comes out of it. We got PHILO yesterday, so it is going to be exciting, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning. Now let's say hello to Chadadonia. Good morning, Chadadonia. Good morning. Oh, come on. Good morning. Hello. Ooh, excuse me. Excuse me, Chadadonia. Look at Chadadonia. Look at Chadadonia in its forum, the Chadadonian forum, where they come and discuss. It's so amazing. Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Good morning. Welcome. Welcome. Good morning. How are you? I don't even know what voice this is. Good morrow. Good morrow, Chad. Good morrow. Huh? How's your morrow? Welcome. It's a groggy. It's not groggy. Hi. Fucking Nigel. So, second link, nightly watch list main channel. Let's get it, baby. Let's get it to the plays. I know that one guy's gonna have. Was it Andre? He's gonna have the let it. Or no. Is it Nick? He don't have to let us get into the plays. What's up, humans? What's up, humans? How you living, humans? Oh, Sippin' Goose, baby. He has a message for you. He said, I want to bless everyone with a happy morning. Well, everybody, on behalf of Sippin' Goose in the cult, is Sippin' Goose? That sounds like a promotion. On behalf of Sippin' Goose, brought to you by Sippin' Goose, we hope that you have a wonderful morning. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Have a happy morning. Hope you have a happy morning, though. We still love you. If you're reading this, I want to let you know that you're gifted. Blessings from me to you and your family. Amen. Kept reading the title as Buffett Sandwiches. I didn't know how to spell Warren Buffett till yesterday. I thought, I literally typed in Google. I put Buffett steak, right? Like sometimes I search just like with the words and I put Buffett steak and it started showing me buffets. I was like, yeah, I spelled Buffett and I spelled steak wrong. That is crazy how that could happen, So it happens. See you in the morning, Chad. Looking forward to today's PHILO. I got one for you, baby. Let's get it, man. Clock in, oil sector. Everything is fine. I'm fine. We're fine. Market is fine. Amen. Colt, God bless. Let's go, Colt. Let's get it. When I'm 40, I want to be living on the moon, baby. What happened to the world? The word of the day thing. What's an alliteration? What an alliteration. Loved it. Yeah, where is our word of the day? Watch it all. AH moves adjusted at 10 p.m. CST. SPY 0.7. WM 1.1. Walmart 0.3. UNH down 1.2. Twilio down 11, up 11. I want to watch that one. They had earnings. We had Q Skiller. Hold on. Let's get down to business to defeat GameStop. Let's finish this week strong. God bless. I love you all. Palantir might hit a low of 2024, so it'll be a good buy for the long term. Watch it Uber for a nice move as the premium is a very low and good buy. My heart smile from within answer speaking facts, which is all the time. I'm blessed to be here to learn life and invest in with you and Chad. May God bless us with great abundance. Amen, Uncle Mark. God bless. Look at Uncle too. Hey, Uncle. God bless you, baby. We all on the journey. Let's get it. Trust my timing. Temptations are fucking power food for the soul. You could do it. Trust the power of the chill. Have focus. Seek. Deny. Seek. Rewards are ahead, Chad. Let's fucking go. Amen. Let's go. I hope you're ready. My play QQQ April 230 put. What happened to you, man? He working out there, baby. Bruh, if you aren't on that BMY gang shit, I don't want to hear it. Abby Vi's still good people, though. Hey, all right, Steve Bannon. I'll take it. I like Abby Vi. Yeah, Abby Vi still is really good people, man. Come on. Shout out to Chad, baby. Hope all my Texas Chads doing good because we've been tested like a mother. More Fati, let's go. God bless you all. 80 days, 79 when you read this tomorrow till Cold Appreciation Day. Oh, love you, Chad and Josh. Almost 80 days till Cold Appreciation Day. Amen. Rocket ship sheep to the moon. I love the cult. Shout out to Chad, baby. Big Commerce earnings 218 after hour. I'm expecting it to break from that key level since it's been trading sideways for the past few months. God bless and happy trading. Let's go. God bless the cult. I bless all the Chads with my celebratory load. Whoa. What was that? What does that even mean, Luis? Is there a child even in your avatar too? Come on, man. Millennial 60-40 portfolio, Tesla, Bitcoin. Sent a bit in the live stream for the first time ever. Loads of fun. Saw the Rohun versus Rohan thing. Yeah, man. Rohun. They were going off of me. The Rohans. God bless. AMC is not getting bought out. There was just an article saying that it was that it's an AMC and someone else is a potential target or something like that. Let's go. Laid off today, but God is good. God is good. I have hope. Watch his SPY TLT for plays over the next few months. Plan to add Ford, TV, VZ, MO, Intel, Abby Vi, Coca-Cola. Some more Uber, CRISPR, or Corsair, Snap, Palantir if it stays under 30 for long. May CCIV, so following out that curiosity at this point. I like the sped up intro. Just go by too fast. Thanks for everything. What's up, KHC? Craft looks like it's been moving quick from a 5-year low. I just can't get through the intro music. Hey, man, I love you. After Bible study, yes. I love that intro. Picked up more of those April 22.5 witch calls. Still riding that train, lowered my cost basis to 450. Appreciate all you Chads. God bless the code. Love this energy. We love you, baby. Solar is going to get cheap. Remember, EV loves solar, and all the big boy car plants like Ford are going EV to the point where they overthrow the human race. What do you think about Pixar Cars was all about? It's a horror movie. Okay. Been MIA since I started working with a new client. Love you all. Excited to get rich off inflation. Looking to build up some value and leap plays. Love you all. Bless. Let's go. Bless the Chad. Let's go. Spencer Watchlist. Day 8. We're officially past 7 trading days, and Spencer still hasn't modded up and taken down some goons. Maybe he has some commitment issues. Just give us a sign or something, Spencer. Anything to show the masses. Just give us a sign you're alive. We'll keep watch tomorrow. The official watcher of Spencer. Thank you. We needed that. Where did you get your stock information from? Information on companies buying, selling, merging. It's about kind of staying up to date with stuff, and then we like to scrape all the news sites that exist everywhere and anywhere, and then using some of our past experience to kind of know where to look. And even with this watch list, knowing what to focus on, like Buffett's picks, the ones in the new stakes are the most important. The ones he completely dumps, those are going to be the most important as well. Let's go. Going to be watching Dropbox. They reported after hours today, or they're going to, yeah. Shout out to Chad, baby. Imagine selling Apple for a dying oil industry 10 to 20 year term. I'm currently watching Vail, Zynga, TXMD. Have a blessed day, Cole. Always remember, growth is always happening. I mean, we used to wear Fat Farm. That's true. That's true. Hold it 4 call credit spreads for GME, Wells Fargo, AAL, Palantir, short puts, BA, CRM, put credit spreads. Looking for banks to run, take profits, get back in. Love the Colt. God bless. Yes, sir. Love you, buddy. Love you, too. Thankful for the Colt in the land of opportunity. God bless. This might sound crazy, but I bought calls on the corn ETF. If inflation comes into play, I think it could make a move. A lot of people have looked at corn, and it has moved a lot. I've never tried to play it on an ETF or something, but very, very interesting. Josh, I'd like to hear your thoughts on Mavis. I don't know much about it, but I think, is it a momentum stock? I think it's one of those. It's time to just be happy. Being angry, sad, overthinking isn't worth it. Just let things flow. Be positive. Blessings. Hey, man. When is Lending Tip dropping a new video? I need a real estate fix, right? Where's Lending Tips at, man? Weed plant in the background. Walmart, Dropbox, UWMC. I had a dream. Walmart and Dropbox hit. True car. Well, that's it. We already missed the Walmart. I'm going to watch that, though, after or continuation. DNAX, SAMP, ASX, watching NEE for continuations of that downtrend due to weather. Buffett had 90% of his cash on the sidelines. There's a major correction coming. He's been like that for a while. He just have that much cash. Word of the day. They want the word of the day. The word of the day is corn. I just keep seeing corn futures. I don't know. NASDAQ closed green today. Chad 422.18. He helmet is shiny, sir. I think he meant thee, but we'll take it. What's your opinion on a TBT play for inflation? What do you mean a TBT play? Shout out to UMAD, baby. RIP my Tesla. Let's go, baby. Long term. UMAD, come back. I bought GameStop on the high. Tried to make the hedge funds cry. Robinhood won't let me buy. Lawsuit pending for July. That's pretty good. I like it. We're going to take it. Many blessings to the cult. We appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you. God bless you. Are you guys still holding GHIV UMC down 25% so far? Yes, sir. Of course. Long term, baby. Offset it with some dividends. Watching Facebook with the possibility of purchasing at 319, 235. Put on current news. They pulled a Twitter and scrubbed all Australian news, health, and government feeds clean in retaliation to their law on big tech. For rotation being watching KHC, KOT, but no plays, just some old leaps. Finally got my power of water back. God bless. Test of the sun, Chads. Mind Night Temptation. Earnings this week in option chain weekly expected moves. We already got Walmart, Apron, all that. Aftermarket close today. Roku pricing in 9. AMAT I like as well. Pricing in 4. Dropbox pricing in 8. Big Commerce pricing in 11. Ain't it at 7.6. And then Trip could be a good one too. And then Friday. Isn't that crazy? You guys realize today is already third. I don't even want to say it. I want to say, what do you mean by snake in the chain? We had a video about it on it. It's about taking advantage of options when news breaks. It doesn't really work as much anymore, but it's a way to kind of react and then find a cheap option on the chain. Bot load, pre-market, big mistake. Stop loss saved me, and I was down the rest of the day. Went to the gym, felt better. Tomorrow's another day. Watchlist, Riot, XNet, TSESN, and then Tesla. Banger of a day, banger of a PHILO. All placements here, but I did see that Abby Vi drip come through. Oh, hey, man. Have a blessed night. Y'all sleep and stretch it up. Ooh. Got a burp. Excuse me. Buffett may have gotten out of JPM due to Bitcoin talks. Let's go, man. Q's is my biggest winner. Thank you from the bottom of my heart to get the long term and stop chasing. Then next Tesla, then learning there's levels like evolving from Charmander to Charizard. Let's go, baby. Watchlist, BFLY, Square, PayPal, Shopify, Q Scalar. Hey, man. Watch an AMT earnings for AMAT earnings tomorrow after close. Watch the other chip stocks. Many of them closed in the red. Noting all the chip shortages. Looking to see how the market reacts. Rotation, HD earnings next weekend. Low earnings next week. Wednesday, watching out our real estate data. I see HD low as positives to strong real estate data. As COVID cases are decreasing. I see airlines, travel, and hospitality stocks as leader. Don't feel strongly about it at this point. Can be priced in, but if COVID keeps decreasing, I can see a lot of people spending money on traveling. See you in the AM call. Take those temptations, turn them into opportunities to level up. The best is yet to come. I love you. Amen. By HD, I just want the Lexus. Blood is in the streets. Let's take advantage of this drip. Let's go. 2 years of learning the ghetto spread. Started with a little, but I still reinvested. Feel how I feel. Do you feel like a blessing? I just want the lesson. I just want protection. I'm up in the there with the cell like progression. Papa never plans if he waits for perfection. Figure to the down, hold it down. We gonna get it. Woo. That was a good one. I like it. That's a good one. That's a classic. Classic. Do you want to know something funny about that? I was looking at Uncle's notes. Uncle wrote that song Valentine's Day last year, isn't that, or 2019? The month before it came out. I said, what, Uncle? That's crazy. I was like, that's interesting. Here before 1,000 ticket, let go. I am gonna duet, Uncle. I tried to make a duet on TikTok. I was gonna try doing that. I gotta get that on there. Let go. I want to ask a girl out, but she didn't have the long term. I had to deny her in order to be great. Let's go. I mean, honestly, I approve. Bar of the day. Tell me what you had, not what you don't. Don't be getting mad. Get some hope. I don't want a bag. I want a boat. I don't want it fast. I want it slow. God bless the chat. Stay positive and respectful. Get that law term. Let's go. You cannot be great if you don't have the ability to deny. Tell them. 1 Corinthians 10:13. There hath no temptation taken you, but as is common to men. But God is faithful, who will not suffer you to be tempted above that ye are able, but will with that temptation also make a way to escape, that ye may be able to bear it. Whew. That was the PHILO pretty much right there, man. That's it. That's it. Positivity, persistence, and patience, baby. Stock market rotation begun. My watch list, proper research, good analysis of what you need to make profit in every constant market decline. 3 stocks are Walmart, MO, and QS, SOS, SNDL. Let's go, chat. First time posting, long time listening. Play the Baidu call credit. Oh, you did it, you fucker. Go work. Looking at the continuing move. Let's have a blessed week. Hey, man, homie, RKT now. Get in, strap in, brace yourself. Fibonacci say go. Palantir got diamond hands. I ain't scared. Added during the dip and holding. TLT was up 10,000 for 30 seconds. I was monitoring, contemplating. I look back, all gone. I don't even have the appetite to watch the stream as it never came back. Anyway, something interesting I found. Chamath filed IPOG, IPOH, IPOI, IPOJ, IPOK, IPOL, IPOM. DNF announced together they're having to do with each other. Chamath will never let you down. Parking in iPod or iPo as a safe house and an extra 50 on announcement. God bless. Keep your heads up. I could barely think of it all, but it just wasn't meant to keep. All right. What made you choose that strike for Walmart? How long ahead? Time did you know you're going to go? Do you like the strike? I just wanted to get something close, but not too close. It was really about not spending too much, but getting enough exposure. That one was about, I believe, I want to say 2 standard deviations. It just all depends. I think I was right on the cusp of 3. Thanks for all you do, Warren and Kathy. Buy more Abby Vi. Nice. Looking at some Apple put spreads. Sold some UWMC put spreads for May. Also have a cover call CELH for a cool G. I've been adding just 25 a week to Bitcoin and Ethereum. 5 years. Doesn't take much. Small good decision, baby. Tampa Bay is on fire for real estate, especially in Pinellas County. Sold before I could even do a walkthrough. If it was easy, everyone do it. Go Navy. Amen. Don't get mad. Get some hope. Uncle Terry in the building once more. I was just sitting there with my cup of medium roast coffee thinking, man, I love the call. Hey, man, watching True, TLT, and Ethereum. Hey, man, a little too late to the action. Came back from meeting with my tax professional, man. Let me tell you, if you have investment or property income or even own a business and they're trying to file your taxes with H&R Block or Turbo, you're getting robbed. Do got me 200% more back than the websites. Felt like I hit an option play. Anyways, seeing early signs of rotation. Buffett news more or less confirmed it. Dividends are attractive. Growth is stalling. Market is adjusting. Be ready to cast the market to be for the cash market to be the trash market for the next few days until rebalance takes place. Then we will see the move. If we continue the melt up and could get past February, then man, is it bullish. Keep the armor on. And remember, you cannot be great if you cannot say no. Let's go. Amen. A condition in which a person is hypersensitive to eating noises can be called misophonia. A term coined by researchers studying ear ringing in the early 2000s means hatred of sound, but it generally refers to hatred of specifically human sounds. Thank you for this information. Buffett bought gold a couple months ago. Warren, I thought you said buy and hold, brother. Yeah, he flipped. If you're a neo addict with all your money in penny stocks and YOLOs, then welcome to the stock market crash. If you're not invested like an idiot, then there's no market crash. That's true. Dropbox earning calls tomorrow. Love the chat, baby. Hold it down. I won't be at the screens for a bit, but if the chat prays for my account get lifted from PDT, you don't need PDT. Go cash account. Yallah. I'll start with the Hail Mary, full of grace. The Lord is thee. Blessed thee are amongst thy women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray as sinners now and at the time of our death. Amen, baby. Prayer goes to everyone struggling in the polar vortex as well. Hold it down. By the way, my favorite holdings are Flint, Gilt, AYRO, CPSH, Mavis, BCRX, and OEG. I'm a landlord. Word of the day. He boomer got it. Prosopopia. I see it. Had the same amount of syllables. Personification as of inanimate things. Oh, I do that a lot. Colt was using prosopopia when blaming Phil for their market order being clapped. The PHILO of being able to deny really hit home as just encouragement to not chase the recent manias of FOMO. Been in the right direction. I'm still overall extremely bullish on Apple. Been grabbing more shares whenever I'm able to. Keeping a bit of cash balance for opportunities that may arrive. I've been aggressively saving for the down payment for the second one. First, right now, I've been letting time and self-control do heavy lifting. Bond lesson was extremely helpful. I just really encourage anyone who doesn't understand the market to look up on their own. Last month, went over Khan Academy videos for treasury bonds and relationship, and while I thought I understood it before, it definitely gave me a deeper understanding. Day 9 of choosing obnoxious positivity. The rest of the week is ours. God bless the chat, baby. Amen. Can you guys guess we got another cult, not official rule of... Hey, God bless you guys. We got another cult, not official rule of pronouncement. Palantir. And in honor of Snap Chatty Vi, Lingery, amen. Can you unblock me? I think you are. Where you streaming live right here. Watch it. Carnival Juice Trades, a little action. We already read yours, right? This is your other account. We did it, baby. Bro, we're making moves. You know that? Wow. Palantir. Palantir. Oh. How y'all feel? Y'all feel good? Y'all feel good today? Look at GTG. Mama. I feel wonderful. You want to know how I feel right now? And I don't know, because, in my life, this is pissed off people sometimes. And that was never the intention. I used to take a lot of pride in this. I still take probably more pride in it. And I'm just feeling really patriotic today, okay? I'm just feeling really patriotic. I like the money. I like the opportunity. And I think we can make some money today. I think we're either going to have our long term regardless. I think there's a lot. But I'll just tell you this, man. Before we try to make a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, before we try to do anything, we must pay homage to the greatest country in the world, but more so the greatest people. And that is the people who have sacrificed many, many things for us day in and out. They do what they need to do, and that is our veterans, baby. So shout out to all of our veterans, active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. On behalf of the cult, myself, I hope you know you're appreciated, and we just want to give you a huge thank you. And shout out to the police officers, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public service out there. Y'all held it down last year. Y'all still doing it. We love you. God bless you. Thank you for doing what you're doing. The cult loves you, ladies and gentlemen. Please say it with me. Right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn! Oh, yeah. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Wake up. Wake up. Wipe your eyes out. Legs in front of you. Chest to the sun. Post the play. Wake up. It's Thursday. It's almost Friday. Wake up. Good morning, Chattadonia. Get ready. We got to hear from GameStop today. You have stocks dropping today. It's crazy today, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, like the video. So make sure you guys press hi chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. It will be good for you. Watch what happens. Some cool things might come. What is it? Wells Fargo. I think that's the only one. DraftKings. So I'm going to watch Qscaler, Twilio. That's an earnings continuation. We'll see what happens with AMC. It's already given back after that little article thing. Disney, Square, Wells Fargo, and DraftKings. So get ready. Call out any plays. I hope you guys are blessed. The market is going to begin here in 1 minute. So again, make sure everything works. So you have to have the video liked. Hopefully you're awake. Hopefully you're stretched. And then that's it. It's going to be good. You feel good so far? Are you guys awake? Is everybody good? I will probably need to go to the bathroom in a little bit. I don't have to see. Chia. Okay. 30 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Call it out. Yeah, the Walmart plays are going to get clapped. Tech is already open up down. You're about to open up down almost 1% on the S&P. So let me tell you now, today is going to be a little bit more aggressive probably in the first hour than what you've seen. So I encourage you not to freak out as much. And Tesla is back down. So round one, fight. It's going to get ugly. Only as ugly as you let it. Only as ugly as you let it, I've learned. You know? JPM 0.06. Yeah, call out any laggers and leaders. Where are we opening up right now? So 1/3%. NASDAQ, I guess they're all paired up kind of equally. Yesterday, there's probably like a 1% difference between the indexes. So you're not getting that there, but we'll see. We'll see. Tesla 1.8, Apple 1.2. Come on, why isn't anything loading? Move a little bit. STX 1.6, GME up 3. No clue. GME 5. Zoom almost down 4. Isn't there earnings today? Watch even Dropbox too. That one has earnings. I want to see how that one plays into this. I blame GameStop. Don't blame GameStop. QS down 9. Oh, wow. That one might be a good dip, though. Again, I said it yesterday. I just want to make sure the chain isn't too wacky. Ooh, look at that gap down. SPY just gave back everything. We just opened at the low of yesterday. BABA down 2. MO play is up. Walmart down 6%. Yeah, Altria is still up. What about any of those other value rotations? Like, I'd even watch those Buffett stocks I posted yesterday if they keep going. Yeah, some of the value stocks are holding right now. A lot of them. But Dow is still down 0.5%. That's big. Baidu down 6. Big Commerce down 4. FIRA 6%. So I guess, oh yeah, Tilray had good earnings. Tilray's even hitting the high ticker. I just saw it. Coca-Cola, AT&T, this barely up. So it's an interesting. I mean, you got a lot of Dow. The Dow is down a pretty big amount right now, and again, that's probably because of Walmart. Senator Warren question. It hasn't started yet, did it? I think a lot of this stuff that came out on the GameStop stuff so far, it is all the statements, the what is it called? Something statements. NMDM down 4. Altria up 0.5%. So that's 1 leader right now. Twilio up 8 still. Yeah, I need to check the Twilio chain. Twilio's earnings, they surprised. That was a surprise beat. Damn, today's Thursday? That's crazy. Why not film me? Oh, I'm trying to make a play. Trying to snake something. Abby Vibe down. Abby Vibe's still down. Watch how that one plays out again. And see if anything lagging now starts to give up. Oh, come on. Like the vid, Chad. Oh, yeah. Hide the chat. X the chat. Hit it up. Micron up 0.73. WDC red to green. Good call out. Walmart's still hanging out. Watch if Walmart starts to break below even 7%. That could be a big move. Ozone. Is it Ozone? I read that as Ozone. Up 2. MC up 1/3%. Yeah, Tilray's killing it. So again, I think a lot of the weed stocks, even Altria, getting a boost off that. Twilio keeps going up. Twilio's balanced, but it's cheap. Twilio's cheap on the weekly, but it's only a 1-day contract. Yeah, Twilio's chain's messed up. I keep looking at that one. I don't think I'm going to do it. Watch HD. Watch Walmart there at the low. SPY's coming back up a little bit for the day, but still down. We're down 200 points on the Dow. HD's about to go green. It wants it. Intel red to green. Spot down 1. VIX up 8. Walmart burying the Dow. Just attacking it. Altria again. I like those. So that was the long-term looking. Y'all heard about the long-term? Have you guys ever heard of the long-term chair? Where like you hold like long-term investments? Anybody? It's a pretty cool thing. I just looking at mine. Just a reminder. Walgreens 1.9. There's Altria getting a little bit aggressive there. Yeah, HD starting. So again, a lot of the value stocks that didn't open down 0.5%, and it looks like they're going green now. Palantir, big green. Palantir. What the fuck were they saying yesterday? That shit was crazy. It's still down 6% though. That's pretty. I thought they'd be up more. You know, amazed by it. You just like to look at it and what's happening in the short term. Yeah, the long term has that effects. Who you think I should get dividends? Got 11G, so might be getting 100 in Abivi. I like Abivi. I mean, it's. I wish we could get it at lower prices, but it's a solid one. I think they're yielding like 4% now. The AT&T, even Verizon, depending on who you have for your phone. What else is there? Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is actually not as expensive, but we see. Just space it out. That's all you got to do. Spacing it out will be key. Amazon's still down. Apple's still down. Yeah, that's what I said. If Walmart drops below like 6-7%, that could get ugly. Altria up another 1% now. Altria is killing it right now. That's exactly what we needed. You needed that Altria to make the moves. We're now up on both Altria positions on the portfolio on the long term. And then those long-term plays went up 20%. The June ones. Wells Fargo green. That's interesting. Wells Fargo looks to be the only one green right now. DraftKings, Tesla is still down. Tesla is down, but you guys aren't as emotional today. So I think that's kind of more positive. I don't know. That's how I feel. Usually I could tell when Tesla's down. It doesn't feel like Tesla's down. W it green. Riot green again. We're on the high again. There's the Palantir move. Eric green. Palantir moved up a little bit. Still down 4. I bought Bitcoin on the high. Tap green. Let me go back to Walmart. If Walmart bounces, that could be good. That's it. If the market bounces up with everything, but we'll see. Watch to see Walmart on that move. HD coming up there. We had that in the bottom right. Walgreens. FOMO on Altria. It's a very strong leader today. So I don't know if you call it FOMO. It's definitely leading. And again, you had a lot of the positive weed news yesterday, or the earnings at least with Tilray. Hold on, I need to X out the chat and like the video. That's a very important step. Twilio came down. I was looking at plays there. Dropbox on the high. If QS could break 64, let's see where it's at. That's still down. Again, Qscaler can move fast. When we saw it yesterday, it was only up 4% and then ended up 30%. Dropbox is now positive, so there's that earnings move. Hopefully, if it stays there. Q scalar coming up, still down 3 though. SPY coming back down. Leaps on Yeti. I do not have Yeti. Snap positive. That's good though. So you're seeing the rotation. It seems like some of the bigger companies are what's pulling down the market because you're down a lot. You're down 250 points. It's been 10 minutes. So everything's about 1%. S&P 0.8, Dow 0.8, Nasdaq 1.1 down. All of them. So it's a very, very interesting thing we got going on here because you're still seeing some names. I mean, Dropbox earnings, Altria, the weed stocks. And this time, Amazon's actually down. Yeah, QS looks good. It's just, see, there you go. Even then, by the time I've finished talking, it's already gone 2%. Why did they drop? You guys remember when Q-Scaler dropped? Wasn't there like some baby mama drama? Even then, those Q-Scale options are ridiculous. Lots of baby mama drama. The founder said the company's overvalued. He's like, yeah, man, I don't even know why y'all buying this. If you're not afraid of Tesla, take a look. What do you mean not afraid of it? Am I being taunted? Why does this feel like I'm a high pressure sales tactic? Okay, I'm not scared now. Now what do I do? So I see Teslas. I don't get it. I'm a shareholder, I should say. I get to say. Snap, crackle, and pop. Where's it? Uber come back up? Oh yeah, Snap is great. Uber fell below 60 literally right now. Yeah, energy's even down. Or XOM. Sup hits. Snapaholics mixtape. Real snap shit. You guys know Josh is a Tesla shareholder and Army beat Navy. It's a really big fun fact. Very important. Is weather an outsider event or is this a normal 10% correction? We haven't had a 10% correction. The weather is just, it's an external event that it's just not related to the market, but it could have market implications as you're seeing with like pricing of oil contracts, anything of that nature. Yeah, Snap is killing it. Quantum Skype. Dropbox. You say Dropbox YOLO. Well, be careful. I mean, we need to see if Dropbox actually holds up because it does this a lot sometimes in the morning. I think the only difference is today's earnings. So that could make it a little better. Stock crash is inevitable. Somebody on CNBC, they were having a talk. Did you guys hear that this morning? And he was like, well, you're going to get audited by the IRS. It was a really fun way to end it. But he was saying, you need the only way you get a event is if there's like a crash, if there's like an accident or something else. Like you need there has to be like an event. He was pretty much saying there has to be an event. He said you either get an accident or like policy. He said something, but essentially he's talking about how a lot of investors right now, no matter what you invested in this last 12 months, you've done very, very good. Whether you bought Bitcoin or fucking Dogecoin, a lot of people just made money no matter where they put their money, even in penny stocks down the way to blue chips. So he said the conditioning of investors to keep buying, on the dip, then that's it. He said it's just wild that you have a lot of people conditioned to do those. And I agree. I mean, even if the market dropped now, you have so many people who are just buy the dip. So it would take an accident or a different catalyst. Is that what he said? Catalyst, maybe? Q scalar green now. If Q scalar goes green, that'll be important. Q scalar's green. That's a 5% move. The options are expensive as hell, though. Honestly, I would love to make a play, maybe on the daily. Why not? I did it. I made a play. I took a little riskier one. Keep it small. Maybe I gotta get that out of my system. You know what I'm saying? Just call it a day. Just crazy daily play. I guess we have till tomorrow. Did you guys like the video? Do we have our 100% like ratio? Did you guys like the video or no? I don't think you guys did. Y'all didn't like the video. Y'all didn't press hide chat, X out the chat. You know, did the likes go burr? You liked it last night. I feel like you lied to me. You lied. You did 1.1. I just love y'all. So God bless you. None of this is a recommendation. This isn't. I don't know what you're gonna learn from this trade. This is just more of a riskier one. You could play it really. I've already doubled up on it before I've even said anything. So be very, very careful on it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I mean, we talked about it on the watch list. You saw me looking at it today. I grabbed a quantum scalar QS daily contract. I grabbed a $100 call for 27 cents. So it's already at 50 cents. So do not market order that. Do not trade it. It's already went up. This is just one of those crazy stocks. I wanted to throw my hand in it, and then we'll call it a day. So be very, very careful on there. And I need to go to the bathroom already. So make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list in the main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. Say hello. Don't say hello yet. Not quite yet. It's still early. I'm gonna just. This is just. I drank too much water and coffee in the morning. So please hold. All right. You said UAVs built is a short report. It says built to defraud investors. Down 9. It doesn't look like it's dropping too heavy, though. We'll see. People know, like, I feel like a lot of companies are designed to defraud investors. People only I just gotta put it in a Word document. That's it. Say less. Say less. Let's see. You just put it in a Word document and then it becomes a short report. That's crazy. Yeah, what was it? Volkswagen. I think Volkswagen today said that they're trying to separate. I think they're gonna make a new company or new ticker just for Porsche. Is it Porsche or Porsche? Can we get this out the way? Because y'all like to make fun of how I say. Is it Porsche, like Porsche, or is it like Porsche? You know what I'm saying? I think it's Porsche. I think if you call it Porsche, you're really like, you know what I'm saying? I think you probably go to a country club and you're very superior. Okay? So what the fuck's a Porsche? I don't see not one A in that at all. Maybe you should Porsche shut the fuck up, huh? Yeah? Okay. Sorry. I got some morning. Still waking up. Hopefully you guys are awake. You know, I'm just making sure you're awake. Okay? I'm sorry. Just getting you out there. Yeah. Don't worry. It's good. You got to laugh. Hopefully you woke up. Hopefully you're ready to go. You go, relax the jaw a little bit. Woo! It's definitely porch. That just makes things a lot more confusing. So it's porch? We should just call it a porch. I'm down. Driving the pork chop. I can't wait, man. We're going to even get the GameStop thing later today. We're actually going to listen to that. I really want to hear that one. I think it's going to be good. We're going to get to see it. I think you guys are going to get really, what's it called? Really political about it. I think a lot of emotions are going to come out. So hopefully you guys are ready. But we'll see what happens. The court, it's going to be in about 2 hours, I believe. So it should begin at, is that going to be right when PHILO? It's already 7. No, it'll be at 9. It'll be at 9. I'm not good at math. There's QS. What else? We got Ultra. I like SPY's holding off here a little bit. Everything is pretty much staying paired. I think SPY and DOW are moving very similar today. Tech is a little bit off, and that's because I think all of the FANG is actually down now. Check my KHCs. Oh, those are at $70 a pop now. We have those till what, April? Oh, wow. Dude, Kraft has been killing it the last couple days. Oh, it's even breaking out from there. Interesting. So I still have 2 of those left. Remember, we made them free? So we still got 2 more of those. Lee Auto up 1%. Why do I wait till QS doubles until I call it to play? Actually, in that case, that was a weekly contract, so implied volatility is going to be very, very high. I bought it here into momentum. I mean, you could literally look at the time. So at 9:46, take a look. That's by the time I'm announcing it. If the stock shoots up another, what? That's $2. $2, is it? 67 to 69? Yeah. That's crazy. And it was already up $2. So I found the option chain that didn't move as much, or the option that wasn't as much. It's further out the money. That's just implied volatility. Before I even announced it or anything, it doubled. So I can't do anything about that. And again, that's the idea here, is to learn something from it. I even said with that play, I even said it before. I said there's not really much to learn about this one. This was kind of just taking advantage of some of the volatility and hype, but I want something small. We watched this thing move 30% yesterday. There's an opportunity to play at 30 cents. I looked for some with time. It wasn't there, so I just took a little $30 gamble. Pretty much just going to hold it. If it works, it works. If not, it doesn't. But this one wasn't really the Wasn't really the best recommendations, but you could learn. You could see what happened. Again, none of this is a recommendation. Option trade, children, risk, becomes almost financial investment, financial advisor, Christian purpose, only thing going for the day. But you will get to see, I mean, eventually you'll see some of these plays that we make, and the idea is for you to learn from them, not to copy them. I know a lot of people in here have learned our strategies. They've learned our strategies so well, some of them don't even work anymore. Like we used to be able to snake the option chain a lot more effectively. Apple on the high. Snap 65 dailies would have been better. Probably. If I didn't have all of the leverage on Snapchat, I probably would have. I don't really like trading the short terms on Snapchat because we just own so much, but it's good. You feeling? Hope the hernia is under control. Come on, can y'all give me a cool word for hernia? Because y'all, you know what I'm saying? I appreciate y'all looking out for me, and I appreciate the prayers, but like, you know, I got an image to maintain. You know what I'm saying? How you got to make me look tough or some shit. Like, can we get like a code word? Because like if we keep having these public conversations, and then you're like, oh, how's the hernia? You know what I'm saying? Like any of the like 20-year-olds, 18, they're gonna look at me like, what the fuck's wrong with? You know what I'm saying? They're gonna think I'm, yeah. How's the 6-pack? There you go. We'll call it the 6-pack. Oh, the 6-pack doing good. You know, it's rebuilding. You know what I'm saying? We'll call it the 6-pack. I like, yeah, 6-pack. You know what I'm saying? I feel the 6-pack doing good. Well, it's not a 7-pack. I actually technically have an 8-pack, so that would be the 9th pack. So that's it. I already have the 8-pack. I'm already built, dog. Come on. It's pretty sore though, kind of. Let's call it Poppy. No, please don't. Hey Josh, how's the Poppy doing? You think that's gonna make my image better? When people like, every time people ask me a question like, Josh, how's your Poppy doing? They're like, Josh has a Poppy? What does that even mean? They're like, hold up. Wait, what? Y'all don't know that. I'm good. I'll move on. Y'all say a Poppy. Y'all call me Poppy. I'm just gonna walk right by you. That's what I'm doing right now. Y'all are like, hey, how's Poppy? I'm just like, nope, I move. Nope, that's not me. They're not talking about me. I don't even know. There must be a different Josh. There's QS again. Snap, hold it up. SPY, just hold it right above where we moved. It's been about 20 minutes. Same, we're pretty much right at the open. Dow's doing a little bit better. That Kraft Heinz, bro. This thing does not move. That's why I'm like, shit. It's actually going up. I got Ghetto Spread on Thinkorswim. It doesn't let you. Make sure you have option approval. You're going to need more option approval. Yeah, I think I'm out. Okay, I guess I'm not out. Okay, I guess I'm not out. There it is. Did I sell it? All right, I sold out at 91 cents, both those KHCs. We bought those at 27 cents a couple weeks ago. So remember, we had 5. We made them free, or I think I had 10. I sold the final ones at 91 cents. We bought them on bad news. Well, it was kind of good news. We bought them because Hormel was announcing that they're buying Planters. So then we bought it, but then they ended up being the loser. Then a couple days later after earnings, they did good. The HD, those leaps are doing decent. They're up 58% on those leaps we got last time. Hormel is buying Palantir? No. Hormel makes food. I don't know what they would do with a military data company. That'd be crazy. What would happen if they had like military researched, what's it called? Military researched like spam? Be kind of insane. Can we go over tax rate? Do you remember the date you called the guy? I don't remember it. I would just go look it in your. All we did was a Google search. We said tax professional CPA, and then we just called them and then find somebody who'd be willing to take a look at it for you. That's it. But glad to hear some of you have been doing it. Read the watch list. Y'all need to get that taxes in there. Just have it accounted for. Snaps coming down. Quantum's holding up. SPY looks like it wants to drop a little bit. Dropbox holding up. Where's Tesla? Yeah, that guy was really nice. He was a very good guy. He did very good. CCIV. You watch these options. Which options? Vlad has this 2 hours. We're gonna have it up in 2 hours. It's gonna be everybody. You're gonna get everybody who wanted something to say about GameStop is gonna be there. The guy who made all the money. You're gonna get the hedge funds. You're gonna get some Citadel, or what's the other guy? What's the fucking Melvin Capital? Oh man, that was a fun week, huh? You guys remember that? It was crazy for like a week. Is Frank going to be there? I don't know if Frank is going to be there. It's a good question. The market feels scared. Actually, did TLT continue? I think TLT went down today. Yeah. Oh, my God. Dude, another gap? Yikes. Yikes. They're worried about that. Again, velocity is the only... velocity is the main thing with the bonds that we kept talking about. That's crazy, though. But every day... Bro, it's gapping down. That's what I was trying to say. It's not about the whipsaw, but, like, if you see it gap up or down constantly, that is not good. It's not good velocity. SPY's coming down here again. About to hit another low. I need water. I need agua caliente. Oh, hot water. Oh, is that what that means? I thought agua caliente means like, I don't know, like blue water. I don't know. I think there's a restaurant called Aqua Caliente. That's why I was like, I don't know. Is there a casino? I was like, give me some Aqua Caliente. That sound really refreshing. You know what I'm saying? Agua Fria. That sound like you trying to get me a discount or something. Nah, like Agua Caliente. That sound very like, ooh, what's that? Let me get some of that. SPY's dropping another low. It's picking up now. SPY's about to go 1%. NASDAQ down 1.3. Dow Jones is trailing a little bit behind it there. So you're kind of getting the rotation today, but you're definitely feeling, I think you're feeling more broader pain across the market or all across the indexes. BA down 2 points. It's probably hitting the Dow. I like even with Boeing. I'm surprised Boeing hasn't got any news lately, except for the one yesterday. But the fact that, I mean, you haven't seen anybody take a new stake in Boeing in a while. I think everybody already had it. QS dropping now. The options are starting to depreciate. Again, I only bought one of those for a reason, too. I'm dead. Clapped. Is it Tesla's fault? Tesla's actually not even leading the way down. I guess it is. It's already down 1.9. Let's see here. It's a very I think the market will move too off of the GameStop thing. I think you're going to get something. There's already the prepared statements, but I think you're going to get a little bit more. Yeah, Walmart didn't. All Walmart did was miss the EPS, and they announced the huge buyback. I was pretty surprised. I thought that buyback news would be a little bit better. Excuse me. Commerce, big red. Big Commerce is doing its thing. CCIV, the safe haven. Is there a Texas piping company? Do you guys see those videos? It was crazy. I would like see sinks coming out of the frame. I don't even know what to call it. It was crazy. What kind of questions should I ask the tax professional? He should probably ask you questions, but really what it should boil down to is, tell him what you do, tell him how you make your money, say, what can I do? But you ultimately, I don't know how to, it should get somewhere in the conversation where you could be able to, he should be able to say, you send me over your documents, I'll take a look. And then if he could save you more money than if you did it yourself, then they'll usually let you know. Yeah, or when you call him and then just be like, "Do you mind if I call you Poppy?" And then depending on that's usually like a litmus test. Usually, if they're chill with that, I would probably go the other direction, because then that means they really need the business. But if he does it, if he's like, "Nah, man, that's not chill," then you should be in good hands. Do I like hot springs? It's like a hot stone massage or like the nature. I don't know. It's a weird question in the morning. Is using H&R block bad? No. I think It's what's it called? I think it's see I got to throw it off. I totally blank so heavy on that. Yeah, I forgot. I got distracted. Spy bouncing. A lot of random messages. Oh, H&R Block. Yes. If most people would benefit using them. So if you go and use H&R Block and like you don't need like if you don't have anything crazy, then you go and you could go use them. It just really depends how much you make, how much you traded, the complexity of your trades, all that. That's why finding a tax professional who could look it over, he should be able to let you know, hey, you know, this is how much it's going to cost, or this is how much will save you, so on and so forth. Send stream alert when the GME trial starts. Okay. Can you go over the 1099 documents? No, I mean that's not my specialty. So like taxes, like I know a lot just because I've gone through a lot and I've got to learn it, and I know that. That's why I always say, you know, go do your thing and contact a professional. But like, there's no point in me going over a 1099. So the first time, so yeah, if you don't have, I mean, if you have like, if you didn't make more than like $3,000 or $5,000, like H&R Block should be able to handle it, or TurboTax. Cost on the high, Unity on the low. Cost still down. Unity's down 5. I think Unity's breaking a key level there from the earnings. Yeah. HD kept going. Q-scaler just held up, but momentum stopping. Yeah. HD. What if you don't ever download your money to your bank? The fuck are you saying? Is that how the millennials, that's how the young people view it? It's called a withdrawal. He said, what if you never download it? Oh, no, man. Stop asking Josh questions. He never gives direct answers. Man, you've listened for really long. You know that? You know I give direct. What do you want me to say? Hey, Josh, I'm not giving you any information regarding my taxes or financial situation on a complex matter that if I fuck up, I will get audited or face very big financial liabilities. Okay, you tell me what to do after you've told me to do it 15 times and even did it live on stream and called. Taxes, man, I don't know taxes like that. Y'all, that's it. I'm telling y'all need to go get a tax professional. Call it a day. I don't know, man. I'm gonna ask how I'm feeling today. I'm feeling hyped. Okay? Feeling very hyped. Yeah, so good. I'm glad you asked me how I felt. How do you feel? Huh? How do you feel, bro? How do you feel? I feel great. I'm trying my best not to, like, if I didn't have this 7-pack, I would be screaming. I'd be jumping around. It feels, I don't know. Today kind of feels like a Friday. Is that just me? Today just feels like a Friday. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Something about it. It feels exciting. It's great. I got a good PHILO. I got a great PHILO for y'all today. Oh! And I just got a peach. On! Bradley Frizzle in the peach, baby. Amen. And shout out to, what's it called? Shout out, you guys know you're about to hit day 10. Day 10, you know that? I kind of have a weird test for 10 days. So I might have something for you tomorrow. So please complete your 10-day challenge. Okay, it's gonna be key that you close out this last day. Do you understand? Well, you have tomorrow's day 10, but I have an experiment because I have something. You guys might need it. If somebody did it the right way, they should be able to help me. I do have faith. So we'll see what happens. It's kind of exciting, kind of mysterious. I feel like a lot of people failed. I feel like Tesla yesterday gave some people some anxiety. What am I reading in the Word today? I mean, I'll tell you, Psalms. I like Psalms. You know, Psalms are like songs. And Psalms written by David. You know, David was the producer on the track. David on the beat. Real Psalm shit. It's good. I'm excited. It's a good one. I love how much you care. Amen. I told you that was my compliment to somebody when I was in Miami. I had a talk, and I was just telling this guy, I was like, man, you know what? It's very, very simple. You know, I was like, I just like you because you give a shit. I was like, you actually care. Is there a tax channel? No. My wife, we're on Psalms 46 right now. Amen. Amen. Let's go. In my real estate license. Let's go, Jeff. Amen. A lot of real estate people. A lot of new real estate people lately. It's been getting us really excited. I mean, I'm really excited. The fact, because finally, some of you guys are actually doing it. It's not that you're not even joining the course. You're just going through, getting your license, and then you're like, hey, Josh, I'm about to be licensed. I'm like, fuck yeah, you're about to be licensed. Let's go. Let's run it. Good work. Amen. So watch SPY here again. Where's Walmart? And watch TLT. If TLT continues to drop more, most of it had to do on the gap up. But we'll see. Notice how SPY daily January looks the same. Well, that's what a lot of people are worried about even right now. That's why we talked about it. There's just so many things on the table now with how people are reacting. So that's why the bond yield is that's what you want to watch. Is if the bond yields keep moving with that velocity, the gapping up, gapping down, that is just going to be the real key of K. Something's wrong. If not, this is kind of the market adjusting to everything. The market is kind of settling into the new situation, all the way down from stimulus to everything else. And I said it on the watch list yesterday. I'm really expecting probably next week, 2 weeks from now, the market is going to start responding, and it may not be a positive response, but the virus numbers are dropping huge. So like if you go look at a chart of like the virus, the trend has been decimated. I don't know if there's that. What did they say? Dominate the virus. It looks like they are dominating the virus. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the market kind of react to that. I haven't had any gains in months. I'm too scared of everything to function. I fucking hate life. Snap out of it. That attitude does not get you money. Promise you. Remember I've said that before? Have you ever met somebody angry and panicked that's getting paid? Like making money? Like they're like, you know, and they're like angry and mad, and like it just doesn't work like that. I've never seen anybody like that. That's it. So unfortunately what happened, but if you switch up that attitude, watch what happens. I want you to get it, bro. Let's go. You got a lot of people here who could help. You're surrounded by people. It's going to take a little time. You're already wasting the time anyways. The clock is ticking. Might as well just say, hey, all right, get a little excited. Get a little excited. Tomorrow's Friday. Let's go. I'm telling you. You're in a good attitude, you'll make money. Think about it. You just die if you're pissed off. I've never seen angry people like make a lot of money. They usually get happy eventually. You know, they start making money or things start working. They put a smile on. So just start with that. SPY at the low. Watch here. We're going to see if we go any lower. I think this is putting us around yesterday's close. Or yes, right, we're already below there actually. This is Thursday's close. Or Thursday's low and then the low of Wednesday actually. So I would even say 387 is a key level. We've talked about that. What's the average price a person has to pay that trades for what? For taxes? It all depends on how much money you made. So like it doesn't matter, like even the home stuff, all that, you could do other stuff. Just go call H&R Block. Go call someone right now. Don't even like you're asking me the questions. Just go call. I don't know what time it is where you're at, but if they're open, just call. But it's just all based on what you made, and it's not like I cannot answer any of these, like ambiguous questions without like, I would have to look at all of your finances. And even then I would just probably be like, damn, this shit crazy. Like taxes, I'm telling you, bro, go get the tax guy. Just go get the tax guy. Like, damn, bro, this 1099, I can't. That's crazy. That's nice, bro. Come do my I'll do your taxes for you if you want. If you guys want to do like a Josh tax experience, it'll be really fun. Like I could come over to your house. We could go get dinner. We could go maybe lunch, so it's not as sus. And then we could go and just like, I'll do your taxes for you, and then I'll act like I know about them as much. And then like they may not be accurate, and you may get audited later, but it'll just be like for the experience. Because that's that's what we're doing at this point. If you know what I'm saying, we could go do it. I'll just like, hey, this is your taxes. You're going to get $80 million back. I don't know. I just rounded the one and then I carried the zero. So we'll see what happens. Delete Facebook is trending. The SPY selling off is trending down. Another new low today. Again, 387. 387 is that low from Monday, which we haven't broke, so I'd watch there. I have a tax guy, but I'm kind of down for this new experience. That's it. They're like, I'll try it. Yeah, I know enough about taxes. We'll see what happens. Making taxes exciting. Brought to you by the Trading Fraternity. Real tax shit. Say Martha made it in jail. I'll make it too. That is true. Remember, Martha Stewart did go to jail. So dope. Will you fly to Miami for the tax experience? Man, I will go to Miami for a pina colada and Wi-Fi. That's it. That was nice. Okay, I like Miami. That shit was nice. I was looking at some other houses there yesterday. Easy go clap. A lot of things. Let's see. Let's check. A lot of things are getting clapped, but not really. Do you know why the market is selling off? I think it has to do with the rotation. I think you had I think Walmart dragging some things down today. But overall, you also had a bad jobless claims report today. And I think we're going to wait. We'll see. There's kind of a looming what's it called? The looming threat of, how do you say? The looming threat of potential regulation. We'll see what happens from the GameStop situation. But overall, I think the market is just reacting to overall just is moving within a very, very defined range. It's not like it's, we're not like outside. If we break out of this today, that 387, like I said, which we're right there, that could change things. But other than that, it's kind of just been stalling out, not really getting the same momentum after really, really rocketing up. And the bond situation, I don't know which came first, chicken or the egg. It's either something's up with the market or the bonds are saying something's up with the market, if that makes sense. Yeah, I'm down. It says I'm down 4,800 on the Robinhood. So I think that's from the shares, all the shares adding up, a couple hundred here, a couple hundred there. And then some of the leap options all got clapped too. I don't even think Snapchat went up. Yeah, my Snap calls didn't even go up. How you? Come on, Snap. The Stop Cheating Act hitting CNBC. Is that for the taxes? I heard them talk about they're trying to call it Stop Cheating and like Cheating Taxes Act or something, right? It's something ridiculous. But I mean, I think it's a very interesting bill, or what they're trying to do with it. It's because it's just like they talk. What are they saying? They said it was like they said like how top 1% of the earners account for 30% of the taxes, and then they said that 40 or 50% of all of the audits that occur happen in places where the people don't make a lot of money, and they're not really it's like really disproportionate. But I also think I think that just has to do with that's the education of all this that we keep talking about, because I'm like, people who don't pay taxes, it's not that they don't, they know how to do taxes to the T. When you have a tax professional, you're making sure someone goes through your taxes so that you could accurately do your taxes. They follow the rule to the T. So they say this is qualified, this isn't. They know how to do it in that sense. But now, when you have other people file their own taxes or try to do it without that guidance, and you do something wrong, it leads to you could get audited. And that's why I was like, it's an interesting bill. Overall, we'll see though. A lot of new stuff lately. We're bouncing here off of that 387 low. So watch just 387, I think 387.70 or 387.30 on the SPY. QS, crazy volatile. Yeah, Dropbox chilling before earnings. That's good. Yeah, and then some of the value stocks kind of doing their thing. TLT coming up. Altria holding but giving back a little bit of the gains it had. We are in digestion mode. I think and again, I just think there's a couple of little headwinds here. Not anything too big, but we're just already at such a high valuation. That's why I think if we could get past this week, next week, I really think Wall Street is going to start focusing on the virus numbers. But then, like I said on the watch list, the question is, if the virus numbers start going down and things start going back to normal, the real question is, does the market benefit off of that? Because now, think about it, the market has led the economy. Usually the market is a leading indicator. So if the virus numbers start coming down, it may not lead to a run-up in stocks. That's the only issue I could see. What do you think of weed stocks? You smoke weed every day. I don't know. What do you think of automobile stocks? Do you drive every day? I don't know how to answer that with that logic, but I like Altria as my weed stock play, I would say. Good time to add to the long term, probably in a little bit or when we get our next deposit. That's what I was waiting for. Would you give a shout out to Danuba? What is that? I feel like it's not a place. I feel like I have to Google that. I feel like, oh no, it is a city in California. All right, shout out to Danuba. I thought you were trying to give me shout out. I don't know. It sounded like, I don't know, Cadoba? Danuba? Shout out Danuba, bro. Long term. Where is the long term? The Robinhood portfolio getting clapped on share. Long term's down $1,300 today. Ooh, it's pretty big. I think is that mainly because of Snap or what? Snap, DraftKings, Uber, Walgreens, Big Commerce, Spotify. Yeah, got clapped. Do I prefer long term on cash or margin cash account? SPY dropping below 387.80. So that little bounce failed right there. Mr. Worldwide. I actually worry about new traders on margin. Margin's an interesting concept to understand. I mean, in a way, it's like a mortgage to a degree, but it's how it like I saw it the other day on someone's account. You know, they made like 50% on a big amount. They sent me it, but then I noticed that they had more cash than the account was worth. I was like, you got the margin on. Just be careful with it. But if you know what you're doing, it could work. But then at the same time, it just makes it hard to like calculate your real gains and losses. You know, people look at it with the cash balance. That's just where it gets difficult. You don't feel the gains as much. You know, when you're up, you put in $1,000, you go up 2,000. Now it's worth 3,000. If that goes to zero, it's a $3,000 swing, not 1,000 or two. It affects it weird. Or it's just like psychological. If you don't understand how that values, it messes with you. We watch for the 10-year. We've been looking at TLT. We've been looking at the bonds. Again, they did make a big move. Yields went up a lot again today, back down to where we were the other day, but that's what we got to see. The maintenance requirement is the percentage down a stock requires. So depending on, like I have margin on the small long term just when I made the account. So you guys can see here, this one has margin, but the big one doesn't. That was just the first account that I did. But you see buying power effect. This is like the down payment. So like if you had, like let's say you wanted to buy these 29 shares of Snapchat, the margin requirement, you would only have to put down $1,200, but it's worth $1,800. So if you could put down $1,200, you only have to use $1,200 of your cash balance to hold $1,800 worth of stock. So that's pretty much how it's going here with this. Same thing here. If you had $1,200, you could hold $1,700 worth of spot. I think you can remove the margin. Can you ignore a maintenance call? Well, if they just give you your trading ability, it'll just set you to, I think it just sets you straight to cash. Good morning, Chad. Good morning, Nigel Wolf. You can remove margin. They sell your shares if you don't have enough cash. We saw the doctor said you're GHIV positive. Don't say that around here, man. You know, people like, hey, I thought I was DHI positive, and now it's just fucking I'm down 30%. Okay? It's a bullshit. Yeah, we all thought we were in it together. I felt real excited about it. Now, like, damn. It's bullshit. So, but yeah, I feel. Big red on my birthday. It's all about the long term. Thank you for the daily lessons, and insights. Blessings to all of you, Chad, and happy birthday, Alistair. On. Amen. I love it. God bless. Shout out to Gray One too. Sir, you're GHIV positive. Just tell me honestly. Did you buy this back? That's usually the main cause. Yeah, you're going to feel under the weather for a little bit. Probably a couple months, as long as you're hydrated. As long as you're liquid and hydrated, you should be good. How to stock Editas. What? I don't know much about. I know much about them, but I don't. Let's see, Editas. As Editas, didn't we play it the other day? I don't know if they paid dividend. No divvy. I forgot what they do. They had something. Even when we played it the other day, they had some news that they're related to. On stocks we pick up for the long term since everything is down. Yes. Just make sure the premium's good. You know what I'm saying? Because if you get two more down days, I mean, there'll be a lot better, the higher premium. But yeah, it's a great strategy. If things do start going down, I mean, that is your opportunity, especially if you want to allocate some long-term money. Started a custodial account for my kids, baby. Thank you, Colt. Amen. Shout out to kids. Are you going to let them trade on it? They got the custodial. You going to let them make moves? You know, you got to watch over them, but let them make some moves. Do you have any cash in the long term? Not the YouTube long term. I mean, any cash, we used it 2 weeks ago. We got the AT&T and the Arquite. Arquite got clappy-tayed from the Super Bowl. Can you talk about TLT when it's the best time to buy it? When it is, yeah. Right now, I mean, there's so much more value in reading the bond yields and the movements than actually buying them. That's the craziest part. Telling you, I mean, I don't know if you guys see it. I mean, this is just I don't know. Maybe I could just be wrong, but I really just think the bonds, TLT, what it's showing you as we've been going over, it's telling you a lot of solid information that we could profit off of once we know. Like, honestly, it's just the monitor right now. And I'm not the only one looking at it. I know for a fact, there's a lot of people who feel the same way I do on bigger funds as well as just bigger economists and all that. So I know it's there, but it doesn't mean it's a play. It's a real good heartbeat monitor, if anything. You want to pick up DraftKings, don't have the funds, you can always sell the puts, like we said. It's like the monitor. It's just a monitor. It's just like it's flashing. Like it flashes colors. It's like green, yellow, red. So like right now it's flashing yellow. That's what I heard somebody say about it with bond yields. It's like flashing yellow because it's like, wait, why is the velocity doing that? Pay attention. Roku credit spread. They have earnings today. That could be a good one. Can you believe it's only been an hour? It's true. It's only been an hour 10. Today's moving kind of fast. You don't feel it's funny, though. I mean, you guys were, I've seen a lot more people in the market tripping out the last couple days than today, even though we opened up stronger down today. Yeah, Dropbox has earnings as well today. Kathy was ya. Because of Mars landing. Didn't it blow up? Oh no, Mars landing. The other one blew up when it got here. Yeah, we're gonna watch the hearing. It's gonna happen here in like an hour. Don't get stimulus. You expect dollar to spike. It could, bro. People were talking about that today. I heard that. Some people were saying they don't want the stimulus to go through. I didn't think that could be a whole nother thing to price into the market, but I was like, bullshit. I'd be surprised, but I would be surprised, but I wouldn't, because they're saying, I mean, take a look. You have all of the numbers coming down now, and then they've waited so long. Some people are saying that, they might start tweaking some things, but I think that's just speculation at this point. Walmart definitely clapped. Let's see. Checking Ether. Just found your channel yesterday. Great stuff, bro. Appreciate the positivity. Amen. God bless you. Stimulus won't get signed until March 23rd. March 15th is the date. That's when a lot of the stuff starts to lapse, some of the benefits. It is a good day to add to the long term if you haven't gotten any. We already made our deposit this month. So just waiting. Oh, Space is shooting up. Space just shot up right there from the bottom. Now it's up 5%, but it's probably a 10% move almost. Nokia still nah, man. How about that Amazon pump fake or Amazon AMC pump fake this morning? Yeah, Clorox holding up. Interesting, actually. How come Clorox isn't? I thought everybody needed. I thought Clorox hot commodity now. Like, I still can't even get well, that's Lysol, but still, it's the same concept. I can't even get real Lysol strips. You know that? Like, they don't have any OG Lysol strips. I call them strips. So they wipes. But they don't. It's crazy. I got a long-term alert. We made our last long-term a couple days ago. KHC is sold out. I sold out and it moved up again. Moved up another 2%. I started spraying napkins with Febreze, but it ain't the same. Yeah, man. I don't know. I don't think that's antibacterial. Why are you doing your own shopping? Let one of the fraternity pledges deal with that. What the fuck? Nah, man. I like doing my own shopping. It's a very cathartic moment. I went grocery shopping yesterday. I got some guacamole. What else did I get? I like shopping. Nah, man. It's very relaxing. I get to people watch. It's good. Oh, you know what I bought? Yo, guess what I bought? It's bad. I bought something. I got more. I got flaming hot mango. It's fire. Shout out to Jean. Shout out all my tagine eaters out there. Amen. Bear here. I think a huge amount of new retailers in the market. Big boys are selling off. We spot SPY trading relatively flat to keep new investors in, but dump soon. A lot of people have been saying that again, and they're looking at it. There's a lot in the market, but I also think too, I mean, you have to really look at, I think that's the best way to say it, the conditioning of investors right now. You have to really think about it. I know. Don't remind me about the acid reflux, man. Come on. Tajin. But conditioning of investors. So even if you have big money dump right now, right? Let's say a lot of people started to dump and take profits, and then new retail investors panic. What would stop people from buying a 10% dip? You have to really ask yourself that. What would make somebody not want to buy a 10% dip right now? Anybody. Like, think about it. Just what we've been through, where the market is, the amount of FOMO that already existed. It's not that. Is it really no money? No. Think about it. Who wouldn't have no money? What do you mean? They're about to give you stimulus. Most people already have money. If you're already in the market, you chances are you probably got in because you were flush with cash. Or you had more cash, or you got exposed to it when you weren't before. So that's where we're saying you say I got 50K on the trigger. A lot of it. This is the investing, the conditioning of investors. This is kind of like investor confidence, but people are conditioned that even if it dropped, there's a lot of people on the sidelines waiting to buy some. Even with Bitcoin, even with every single asset. Again, every asset class, especially if it has good quality, has performed very, very well. So it doesn't matter what it was. Like, that's why you would need an insane amount of fear. Like, we just got over a pandemic. Well, I wouldn't even say we got over it, but you could kind of see how things are. So, but everybody has a lot of people, especially a lot of people with big money who did not get in on any of this. They're ready to, a lot of people just are conditioned to buy, even the newer investors, where you just buy the dip. It's kind of crazy. NVIDIA announced cards for crypto made to mine. Ooh, there you go, NVIDIA. It's not popping as much. Check the chain, though. There's been some level of lag between some of this news. NVIDIA is not moving at all. GPU. Oh, yeah, you thought credit card? I can see that. Wally World. I'm surprised KHC is still killing it. Walgreens going up a little bit. Blessed to have been born. We're winning already. Hey, man, you woke up today. I felt like that today. I was like, wow, another day. Isn't that crazy? Another day. Another day. And listen, my new guy. Can I speak to some new investors today? I know I'm a corny guy. You know that? I hope you know that. I hope you know that I know that I'm corny. Okay, we got to get that out the way to begin. But if you're new, let me give you some real solid financial advice. Okay, none of this is a recommendation. Option trading, only risky. This is my financial investment. This is financial advice. No purpose only. Thank you for day. But for real, a lot of you guys, if you're new to the market and you're even getting, emotions from all of these ups and downs, and it's making you, act a certain way, I hope you know that, the key here is emotions. You know what I'm saying? It's all going to be emotions. If you could control your emotions, and if you could find a way to be relaxed and not really let, because again, some of you are like, I feel depressed today. You didn't feel depressed when it was going up. You felt hyped. It's exciting. That's what this is. Some of you, this is part of your opportunity to learn how to deal with the swings. You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to learn the back and forth. You're going to get pushed and pulled, but I encourage you to not get emotional every time the boat swings to one way or the direction. That's just how a boat feels. Oh, they don't feel me, though. That's just a little mini one for you, okay? So you're on the boat, man. It's rocking left and right, you know? It's going up and down. You feel a certain way, but you can't. Don't worry, you're not gonna fall off unless you jump off. That's the irony of all of it. So just let it rock back and forth. But your emotions, honestly, if you know a lot of people come here and a lot of people, yeah, like see some guys like you fucking pussy. Honestly, I probably could guarantee you're a bigger pussy than I am. But I'm not hard like that though. But I'm emotionally like you're probably really soft. And I'm saying that because most new traders are. They hear this type of stuff, but there's a reason why people come here. And I know I've helped out a lot of people when they first started out. That this just staying calm and knowing how to manage yourself is the key. That's it. I mean, it's an emotional framework. So if you don't have that emotional framework, you know that foundation, you might get clapped. So I encourage you all to have fun with what you're doing here. That's it. Have fun. I love it. I love it. This is the X factor that we provide. You know that everybody try to sell you a strategy. Everybody's trying to hype something on, but no, can they keep you calm? Because I like to stay calm. You guys have seen us under very high pressure scenarios, but it helps you. Trust me. This is the only thing that like you can teach it, but you can't teach it when it comes to stocks. This is the emotional aspect. This is what nobody wants to focus on. This one, nobody ever likes to talk about this one as much because it sounds corny. That's why y'all are just very complex houseplants. You know, make sure you good. Make sure you good so you could get the bag. Okay, you gotta relax. Okay, are we good? Are we good? The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Amen. Shout out all my mitochondria out there. Amen. Your biggest lesson you taught me was that you have to keep playing to get the bag. It's not about a set amount of coins, but always putting in a quarter to play. Well, having that quarter, spacing it out. That's it. But you do have to keep trying. That's why emotionally, if you're only getting motivated when the market's going up and in your favor, it's easy. You know what I'm saying? It's like, hey, you know, you're getting paid, you're making all this money, it's exciting, it's all this fun, but then on the reverse, if you can't maintain that same attitude when the things are not in your way, I mean, there's a time to plant, there's a time to reap, there's a time to sow, you know, time to sow, time to harvest, all that. I get confused. Can I use the mitochondria to complete my taxes? Again, if you're using the Josh Answers tax experience, that could be a solution. Otherwise, I would contact a professional tax advisor. You lose trading with your you know how many I've seen more people. I laugh because I just think about this in so many aspects in real life. You know how many I've seen so many people lose money just because they were in their feelings when it comes down to it. When it came down, it wasn't like they missed the opportunity because they were still emotional about what happened earlier. Every single time. I've seen it happen way too many times. That's it. They missed one play, or they even did good on a play. They didn't do it perfectly. And then they got a little bit angry, or then they got in their feelings. They turned it off. They went somewhere else. They wanted to go whatever it is. And then boom, they just, shit. And then they missed the other opportunity, not being ready for, just being too emotional about everything else. I've seen it in business. I've seen it in stocks. Like, it goes beyond trading. But especially in trading, we see that a lot. That's why, a lot of comments that I've seen today, I have to remind some of you new guys, man, especially with it's my duty. It's my job. I have to remind you that, what's yours is yours. Everything is leading into something, but don't take your hand off of the trigger, or don't, what's a better word that's not as militant, stay in the game. Stay absolutely focused, because chances are that one loss is probably leading into something else. And then if you don't have the emotional framework to handle that, you're going to get clapped. Helmet shining, baby. Helmet shining. That's why you wear the arm. They don't feel me, man. Maybe don't take your hands off the wheel. Yeah, that's a good one. I like that. Stay in control. Exactly. Don't let your hands off the wheel and let go. And then, mama, mama. Mm-mm-mm. Keep preaching. I'm not even preaching. I'm like, that's like, come here, sit down. Let me tell you something. This would be just telling you, hey, like, you want to make money, man? Okay. Well, I've noticed some things so far. If you want to get that bag, that's not going to help you. I don't know how exactly you're going to get the bag, but I just know that's not going to help you. That's it. But do what you want. Do what you want, man. So I think that steel stocks are going to rise. Steel is going to be interesting because it's related to currency as well as global stuff like China and even Australia. So it's hard to say. Help me become calmer in work. I used to be an angry individual. I have a good PHILO. You want to know you want me to tell you what today's PHILO is about? Josh has a very calming presence. I'm telling you, I've been told that, and I don't even know why. But then I kind of see it now just because I see people. I think people overreact. I don't think I've overreacted many times, but it's crazy. But today's PHILO, it's gonna be we're gonna talk about. I don't want to ruin it. I don't want to ruin it. Don't let me ruin it. Just don't let me ruin it. I know it's a good one. I like it. It's a good one. It's a good one. It's a good. Oh, I'll tell you. You're gonna like it. I want everybody to listen to it. Even if you don't like PHILO, you might like it. Honestly, it's for all the angry people. This is all for anger. I got something for you. So that's why. Even if you don't like PHILO and you're angry, you might want to listen to the PHILO. I'm just saying. We're gonna talk about. So it's kind of aggressive. So you might like it. You probably will like. I'm just saying. Let me get too ahead of myself. We're my super chat on XONE. My bad, man. Would I buy it right now? It's the first real big loss. 130 at 58. It's at 40. How do I remain calm here? Down 2K. You could sell options on it. So XONE, I wouldn't probably buy it. I don't know much about it. Is this one of those? It seems like a hype momentum. You could either you hold it out and ride it, or you could start selling premium and sell calls. But a lot of things aren't in your favor right now, because even if you wanted to sell the call there, the question is, what would be your can you hold it? If it went, you bought it. This is what I like to do when I buy stocks. This determines how much money I put in. I'll say, hey, if I bought it at 60, and if it's a momentum stock too, if you bought it at 60, could you hold till 30? That's it. I expect a 50% drop. And then from there, I'm just like, okay. So the question, you might need to hold it because eventually you don't want to make, this is the best part about panicking. You don't want to make your decision when you're panicking. You want to be able to sell it on the upside. So when people are selling, you want to be holding. But then when it does start to bounce, that's going to be your exit opportunity. But the question is, can you withstand the pain till there and not? But worst, how I play something like this, again, none of this is a recommendation. I'm just telling you, to view it, I would just hold it. That's what I would do personally, because I buy stuff. Again, it sucks when you buy these momentum stocks. You see what I'm saying? Because you don't really know the quality of it. But at the same time, what I end up doing is I'm like, well, if I can hold till 30, I ride it out, wait till it bounces up, or I'll sell premium into a high and then go from there. What is XONE? I've heard about it a lot. Chinese company 3D printer. Huh? Crude, much bigger draw build. Is a DJ equipment company. What is it? It's 3D printing. Christine Allcamp, welcome. God bless you. Hello. I hope you have a long term. If I had 500 in my long term today, what would I get? Something with dividends. I'm feeling the rotation. I liked it. I've been feeling that since we bought Walgreens end of last year. I'm liking it. And then go look at all the companies Buffett added a new stake in. They're all below 2020 highs. They're going for the value play. Yeah, gold is hitting lows. Gold might get clapped here. I mean, again, yields are going up now. So if you could get a higher fixed return on something safe, people might take the yield on gold again. Even with Buffett, even dump gold. I was surprised. Remember how crazy people went when he bought Barrick? He did not even hold that. Gold is a proxy for liquidity to a degree. Where's a good place to follow Buffett? It just comes out certain times every month. Yeah, Buffett casually swing trading, right? So weird. So weird. I that was like the most surprisingest thing to me. Like he bought Barrick like what? 6 months ago? Not even 4 months ago? 6 months ago. So I was like, what? Yeah, the hearing is going to begin here in 50 minutes. Gold is a Ponzi. Gold is a commodity. So a lot of things exist with more contracts than what exists. That's the problems of derivatives. But overall, gold is gold. I mean, it has some industrial use, but just how people use it, it's good. It's solid store value. I like my gold. I just don't like too much of it. Like I'm glad I have more money in Bitcoin. But I'm a millennial. I'm hip. Okay, I'm hip. If you could tell me why gold is value, I'll give you all of my solid gold. But how would I? If you don't know if gold is valuable, and I show you that it's valuable, how will we even know if your solid gold is valuable? Then you may not have valuable gold because then you need me to explain why it's valuable. See what I'm saying? I feel like this is a trap. Yeah, it's a trick. That's why I say it's a logical inconsistency, or at least it would null the contract void because there is not a real offer of consideration. You see that? You trying to make a pyramid scheme or something. I don't trust this guy. How much gold do I have? I don't even know, actually. I just flip it on my coin. The application you're seeing now is eTrade Pro. Hema Agassiz says, later, everybody, he loves you, and he's honored to be here, and thank you. And then he wants to donate me $1,000. God bless you, Hema. Have a wonderful day, man. Chad says they love you back. Amen. Pretty cool, right? Nice guy. That's not what he said. That's what I read it as. That's weird. I thought that's what he said. Yeah, really nice guy. Very positive this morning. I was like, dude, hell yeah. So we need in the mornings, man. I started a virtual touring company in Dallas. Can we put you on, like for real estate? I don't think I've ever owned gold. Anything is zero purpose for me in life. It's value, jewelry, luxury. Well, there's many economical things to it. Honestly, though, like you don't like gold. Like I think I had a philo about this. I think I like, bro. I think it's hilarious. Like, why do we like? It's shiny. Like I like shiny things. Like I'm telling you, it's hilarious. Like I like shiny things. Like I look at gold like it's pretty. Like, I've always said that. Like I've even like me and like people in my family, like I've always liked certain things and they've been like, "You're weird. Why do you always like that?" I was like, "I don't know. I can't tell you, but I like it. I like shiny stuff. Like diamonds look pretty. You know what I'm saying? But then like it's just I don't know. Like gold is just like it's shiny like that. The fact that you could look at gold and it makes you feel some type of way, that right there it's like an instinct. It's instinctual. Yeah, it's fucking weird. I'm telling you. Diamonds are forever. So, oh no. It's that Arab in me for sure. I'm gonna go buy a BMW now. Just give me my gold chain and my fucking 335. We'll be good to go. But no, I like it. It's just so beautiful. So that right there, I mean, it's not like some people don't like it, but some people do. It's just that's one of the weirdest effects I think of like gold and diamonds, silver, platinum is the fact that people just like the view that people have. Yes, I am Arab. That's why I'm very familiar with all this. If you hold a gold coin, you're gonna like it. Something about it. It's wild. Mm-mm-mm. Gold is just weird though. I mean, again, we have to talk about like I was just mentioning like jewelry, but then there's the commodity itself. There's the types of quality. It's just wild. It's just wild. Even then, yeah, God liked gold. God was a big fan of the gold currency. You know, I think that's all he does mention gold a lot in the Bible. Check Loan Depot, LDI. How have they been since IPO? They're up 5% today. They've been killing it. But they look like they're doing the IPO dance. Yeah, some parts of there is gold in chips, gold and silver. It has industrial application, but it's very, very minor. Mm. As a fellow Arab, aren't we supposed to trade ticker Yalla? It's Yalla Group? No, it's not. I'm never. Okay. No. If you see one Arab doing something, you don't have to do it. That is not in our handbook. Okay. The BMW chain thing just happened by nature. But I don't think that's just watch out for the investor. Usually you buy cash, Habibi. Okay. Go buy real estate cash. You want to make investment. Habibi investment, real estate, cash. That's it. That's all my mom tell me. Okay. Not trading the choppy market. It's been like this has been like everything. This has been like everything we've seen this year. Very, very slow. Again, the value rotation is a little bit in place today. It's a little harder to see today, but we still are seeing it. I mean, there's a lot of big green Dow names. So it's very, very interesting. Nobody knows if we're in the biggest boom or the biggest recession. Kind of true. I mean, that's where the bonds are going to come into play. We'll watch the velocity. Watch the velocity. It's going to be key. When I get my license, can I work under co-real estate? Yeah, shoot an email. I'll get you in touch with them all. You close a fucking deal. You know what I'm saying? You still got to do that part. Food and tobacco leading. Broad market insight. God bless you, Andy. Hopefully you staying good out there in Austin, bro. Hopefully you being safe and warm. A loan officer. Oh, hell yeah. MLOs, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Do I go to church on Sunday? I go to online ones. That's about it. Velocity and bonds, you mean, since there's been a lot of gap downs, it could easily be a lot of gap ups in either direction. Just the fact that if you're waking up and bond yields are shooting up or down 1/3%, 0.5%, that's the problem. So it doesn't necessarily implicate a run up or that it's going to gap up or gap down. But when it does just move in one direction at a fast pace, that's not okay. That's what people get worried about in the bond market. You consider me your online pastor? Awesome. So now we should talk about tithing. Ladies and gentlemen. No, I'm kidding. Nah, man, I'm not a pastor, so you should find a more qualified individual. Okay. I'm just, I do stock 6 hours a day, throw in a little bit of what I read in the Bible. I just share it with my homies. These are just my friends that like to, they like to listen to me and play online video games with me. So I say, otherwise, if you want me to pastor, I got a plate to pass around. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me get an auditorium. Let's we going to buy a MBA facility. You know what I'm saying? That's how they do it. That's how the churches, man, they big time. They big time. They know how to run it. We just got our little YouTube stream. We're chilling, man. We're chilling. Made plays for Tesla. Walmart. I got clapped on my Walmart yesterday. I said Palantir. Where's Palantir? How do you manage trading the amount of time you do in real estate? Real estate's pretty easy at this point. I mean, and I have people who help me out with it, and I'm able to assign or, we have a system in place. But real estate isn't it's not too demanding. I just keep a strict schedule with stuff, though. Well, Colt Philos and Uncle said finger to the Dow. Actually, Uncle said finger to the doubt, not the Dow. He likes the Dow. CCS Century Communities what is that? Is that one of the nursing home things? It looks like it's killing. I mean, most anything right now, if it's already above 2020 highs, I'm not really I don't really like it as much. Again, if it's already really running at a premium this year and has been kind of getting the growth, I'd rather prefer value. Yeah, Amazon, nice little run up there. Kind of probably bringing up the SPY. SPY's right back to where we opened. We hit that 387. That was kind of the danger zone, but we bounced right back from there, so we're still holding that range. Have I ever gotten sued doing real estate? Oh, yeah, plenty of times. Real estate is really hit or miss, and then sometimes, like, I've sued people, they've sued me, but then usually it ends pretty simply. But yeah, I have it in the last year or two, given what's happened. What is that play? What is CCS? What's CCS? I'll have to take a look. Scaring you away from real estate. You don't want to deal with that. Well, what do you want me to tell you? That's just real life. You get sued doing it. You could get sued making a company. You could get sued. You could get sued with stocks. I mean, just not as common. The buyback meme for Walmart shareholders, that should have helped them out. They did a $20 billion buyback, so they're going to go, they're going to buy back $20 billion worth of their stock. So it's going to take up the supply of stock that should increase the value and eventually even help out if they retire it, should help with the dividends as well. They forgot all about Keith Gill. The girl that Gorilla Glued her hair is going to sue? Damn. I think you can. If they didn't say don't put it in your hair. Money was the medicine, then Yellen wrote prescriptions. I would not buy Zom. No. That's why she's suing. She wants a label on the package. Well, we've talked about it. There's the business ethics laws. Like, it's up to you. Like, they have, I forgot the term. It's a Greek term, but you should know how your product will be misused by a potential consumer. Since you're the one who invented the product and made it, it's on you to be able to, you have to be able to try to protect for every way it could be misused. Yeah, caveat emptor. Exactly. That's what it is. Thank you, Chris. Caveat emptor. I believe what's the other one? There's caveat emptor and another one. There's another associated term. But that is the buyer beware. That's where the term comes from with business ethics. So it's saying the principal, the buyer alone is responsible for checking the quality and suitability of... No, not the buyer. No, it's the seller. So that's putting it... There's the other one. I think, is it caveat vendetentor? There's another one, but buyer beware is one thing, but it's just saying, like, a good example is like, what's it called? Like a lawnmower. So, like, have you ever noticed, like, lawnmowers, they have those guards around the stuff? Or, like, if you, like, pull it the wrong way, it won't work. Because that's what they had to figure, like, when they even made lawnmowers, they said, well, what if people run over themselves? What if people try to use it to cut their hair? Other shit like that. Like, you should know that stuff. It's on the seller to be able to have that. Caveat vendetor. That's why they have the diagrams. That's why they say don't do this. That's why sometimes they'll say stupid warnings on boxes, because it's on there. It's pretty wild. Fun little business ethics lessons. Blue is halted. Bella's Health. I think the English version is strict liability. That does sound familiar. I thought those warnings were someone fucked up before. That's part of it, but then they also have to factor in now once those events happen and then they found out, oh, we're responsible, they should think, okay, what other ways could this go wrong? And that's why they have to say, yeah, don't put your hair dryer in a swimming pool. Like you have to, not everybody, you would be surprised at the general intelligence of an average consumer, just given the spread between ages. You know what I'm saying? Like a 10-year-old, a 20-year-old, a 30-year-old down to a 60-year-old. They're going to use a product. It may look like something, but they may use it the wrong way. Well, again, so this relates to like a lot of people bring this up, and now look at what you guys say instantly, right? You're like, oh, they could sue for anything. Then you're saying warning, coffee hot. Well, that's the thing. Like the McDonald's, like everybody has heard that case. That's one of the biggest cases everybody has heard with coffee. The McDonald's lady who spilt coffee and she got millions of dollars because the label or whatever. That's actually a really big myth. What happened in that situation was that they brewed the coffee way too hot. So even if there was a warning or not, the fact was they studied how much. In McDonald's, it used to be standard practice. They would brew their coffee like 60 degrees hotter than what it was. She deserved that? Jesus Christ, Luke. Not at all. This lady was a fucking grandma, and she ordered a coffee, and it ended up being a couple hundred degrees hotter than any coffee anybody has ever had, and that's their standard of how they brewed it. So that's why they sued her, and she won because not only about the warnings and all that, it was on them. Why would they brew something that hot and give it to people? They had to, it just didn't make sense. They said it was just more dangerous than practice. It was the world's hottest coffee at the time, yeah. Dude, she had third degree burn. It was hot. Like, it wasn't just like, oh, boiling water, like type thing. It was like, or just like coffee hot. It was like sear through your skin hot. Oh, he said she deserved the money. Okay, that makes sense. That makes it that. I was like, Luke is usually a very, very nice guy. That's why I was like, damn, Luke, fuck me. He's like, yeah, we're talking about the McDonald's. They would say, all right, there you go. Sorry, Luke. No, Luke is a nice guy. Luke confirmed, nice guy. Don't worry. And he's ripped as hell. So that works too. I was like, wow. I was like, geez, man. She deserved it. I was like, fuck, Tesla's down. I could definitely tell Tesla's down today. Everybody's getting real aggressive. Ambiguity is a bitch. Yeah, they did. They teach classes on this. This is like everything I've taught you is I learned this in college. What I just told you back. This was a college class. They went over it. They went over the Greek terms, to understand how business ethics and business laws are in place and what it means for producers and consumers, and who has the liability. It's very fun. I think business ethics is a very, very cool. If any of you guys are ever interested to like learn more, I mean, you might have. It's like a more logical. It's like it's not like learning formulas and shit. You're like, oh, that's cool. You're like, all right, I didn't think you could. It's just more practical. You get to learn the practicality of business and why people do stuff and why they don't, what they're allowed to do, all of that. It's interesting stuff. It is. There better be warning signs on that jet fuel. Oh, there is. I think it says that it will make you shorter. No, I'm kidding. Says we accounted for everything. We said do not put this in your vehicle. It is not real jet fuel. There's a bunch. What do you call a dog in a submarine? I don't know. This one looks like it has potential though. I hope it's not like a dirty joke. A subwoofer. Ah, I like it. I like it. What do you think of 5G cell towers? I thought they were supposed to kill us last year. So, shout out, my immunity. I don't know. Mm-mm-mm. All I know is been saying 5GE on my phone for the longest time. You're the GOAT, Amir. God bless you. Mm-mm-mm. The only thing I didn't like about 5G was that, like, if you read AT&T and Verizon's filing, literally in the AT&T and Verizon 10K, it explained how they're planning to do 5G, but they put it in their risk factors because they couldn't get insurance. So the insurance companies were not willing to insure them against anything that happened from 5G because they just didn't. There was not enough research to underwrite it. That's why I was like, that was the only weird thing I saw, but that was like a year ago. That was like a year and a half ago. The insurance. So again, like if you're going to do all these buildings and put in new technology, the health, you could insure it. You know that, like, you could insure anything if the insurance company is willing to take it. So the fact that the bank wasn't willing to take insurance is easy money. You know what I'm saying? Imagine getting paid millions of dollars a month to pay out if anything happened with a 5G lapse, But the bank was saying no, they're not willing to take that premium. It's just not. They can't factor what potentials would be. They went through Alex Jones Insurance Agency. Tinfoil, tin farm. Like a good neighbor, tin farm is there. Hey, are you worried about an impending doom or crisis? Don't know if you're covered? Pay us triple the premium and we'll cover you in the case of water outage, gold outage, or anything with bullets. Like a good neighbor, tinfoil is there. That's it. Mm-mm. Yeah, we are going to stream the, what's it called? The Robinhood thingy. Like a good neighbor. We got you covered after nuclear war. Need to insure your bunker? We're the guys. Mm. I feel like we've barely seen Biden. The fact that we're almost in March, I could agree. We saw him a little bit in the beginning, but he's been chilling. It's kind of cool. It's kind of nice, though. I don't know. It's kind of nice. I don't know if you guys could see that, I don't want to talk about politics as much as I want to just talk about, do you notice the change in how information is? You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not, it is I can't lie. It's a little bit more peaceful. I can't lie. I wish it's you, but literally, no matter what is like, even then, like he's not. I'm telling you, he's not really like. I know a lot of. There's a lot more. I think Republicans in here. He's really not. I don't think he's going against Republicans as much as people thought. Like he said a lot of stuff that he kind of very right leaning, and the media hasn't even clapped him at it. Everyone's chill. That's it. Like, it doesn't even matter. Like, it's not like he's even pursuing this crazy agenda so far. Maybe that's the plan. I don't know. But for the most part, it seems like it's chill. I'm a cult Kratikin too. So I'm just saying though, I just think the political or the media climate has been a lot more chiller, but that's why we haven't seen him. We haven't seen any that's it. Politics stopped after the inauguration. Do you guys not realize that? Like even with the market stopped responding, you don't see it publicized as much anymore. Like, there hasn't been the fact that we've gone 60 days without a political issue, and we were having that happen every 30 days for the last 4 years. It's very, very key. So, but, did I tell you else? There's something even crazier. It's kind of political, but we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out the chat. Hit that thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, it is push-up time. Okay, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. If you can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything but get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendations, stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times, relax those pretty little eyeballs, go. Rapid fire blink. Blink, 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 blink. Woo. Wow. Woo, I needed that. That was nice. Relax those eyeballs. Next, I need you guys to fix that nerd neck, okay? Can you please fix that nerd neck? I need you to drop your shoulders. Relax the shoulders. Nobody is attacking you. You're listening to my beautiful voice. You're in a safe place right now. So please drop the shoulders. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Boom, baby. Beautiful posture. That's perfect. You look amazing, okay? Y'all, some of y'all get uncomfortable when I tell you how good you look. I know I'm not trying to give you creepy cult leader vibes. You know what I'm saying? But y'all look beautiful. That's all. I can't help myself. I really can't. All I got to do is tell you that you look good right now. Okay, with that chest to the sun, them shoulders back, that flexed core, you look amazing. Okay, I'm sorry, but some of you look a little weird right now, too. I have to be honest, okay? So my people sitting right now, you have one leg, it's like tucked halfway underneath your balls. That's not how you're supposed to sit. Your legs should be right in front of you, feet planted. So it looks a little awkward. Some of you look like you're trying to ride a dolphin. You have your legs wrapped around your chair as you lean forward on your keyboard. You're not riding a dolphin or mounting a pony. So please fix that. Okay? Thank you. That's how you do it. Next, I need you to relax your jaw. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Beautiful. I like it. Matt did 100. I wouldn't be surprised. He started at like 5. Now he's at 100. That's it. Oh, I feel good. You said you're fapping? It's 8:30 in the morning, dude. Like, just go make a Tinder. Go make Bumble. They're public. Go outside. I'm worried about you, man. I care about how you look. I care about your finances. Like, I want you to kill it in life, man. Every aspect. You know what I'm saying? Every aspect. I don't want you ever to, like, fall back. And, this is where I got to step in. Like, big bro type thing. Let me, come here, nephew. Let me tell you something. It's 8:30 in the morning, dude. You know what I'm saying? So you got, obviously, your body's changing. You feel type of way. But what you need to do is, apply that energy to something positive. Okay, like even go outside, go meet a girl, man. Go meet a girl. You could do a lot. I'm proud of you. It's crazy. It's crazy. Let me go to the bathroom. Please hold. Oh, sorry. I had to, I don't know, it's kind of personal. You ever went to the bathroom and then you needed to go more in the bathroom? That makes sense? I didn't mean, like, I think it's the hernia. I was just like, I went in there to pee, and then one thing led to another, and then I had to poop. But it was a fast one. It was quick. I'm sorry. Don't mean to scare you. Mm-mm. Mm. How come you wouldn't buy Zom? I don't know what the Zomedica is. I think the name is fun to say, but it's just one of those crazy ones. Yeah, I'm excited for this hearing too. I think the hearing is going to be very good. IVR, Snow. Oh, Fastly. That was the other one that reported. Yeah, down 13. Probably would have been a decent continuation. I mean, if they break out, they can. This company will have a big continuation and can move a lot. That one actually could be a decent one. Twilio. I looked at the Twilios this morning. They're too expensive. My mom's jealous I listen to you and not her. You should probably listen to your mom. I don't know. And why you want to make your mom jealous? I don't know what y'all got going on, but, just obey, honor that father and mother. Is a good strat. What are some different outcomes from this hearing? I'm expecting something, any hints, depending on what happens. I mean, it's just going to be about getting information, and people are going to get to see what happens, and I'm sure some good questions will be asked. But then the real question is going to be what sort of implications does this leave for any sort of legislation? Like, we want to see where they're leaning, because now this is where they're all, think about it. You're going to get, what's her name? What's the Indian girl, Pocahontas? What's her name again? Elizabeth Warren. You're going to get, she's aggressive with that. You're going to get people like Bernie Sanders. You're going to hear all these, everyone's going to have an idea. Yeah, Maxine is going to come in there, man. Like, Maxine gets aggressive, so they're all going to say stuff, but the question is, where does it lean and what does it lead to? You're going to hear that a lot. They're going to be like, what's it called? We'll get back to you on that. We're going to get back to your office on that. We're going to see really what's the sticking point out of all of this, and then what does it lead to. But everything from legislation, regulation, taxes, that's going to be what we're looking to get out of it. Everyone doesn't like it when the little guy wins and they lose. I think that's a lie. Like, the little guy didn't win with GameStop. And even then, they're about to go pin it on the little guy. I don't think they will, but it's still in the cards. But it's like the little guy didn't even win. It was just, that whole thing was Wall Street. More, the Citadel and all those people still made their money. And you even look at the numbers, more hedge funds profited off of that whole event than retail collectively. Well, no, little guy could have made money, but when you look at the grand scope of things, You had one fund made like $300 billion or something off of all of that, and they were not mentioned once. Nobody even knew that that's it. They had 10% of the float or something. Like, more rich people benefited off of that than the little guy. Little people were able to take some money here and there, but end of the day, it's not like, I really just think it's a narrative. On occasions, no stocks. I won't day trade a stock. I mean, unless it's like one of those cheaper ones below $20 and I buy a couple hundred shares, IPO maybe. But usually stocks, I'm going to hold them for a little longer. I like the day trading on the options, if anything. Yeah, we're going to stream it. We're going to listen to it. Options limitations. Yeah, that's the stuff we want to look for. We don't know what they're going to we got prepared statements, but then wait till it goes on. You're going to start hearing the questions. What sort of regulation are they going to talk about? What are they going to say with taxes? Who are they going to blame at the end of this? So it's going to get very interesting. Retail can't handle their money, so we need more regulations and rules to protect people from their own adult decisions. That's what's trying to be pushed. I believe so. That's what I'm saying. When everyone's like, "Oh, it's the little guy, this and that," I do think they are trying to push that. But this is how PDT rule came into play. I mentioned that on the watch list during the GameStop situation. If you go look at the PDT rule, that was following or kind of in the middle of the .com bubble. That's what they did. They said everybody was going crazy with it. They said we need to save people because people are getting too easily misled. And what did they do? They said you need $25,000. Otherwise, you cannot open more than 3 trades in 5 days. The taxation thing, that's going to be, well, again, a lot of different things could come up. But if taxation does come up, I mean, that's kind of, it's like related but not related. So that's why I think it'll get interesting. Mm. This house fell through. Stupid ass lenders won't accept signed lease, so I'm gonna go throw all the money in the market. Nah, come on. You're gonna run into barriers. Find a way around it. You'll be better equipped for the next deal. I wouldn't give up and then throw the money into the market. Sounds impulsive, aka via temptation. Do you know who would? Ask them. Say what you could do. If did you say they appraised higher? If it appraised higher, you either got to come in with more money, or you could either get a second loan with it, or you could try to find another lender. But giving up and backing out, I mean, you saw what we talked about with real estate. $5K. You have a credit card. Go take a cash advance on $5K. If you have no way to get the money, or you could get another loan, or you could ask the seller to come down on the credit. Ask the seller to give you some more credits or split closing costs. Ask your real estate agent. If you're buying the property, the real estate agent's probably getting paid something. You get 15 different ways to think of what to do, but to quit, no. No 5K. You could, again, if it's 5K above, they'll give you the full amount. Or you could go get another appraisal. See if you could get somebody to appraise it again. Maybe it's not the one, but I would not put the money into the market if you're about to have money set aside for a house just because you couldn't get the property. No, I had that. I had that the other day. I had a house. It helped me out though. This guy, I had that one property I bought a few months ago. It was a newer build. It didn't appraise. So like it appraised like 30,000, 40,000 lower than what the or above what it got appraised, or excuse me, it got appraised 30,000 lower than the price. So I got credits. I talked to the builder. It was because it was a new build. The houses weren't like, they had like, it was just a weird appraisal situation, but I was able to get credit, and we found a way, but it ended up working out in my favor. So essentially, it's not appraising now. That's kind of good. It might give you a little bit more upside if you can find a way around it, but I'll just keep trying. If I have access to SpaceX, do I take it, buy it 300? Well, you probably get a discount if you're buying it through your like an employee thing. Do I have any rentals in LA or Venice Beach? No, I do not. Rare earth stocks popping. It's 75. So who's doing the loan and then who's the agent? So see if you could get the agent to give you some of the commission back. See if the loan, if they could reduce some of the point. All you got to do is just scrape up money through any of these other ways. Talk even with the seller. Be like, hey, man, this is what we're trying to do. If you could give me this, you got to be able to balance it, or just go get another appraisal. See if you could counter it. I'm the agent, so then how much are you getting back on the deal? You're going to get 75,000, 2.5%. You're getting back 1,800 right there. And then see if you could get closing credits from the lender. You get another 2,000. You right there, agent fees and a couple points or closing cost, anything. You're at 1,875. You're gonna be really, really close to there. And 60% of the three. Yeah, take a higher rate to get lender credit, renegotiate agent fees, more seller concessions. That's what I'm saying. You just gotta get creative with it. It's 5K. You could do it, but it's not. It's just gonna be a matter of it's not moving as smooth as you wanted. But welcome to real estate. That's you saw. You saw how many times we called, and the people. That's what I was talking about. Lending tips, like real estate. It's what we said it. Once you go through the process, one thing happens. It gets annoying, but the more you do it, you'll be good. Yeah, hearing's gonna start in like 5 minutes. It is coming. Yeah, mortgages are puzzles. Just got to figure it out. I agree. 100%. You can either find a way to put it on the back, the front, even get cash. That's it. This guy isn't going to talk over the hearing, is he? I might. It depends what if something funny is said. That's it. Try to quick flip GME. I don't know, man. Have you ever had issues with lenders using your lease agreements? I have a house. Well, yeah, if it's not verified or if it's short term, if you're trying to give them a rent roll to qualify that income, yeah, it's fully up to them. Hearing starts. I think it starts in like 3 minutes. Check Eric. Eric is moving up a little bit. Do you think it might react during the hearing? It might. Love your attitude, especially when they say dumb things. I don't think anyone's saying. I mean, I see positive things. Very positive. Feel blessed, man. You feel blessed? Another reminder that you're blessed. Anybody? Another reminder. Take it. Accept it. Don't get too emotional. Relax. We got a hearing. Good. We about to see. This is very fast hearing considering that everything only happened a week ago. 2-3 weeks ago. There you go, guys. Just making sure you're blessed, man. Making sure you're blessed. Amen. Amen. I'm blessed to be in Texas. Tejas. Too blessed to be stressed. Beyond blessed. That sound like a vegan blessing. I got new Beyond Blessed. I have 20K in Robinhood. Would you withdraw that to put more down on the house? Oh, come on. If you want the house, go flip a coin, dude. Because at that point, if you have the money. I thought you didn't even have 5K anywhere. That's why I said go get a credit card. Oh, dude, you have it. So if you have the money, listen. At this point, you should go sit. I would literally go take the coin. But honestly, because I would just be like, all right, God, you know, you're making it a little difficult. Maybe it's not working as easy. You know what I'm saying? Like, are you fine with both ways? Whether you get the property or not. It seems like you want the property. You've been talking about it all week. You've been posting it in the chat. That's why I don't talk about it before you get it, because sometimes that's how the devil traps you. Because now you've been talking about the property so much. Now you kind of feel obligated to get it because you talked about it before you got it. So it's one of those things where you just gotta decide. I would flip a coin. If you're okay with either direction, the coin has the answer. They'll do 53. But I think the situation is they've qualified you at 75. It's cost 79. You need $5,000. I think you could at least finesse a couple grand by renegotiating everything, or at least just restructuring everything from the loan, interest. They're probably fucking you on the loan, and that's where all the points are going. Like that's where the money is. And then, but it's up to you. It's either that or you just got to come in with $5,000. The deal, if they're ready to approve you at 75, all you need is to pay the difference. You add a little bit more. You add that 4K down. You pay everything else. Boom. You have it in your Robinhood as well. But that's up to you now. If you don't want the property, don't do it. If you feel disappointed with where it landed, then the other decision. Nah, that's not how I use the coin. That's not how I use it. The coin is literally, I go with whatever it is. So if you don't care either way, if you're saying you're gonna back out, you're gonna do whatever it may be, I would just decide. But you have access to the funds. It's not like it's stopping you. I have it hasn't started yet. Is it up? I don't see it. It's on a different stream. Where is the C-SPAN one? Ain't loading. C-SPAN usually gets you the best one. Yeah, if you don't know the ins and out of that house, I want to do it. I agree. Make sure you know. Make sure it's worth the value. And then hopefully it doesn't need any other work. Now the C-SPAN one should have started. C-BAT pop. C-BAT energy. 4 hours remaining. No, it's not. It's supposed to be on. It's not up. Even the House Financial Committee is there. It's not showing up. I fucking love their government, dude. Look at this shit. This is what they've titled. This is the actual YouTube channel of the Financial Services Committee.
The chair is authorized
GameStop.
To declare a recess of the committee at any time. As a reminder, I ask all members to keep themselves muted when they are not being recognized. This will minimize disturbances while members are asking questions of our witnesses. The staff have been instructed not to mute members except where a member is not being recognized and there is inadvertent background noise. Members are also reminded that they may only participate in one remote proceeding at a time. If you are participating today, please keep your cameras on, and if you choose to attend a different remote proceeding, please turn your camera off. Today, we will make an exception and allow members from Texas to participate without their video function if they are experiencing power outages that prevent them from having their videos working. If members wish to be recognized during the hearing, please identify yourself by name to facilitate recognition. I would also ask that members be patient as the chair proceeds, given the nature of conducting committee business virtually. So, this hearing is entitled Game Stopped. If you are participating today, please keep your cameras on, social media, and if you choose to attend a different, I now recognize myself for 3 minutes to give an opening statement. Good afternoon, everyone. This hearing will be the first in a series of hearings for the committee to examine the recent market volatility involving GameStop and other stocks. I want to know how each of the witnesses here today and the companies they represent contributed to the historic trading events in January. This recent market volatility has put a national spotlight on institutional practices by Wall Street firms and prompted discussion about the evolving role of technology and social media in our markets. These events have illuminated potential conflicts of interest and the predatory ways that certain funds operate, and they have demonstrated the enormous potential power of social media in our markets. They have also raised issues involving gamification of trading, potential harm to retail investors, and the business models of apps with retail investors as their users. All of this is why we have witnesses from many of the key players here to testify today, including witnesses representing Wall Street firms Melvin Capital and Citadel, social media company Reddit, trading app Robinhood, as well as one of the retail investors involved. In subsequent hearings, we will hear from regulators and other experts regarding these events, including why Dodd-Frank rulemakings related to short-selling disclosures were never implemented. Many Americans feel that the system is stacked against them, and no matter what, Wall Street always wins. In this instance, many retail investors appeared motivated by a desire to beat Wall Street at its own game, and given the losses that many retail investors have sustained as a result of volatility in the system, there are many whose beliefs that the system is rigged against them has been reinforced. Others have noted that there are winners and there are losers in every trade in our financial markets. Our role as a Financial Services Committee is to ensure fairness in our financial markets and system, robust protections for investors, and accountability for Wall Street. Today, we will hear firsthand from the witnesses regarding these events. The hearing will be an opportunity for this committee to get the facts about the role each of the entities the witnesses represent played in the events we are examining today. Now, I recognize the ranking member of the committee, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And let me just begin by saying I believe Americans are far more sophisticated, informed, and capable than people in DC give them credit for. When I called for this hearing last month, I wanted this to be a fact-finding mission. We have speculation, we have headlines and finger-pointing, but we don't have the facts. We need facts, not just the salacious bits or nasty comments on Reddit. And look, there's plenty of that. We need the facts today. Now, some on the left are already floating new restrictions or things to, quote, protect these so-called uninformed retail investors who, in their eyes, don't know the difference between the Dogecoin and the Dow Jones without Congress telling them. I think if we've learned anything from the past few weeks, it's that these average everyday investors are pretty darn sophisticated. There is wisdom to the crowd. So let's zoom out on that idea just for a moment. The GameStop story represents a larger truth. A fundamental change is happening. Like never before, everyday investors can communicate, access more information, and work collectively to move markets, all in real time. Technology is fueling this revolution. Congress cannot put technology back in the box. GameStop is the culmination of years of pent-up frustration. That frustration is now paired with faster, cheaper, and better technology. Consider for a moment that for every story of someone being able to pay off their student debt from the GameStop trade, or conversely, every story of someone who lost money, there were stories of those who said they were investing in protest. In protest, they would gladly risk losing money just to prove a point. And now, and while no one should ever risk investing money that they cannot afford to lose, let's tell the truth of why someone would do something like that. The sad truth is the K-shaped economy is nothing new in our capital markets because the structural core of our regulations literally enshrined inequity. Policies like the accredited investor definition blatantly pick winners and losers. If you're wealthy, you're good to go. And if you're not, you're deemed too dumb to be trusted with your own money. So a privileged few get to invest alongside Ivy League endowments, getting early access in private markets to the greatest returns of the last 2 generations. But not so fast for the average everyday investor. In the eyes of our government, you need to be protected. Protected from your own decisions, protected from your own money, protected from more opportunities. So you are left with a savings account which pays no interest. And if you need more money than that, well, we created a world where it's easier to go buy a lottery ticket than it is to invest in the next Google. Is it any wonder why the unhealthy dynamics of GameStop happened? It's time we get serious about equity and ownership in the American economy. We should live in a world where the construction worker or Uber driver trading on Robinhood has the same access to equity shares in Robinhood itself as the white-collar employees who work there. Same goes for Reddit and Reddit users, by the way. Both contributed to its success. Why can't both share in its future success? So I'll conclude with a reminder for some of my colleagues who want to regulate more and more. In the 1980s, Massachusetts state regulators barred citizens from investing in what the Wall Street Journal called the latest in a cascade of stocks of high technology companies that occurred that year. What IPO was too risky in the eyes of the government? Apple. So instead of shutting the American public out through new regulations, new forms of taxation, or so-called protections, let's use this opportunity instead to side with them. So I'll begin where I started. Americans are far more sophisticated, informed, and capable than folks in DC give them credit for. And it's time our securities laws treat them that way. I look forward to the hearing, and I yield back.
Thank you so very much. I'm so pleased that you are cooperating today and you were eager to join with us when we call for this committee. So I want to welcome today's distinguished witnesses to the committee. Mr. Valad Tenef is the Chief Executive Officer of Robinhood Markets Incorporated, a company with a trading app that, after increased trading activity in GameStop and certain other stocks, restricted trading of those stocks for a period of time. Mr. Kenneth C. Griffin is the Chief Executive Officer of Citadel, LLC, a fund which is one of Robinhood's main customers and sources of revenue, which also provided financial support to Melvin Capital Management, LP, when Melvin faced significant losses over GameStop and other trades. Gabriel Cohen is the Chief Executive Officer of Melvin Capital Management, LP, which held a significant short position in GameStop and other stocks and experienced significant losses due to its positions. Steve Huffman is the Chief Executive Officer, co-founder of Reddit, a social media platform which is home to the subreddit Wall Street Bets, where retail investors discuss trading and where a large number of members discuss the purchase of GameStop and other stocks which experience volatility. Mr. Keith Gill is a retail investor who posted on Reddit and YouTube regarding investing in GameStop and other stocks. Jennifer Gauck is a director of financial regulation studies at the Cato Institute. Without objection, your written statements will be made part of the record. Each of you will have 5 minutes to summarize testimony.
Chairman here. It was I believe that there are only 3 minutes of Democratic opening statements with the idea that the subcommittee chair on the Democratic side would be called as well. That's what I was told by your staff.
Well, thank you very much. If that is the order that has been organized, I will cease my introductions and I will call on you, Mr. Sherman, to please go ahead and make an opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Back in the day, the law school professor would create an exam where he'd weave together a story that would exemplify each of the issues in that area of the law. But never did the professor do it as good a job as the GameStop saga, which identifies most of the issues facing our capital markets. Short selling. Could there be limits or required additional disclosures? What do we do with market participants, whether they be on Reddit or on Wall Street, who are shorting a stock or buying a stock for the purpose of influencing its price? What is this payment for order flow model? And what does it mean when some participants get best execution and some get enhanced best execution? In price enhanced best execution, and are all traders being treated fairly, and is payment for order flow free to the consumer? We need to look at the plumbing where it takes 2 days to settle a transaction, but also why is it the broker's capital rather than the customer's capital that is posted during the 2-day period? And finally, we need to look at the gamification and glorification of high frequency trading. I thank the chairwoman for the time, and I hope that in the months to come, we have several hearings to explore these issues and that we're able to pass legislation this year to deal with each of them, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the chairman of the subcommittee of oversight and investigations, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for 1 minute.
She didn't like him.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to express some concerns that I have. It is a fact that Citadel Securities has paid over $100 million in penalties. And my concern is this. It deals with whether we can allow a market maker's profits from misleading clients and improperly trading ahead of clients to become something as simple as the cost of doing business. The risk of punishments for violations must always exceed the rewards to deter the risk. I'm concerned, and my hope is that we'll get some additional intelligence on how these punishments have impacted the rewards that have been received. I yield back.
Thank you very much. And I will go back to the introduction of our witnesses. I left off with Jennifer Sklupp, Director of Financial Regulation Studies at the Cato Institute. Without objection, your written statements will be made part of the record. Each of you will have 5 minutes to summarize your testimony. You should be able to see a timer on your screen that will indicate how much time you have left, and a chime will go off at the end of your time. I would ask you to be mindful of the timer and quickly wrap up your testimony if you hear the chime. Now, before we begin with your oral testimonies, I would like to swear in the witnesses. I will call each of your names individually to respond. Would you please raise your hands? Do you solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony you will give before this committee in the matters now under consideration will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Mr. Tennell?
I do.
Mr. Griffin?
I do.
Mr. Plotkin? Mr. Plotkin?
I was muted. I apologize. I do.
Thank you. Mr. Huffman?
I do.
Mr. Gill?
I do.
He looked like he was in trouble.
Ms. Sklupp?
Did he just say yo?
I do.
Thank you very much. Let the record show that all of the witnesses answered in the affirmative. We will now begin with their oral testimonies. Mr. Tennell, you are recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, members of the committee. My name is Vlad Tenev, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of Robinhood. Thank you for the invitation to speak about Robinhood and the millions of people we serve. Almost 8 years ago, Beju Bhatt and I founded Robinhood. We believed then, as we do now, that the financial system should be built to work for everyone, not just a select few. We dreamed of making investing more accessible, especially for people without a lot of money. The stock market is a powerful wealth creator, but nearly half of U.S. households participate in it.
Mr. Staff, I would like you to use your limited time to talk directly to what happened January 28th and your involvement in it.
Certainly.
Madam Chair, the witness has the opportunity to give their own testimony.
Excuse me, you are
Use
not
your time for your questioning.
You are not recognized, Mr. Please go right ahead and speak directly to the question.
McHenry.
Mr. McHenry, yes, of course.
We created Robinhood to economically empower all Americans by opening financial markets to them. I was born in Bulgaria, a country with a financial system that was on the verge of collapse. At the age of 5, I immigrated with my family to America in search of a better life. I have benefited.
Why'd they dress
from
him up
all
like an
America
evil
has
villain?
to offer.
It's a bullshit.
And
Come on,
Robinhood's
man.
mission to democratize finance for all has a very special significance for me. Robinhood's platform allows people from all backgrounds to invest with no account minimums and zero commissions. Contrary to some very misleading and highly uninformed reports, we see evidence that most of our customers are investing for the long term with features like fractional shares, dividend reinvestment, recurring investments. Our customers can start with small amounts and grow their investments in blue chip stocks and ETFs over time. We've always recognized the responsibility that comes with helping people invest. We'll continue to enhance our educational platform to help customers no matter where they are in their financial journey. Hundreds of free educational resources are available to everyone on our Learn website right now. While markets
And Josh
fluctuate,
answers, does our customer
this tells
support?
me our business model is working for everyday Americans. The total value of our customers' assets on Robinhood exceeds the net amount of money they have deposited with us by over $35 billion. This tells me our business model is working for everyday Americans, the Robinhood community. Many people say that Robinhood has helped them to pay car loans, reduce student loan debt, meet daily bills, save for the future, and we're proud to serve them. You've invited me today to discuss the events of last month, and I welcome this opportunity. In late January, many brokerage firms saw a massive increase in trading activity in a handful of stocks. Prices were moving dramatically day to day, even hour to hour. One specific day, January 28th, proved to be a completely unprecedented event. The spike in trading activity and volatility meant that Robinhood Securities, our clearing broker, had to hold the line and post additional firm capital as collateral to support our clearinghouse deposit demands. To put it in perspective, on January 28th, our daily deposit requirement was 10 times more than on January 25th. As a result, Robinhood Securities, along with many other firms, imposed temporary trading restrictions on certain securities. We began allowing limited buys of these securities the following day, and we have since lifted the restrictions entirely. There are 2 points I want to make clear about these temporary restrictions. First, Robinhood Securities put the restrictions in place in an effort to meet increased regulatory deposit requirements, not to help hedge funds. We don't answer to hedge funds. We serve the millions of small investors who use our platform every day to invest. Second, Robinhood immediately secured additional funds. Altogether, through capital raising and other measures, we've increased our liquidity by more than $3 billion to cushion ourselves against increased collateral requirements and related market stress in the future. Despite the unprecedented market conditions in January, at the end of the day, what happened is unacceptable to us. To our customers, I'm sorry and I apologize. Please know that we are doing everything we can to make sure this won't happen again. And I want to highlight one more thing. The existing 2-day period to settle trades exposes investors and the industry to unnecessary risk. There is no reason why the greatest financial system in the world cannot settle trades in real time. I believe we can and should.
Yo, you guys
act
know
now
he's talking to them, not
our
you.
intellectual capital and our
Okay,
engineering
relax.
resources to move to real-time settlement. Together, we can solve this. Before I close, I want to sincerely thank the millions of customers who continue to use Robinhood to access the markets every day. We are grateful and committed to you. Members of the committee,
That one was for you.
I appreciate the opportunity to answer your questions.
Mr. Griffin, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Chairman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the recent market events. The U.S. capital markets are the envy of the world. Our nation's ability to allocate capital to its best and highest use creates jobs, drives innovation, and fuels our economy. America's retail investors play an important role in our capital markets. According to Gallup, about 55% of Americans own stock right now. Citadel Securities, as the largest market maker in the U.S. equities market, executes more trades on behalf of retail investors than any other firm. As I will discuss shortly, Citadel Securities played an important role in meeting the needs of retail investors during the week of January 24th. Before doing so, I want to be perfectly clear. We had no role in Robinhood's decision to limit trading in GameStop or any of the other meme stocks. I first learned of Robinhood's trading restrictions only after they were publicly announced. All of us at Citadel Securities are committed to the healthy functioning of the U.S. equities markets. Now, I first participated in the financial markets as a retail investor. In the late 1980s, while attending college, I traded stocks and options from my dorm room. My passion for investing led to my founding of Citadel in 1990. Today, Citadel is one of the world's leading alternative investment managers. Our capital partners include pension plans, colleges, hospitals, foundations, and research institutions. In 2002, my partners and I founded Citadel Securities. Today, Citadel Securities is one of the world's preeminent market makers. We have been a leader in using technology to transform our markets, particularly for retail investors. Citadel Securities invests hundreds of millions of dollars each year to serve the needs of our customers. In the last week of January, the importance of this investment was on full display. During the period of frenzied retail equities trading, Citadel Securities was able to provide continuous liquidity every minute of every trading day. When others were unable or unwilling to handle the heavy volumes, Citadel Securities was there. On Wednesday, January 27th, we executed 7.4 billion shares on behalf of retail investors. To put this into perspective, on that day, Citadel Securities executed more shares for retail investors than the entire average daily volume of the entire U.S. equities market in 2019. The magnitude of the orders routed to Citadel Securities reflects the confidence of the retail
This
brokerage
feel like a
community
mesothelioma
in
commercial.
our firm's ability to deliver in all market conditions and underscores the critical importance of our resilient and stable systems. I could not be more proud of our team at Citadel Securities. My colleagues who were committed to ensuring that the interest of America's retail investors were served during this extraordinary period. Once again, I appreciate the opportunity to appear today, and I look forward to answering your questions.
He's going to get squashed.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. Mr. Plotkin, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry,
The congressman
members
can
of the
smell
committee,
blood.
I would
They
like
know.
to thank you for this opportunity to share Melvin Capital's perspective on the recent trading activity in GameStop. I am the founder and chief investment officer of Melvin Capital.
And I
I'm
still
humbled by
use a
these
printer.
unprecedented events.
And I wanted
My
to have this
investors on all
humble
si- Many
environment
investors on all
to hide
sides
the fact we're
have
rich as
experienced
fuck.
losses. I am here today to share my own personal experience and to be helpful in this conversation. I understand that part of the focus of this hearing is the decision of stock trading platforms to limit trading in GameStop. I want to make clear at the outset that Melvin Capital played absolutely no role in those trading platform decisions. In fact, Melvin closed out all of its positions in GameStop days before the platforms put those limitations in place. Like you, we learned about those limits from news reports. I also want to make clear at the outset that contrary to many reports, Melvin Capital was not bailed out in the midst of these events. Citadel proactively reached out to become a new investor, similar to the investments others make in our funds. It was an opportunity for Citadel to buy low and earn returns for its investors if and when our fund's value went up. To be sure, Melvin was managing through a difficult time, but we always had margin excess and we were not seeking a cash infusion. I am here testifying today far removed from my background. I grew up in a middle-class family in Portland, Maine. I went to a public high school. I studied hard and got into a good college. Upon graduation, I did not have a job. Today, I'm married with 4 children, and my time is spent with my family and on Melvin Capital, which I founded 6 years ago. I named Melvin after my grandfather, who ran a convenience store. I wanted the firm to represent his values, integrity, hard work, taking care of customers and employees, and commitment to excellence. Melvin Capital manages a hedge fund. Investors such as academic institutions, medical research and other charitable foundations, pension funds, retirees, and others invest with us. We have 36 employees and hundreds of investors, and I feel a personal duty to all of them. Melvin specializes in the consumer and technology sector, including companies like GameStop, AutoZone, and Expedia. Most of our investments are long. In other words, we buy stock in companies that create jobs, grow the economy, and develop new products for consumers. We do this after extensive fundamental research, sometimes literally for years. When our research convinces us that a company will grow relative to expectations, we make a long-term investment. When our research suggests a company will not live up to expectations and its stock price is overvalued, we might short a stock. Like with our long positions, our practice is to short a stock for the long term after extensive research. We also short stocks because when the markets go down, we have a duty to protect our investors' capital. There are laws governing shorting stock, and of course, we always follow them. In addition, it's very important to understand that absolutely none of Melvin's short positions are part of any effort to artificially depress or manipulate downward the price of a stock. Nothing about our short position prevents a company from achieving its objectives. It is just Melvin's view about whether it will. Specific to GameStop, we had a research-supported view well before the recent events. In fact, we had been short GameStop since Melvin's inception 6 years earlier, because we believed and still believe that its business model, selling new and used video games in physical stores, is being overtaken by digital downloads through the internet. And that trend only accelerated in 2020 when, because of the pandemic, people were downloading video games at home. As a result, the gaming industry had its best year ever, but GameStop had significant losses. In January 2021, a group on Reddit began to make posts about Melvin's specific investments. They took information contained in our SEC filings and encouraged others to trade in the opposite direction. Many of these posts were laced with anti-Semitic slurs directed at me and others. The post said things like, "It's very clear we need a second Holocaust. The Jews can't keep getting away with this." Others sent similarly profane and racist text messages.
Yo, chill, bro.
In the frenzy during January, GameStop stock rose from $17 to a peak of $483. I do not think anyone would claim that the price had any relationship to the intrinsic value of the business. The unfortunate part of this episode is that ordinary investors who were convinced by a misleading frenzy to buy GameStop at $100, $200, or even $483 have now lost significant amounts. When this frenzy began, Melvin started closing out its position in GameStop at a loss. Not because our investment thesis had changed, but because something unprecedented was happening. We also reduced many other Melvin positions at significant losses, both long and short, that were the subject of similar posts. I'm personally humbled by what happened in January. Investors in Melvin suffered significant losses. It is now our job to earn it back. And while I do not think that anyone could have anticipated these events, I've learned much from them and I'm taking steps to protect our investors from anything like this happening in the future. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Plotkin. Mr. Huffman, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Thank you. Madam Chairwoman, Mr. Ranking Member, honorable members of the committee, my name is Steve Huffman. I am the co-founder and CEO of Reddit, and I'm pleased to talk with you today about how Reddit works and what we have seen on our site in the past few weeks. Reddit's mission is to bring community and belonging to everyone in the world. What started in 2005 as a single community has since evolved into a vast network of many thousands of communities. They range from standard topics like news, sports, politics, to internet culture, to support. For example, our unemployment community has become a source of support for hundreds of thousands of Americans who have turned to Reddit after losing their jobs during the pandemic. Our communities are created and run by our users. Because of this, we describe Reddit as the most human place on the internet. Though we are small compared to the largest platforms, our communities provide an online home for millions of people every day. I'd like to share a bit about how content moderation on Reddit works. Reddit's moderation system starts with our content policy, the platform-wide rules which all communities must follow. Among other things, these rules prohibit hate, harassment, bullying, and illegal activity on Reddit, and they are enforced by Reddit's anti-evil team, which is composed of engineers, data scientists, and other specialists. This team also ensures the integrity of the site, and we have continuously honed our methods to stay ahead of bad actors to protect Reddit from manipulation, spam, and other threats. This team searched high and low for the specific comment mentioned in the previous testimony, or anything like it. The closest we could find was a single comment that received no votes and was deleted within 5 minutes. Such speech is not tolerated on Reddit, and we will of course investigate any further claims of this nature. Centralized moderation is common, but Reddit additionally uses a governance structure akin to a federal democracy, where the aforementioned policies and teams represent the federal government and the communities themselves represent states. All communities, or subreddits, are created by users that we call moderators. They set the community's rules, which may be as strict as they like as long as they are not in conflict with the platform-wide policies, and they have a variety of tools of enforcing these rules independently. Moderators are not paid employees, but rather users who are passionate about their communities. They have the context and judgment to make decisions no algorithm could. The members of each community contribute both the content itself and the ranking of it by voting up or down on any post or comment. Unlike other platforms where submission has a built-in audience through the author's follower count, every piece of content on Reddit, no matter how famous the author, starts at 0 and has to earn its visibility. Through their votes, the community itself enforces not just the explicit rules of their community, but also the unwritten rules that define their culture. This layered approach has helped our users create the most authentic communities online. The specific community we'd like to talk about today is Wall Street Bets. It's important to understand that Wall Street Bets is one of many finance and investing related communities on Reddit. This particular community specializes in higher risk, higher reward investments than what you might find in other more conservative financial communities on Reddit, with such names as personal finance, investing, and financial independence. I will stress that Wall Street Bets is first and foremost a real community. The self-deprecating jokes, the memes, the crass at times language all reflect this. And if you spend any time on Wall Street Bets, you'll find a significant depth to this community exhibited by the affection its members show one another. They are just as quick to support a fellow member after a big loss as they are to celebrate after a big gain. A few weeks ago, we saw the power of community in general and of this community in particular when the traders of Wall Street Bets banded together at first to seize an investment opportunity not usually accessible to retail investors, but later more broadly to defend all retail investors against the criticism of the financial establishment. With the increase in attention, Wall Street Bets unsurprisingly faced a surge in traffic and new users. At Reddit, our first duty in these situations is to our communities, and our role in this moment was to keep Wall Street Bets online. Working around the clock, we scaled our infrastructure, made technology changes to help this community withstand the onslaught of traffic, and we acted as diplomats to help resolve conflict within Wall Street Bets leadership. We have since analyzed the activity in Wall Street Bets to determine whether bots, foreign agents, or other bad actors played a significant role. They have not. In every metric we checked, the activity in Wall Street Bets was well within normal parameters, and its moderation tools were working as expected. We will, of course, cooperate with valid legal requests from federal and state regulators. That said, we do believe that this community was well within the bounds of our own policies. To conclude, I would like to reiterate why it is important to protect online communities like Wall Street Bets. Wall Street Bets may look sophomoric or chaotic from the outside, but the fact that we're here today means they've managed to raise important issues about fairness and opportunity in our financial system. I'm proud they use Reddit to do so. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huffman. Mr. Gill, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Thank you, Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, members of the committee. I'm happy to discuss with the committee my purchases of GameStop shares and my discussions of their fair value on social media. It is true that my investment in that company multiplied in value many times. For that, I feel enormously fortunate. I also believe the current price of the shares demonstrates that I've been right about the company. A few things I am not. I am not a cat. I am not an institutional investor, nor am I a hedge fund. I do not have clients, and I do not provide personalized investment advice for fees or commissions. I'm just an individual whose investment in GameStop and posts on social media were based upon my own research and analysis. I grew up in Brockton, Massachusetts. My family was not wealthy. My father was a truck driver and my mom a registered nurse. I was one of 3 kids and the first in my family to earn a 4-year college degree when I graduated from Stonehill College in 2009. That was not a good time to be looking for a job. From 2010 to 2017, I worked at a few startup companies, but there were significant periods when I was unemployed. I took an interest in the stock market, and even though I had very little money, I used those times to educate myself and learn more about investing. In April 2019, after nearly 2 years unemployed, I accepted a marketing and financial education job at MassMutual. My wife Caroline and I were thrilled that I had an income and benefits. My job was to help develop financial education classes that advisors could present to prospective clients. I was not a stockbroker or a financial advisor. I did not talk to clients, and I did not recommend stocks for them to buy. Before and after I joined MassMutual, I studied and followed stocks. One of those was GameStop. In early June of 2019, the price of GameStop stock declined below what I thought was its fair value. I invested in GameStop in 2019 and 2020 because, as I studied the company, I became more and more confident in my analysis. Two important factors, based entirely on publicly available information, gave me confidence that GameStop was undervalued. First, the market was underestimating the prospects of GameStop's legacy business and overestimating the likelihood of bankruptcy. I grew up playing video games and shopping at GameStop, and I plan to continue shopping there. GameStop stores still provide real value to consumers and reliable revenue for GameStop. Second, I believe that GameStop has the potential to reinvent itself as the ultimate destination for gamers within the rapidly growing $200 billion gaming industry. GameStop has a unique opportunity to pivot toward a technology-driven business. By embracing the digital economy, GameStop may be able to find new revenue streams that vastly exceed the value of its business. I am hardly the only person who has advocated these points. When I wrote and spoke about GameStop on social media with other individual investors, our conversations were no different from people in a bar or on a golf course or at home talking or arguing about a stock. Hedge funds and other Wall Street firms have teams of analysts working together to compile research and analyze shares of companies. Individual investors do not have those resources. Social media platforms like Reddit, YouTube, and Twitter are leveling the playing field. The idea that I use social media to promote GameStop stock to unwitting investors and influence the market is preposterous. My post did not cause the movement of billions of dollars into GameStop shares. It is tragic that some people lost money, and my heart goes out to them. But what happened in January just demonstrates again that investing in public securities is extremely risky. As I said earlier, I consider myself and my family fortunate with our investment. When the stock price broke $20 in December, I knew my investment was a success. I was so happy to visit my family in Brockton for the holidays. The money will go such a long way for us. We had an incredibly difficult 2020. Most difficult was the tragic and unexpected loss of my sister Sarah in June. I am grateful to be in a position to give back to and support my family. As for what happened in January, others will have to explain it. It's alarming how little we know about the inner workings of the market. And I am thankful that this committee is examining what happened. I also want to say that I support retail investors' right to invest in what they want, when they want. I support the right of individuals to send a message based on how they invest. As for me, I like the stock. I'm as bullish as I've ever been on a potential turnaround for GameStop, and I remain invested in the company. Thank you. Cheers, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Gill. Ms. Schlupp, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
So I think after her, we're going to start
Chairwoman
getting
Waters,
the questions.
Ranking Member McHenry, and distinguished members of the Committee on Financial Services. My name is Jennifer Schulp, and I am the Director of Financial Regulation Studies at the Cato Institute's Center for Monetary and Financial Alternatives. Thank you for the opportunity to take part in today's hearing. Before addressing the GameStop phenomenon specifically, I'd like to talk about the participation of retail or individual investors in our public equities markets. Retail participation has ebbed and flowed over the years, but the recent upward trend accelerated sharply during the pandemic. Most point to zero commission trading, but several other factors also likely attracted retail investors, including fractional share trading, low account minimums, and easy app-based platforms. More time at home during the pandemic probably even played a role. Retail participation in our equities markets is important. The fact that retail investors behave differently from institutional ones and differently from each other can be particularly valuable in times of market stress. In fact, individual investors may have helped stabilize the market in March 2020. Importantly, investing in the stock market also provides a path to wealth for individual investors. But stock ownership traditionally has been skewed towards the already wealthy, and it is highly correlated with race, education, and age. Retail investors making up this new surge are different. Recent research by the FINRA Investor Education Foundation and NORC at the University of Chicago found that investors who opened accounts for the first time in 2020 were younger, had lower incomes, and were more racially diverse. These new investors also held lower account balances. This may portend, as one of the researchers noted, quote, a shift towards more equitable investment participation. These new opportunities for individuals to grow their wealth should be welcomed and expanded, not restricted. Now I'll turn to GameStop. At the outset, I will note that it is difficult to analyze the impact of the trading in GameStop and other stocks because many facts are unknown. But some things seem clear. Importantly, the temporary volatility in these stocks did not present a systemic risk to market function. As the Treasury Department recognized, the market's, quote, core infrastructure was resilient during high volatility and heavy trading volume. This is not surprising. Despite the huge trading volume and rapid increase in value, only a small part of the market was affected, and spillover effects on the wider market were mild and short-lived. The fact that GameStop traded temporarily, and perhaps still trades above fair estimates of the company's value, is not, by itself, a reason for concern. Stock prices move in and out of alignment all the time, and markets are no strangers to bubbles. If a company is valued by the market differently than a review of its fundamentals suggests, it might indicate that the analysis is missing relevant information about a company's prospects, or it might indicate that the company's stock price is due for a correction. The market's mechanisms, including the tool of short selling, generally work well to handle these circumstances. Stepping in to prevent trading where a stock price moves contrary to conventional wisdom could deprive the market of important information. The SEC, among a host of others, is reviewing the relevant trading and conducting a study of the events. The SEC will have access to far more information than has been made publicly available, and I believe it has the tools necessary to address any harmful misconduct that may have occurred. I cannot opine on whether any regulatory changes are warranted on this incomplete record. I tend to believe the answer will be no in light of the minimal impact on the market's function. But as regulators learn more, there may be areas identified for improvement. By no means, though, should these events lead to restrictions on retail investors' access to the markets. Thank you, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Schlupp. I now recognize myself 5 minutes for questions. The market volatility surrounding GameStop and other securities has highlighted how many people feel that the cards are stacked against them, and that market participants, like our witnesses, hide the ball. Mr. Teneve, you explained that Robinhood restricted transactions in certain securities to meet demands coming from your clearinghouse, and yet on January 28th, you represented to the media that there was no liquidity problem. Isn't it true that being concerned about having enough capital to meet deposit requirements, isn't that a liquidity problem? Could you just answer yes or no?
Chairwoman Waters, I appreciate the opportunity to address that.
Just yes or no?
We always felt comfortable with our liquidity and the additional capital that Robinhood raised.
Please answer yes or no.
We always felt comfortable with our liquidity.
I don't have time.
I told you, Maxine. Oh, go tell him.
I stand by my statement. The additional capital we raised wasn't to meet capital requirements or deposit requirements.
Gentlemen,
excuse me.
I'm reclaiming my time.
You in
This
trouble?
liquidity problem had real consequences for your customers, but I wonder if they were all that surprised. Between December 2019 and December 2020, Robinhood customers experienced monetary losses due to system outages. Customer accounts were reportedly compromised. The firm repeatedly failed to testify its best execution obligations, and it misled its customers regarding its revenue sources. It seems retail investors often get a bad deal at Robinhood. Mr. Tenney, also, while you testified today that, quote, Robinhood's customers benefit greatly from payment for order flow, quote unquote, in December 2020, the SEC charged Robinhood for not disclosing that it was getting paid to send customer trades to Citadel Securities and other market makers, and for not seeking the best terms for its customers' orders. Robinhood provided such inferior trade prices, it cost your customers over $34 million. Is your testimony after Robinhood paid, is it your testimony after Robinhood paid the SEC $65 million to settle those charges, that this conflict of interest is in your customers' best interest? Yes or no?
Chairwoman Waters, first let me say regulatory compliance is at the center of everything that we do. We've made mistakes in the past. I'm not claiming that.
Answer yes or no to that question.
So Citadel Securities is an important counterparty. Nobody's denying that. The reason that
gentleman can answer yes or no, I'm reclaiming my time. Meanwhile, Mr. Griffin, Citadel's role in this event also raises significant questions for policymakers. Citadel Securities pays Robinhood tens of millions of dollars to process trades by Robinhood's customers. This relationship gives Citadel Enterprise key non-public information as to direction and volume of trades by retail investors. Your firm makes use of private exchanges called dark pools and other off-exchange trading to trade large sizes without moving the market against you. In fact, at some point last month, 50% of all trades occurred in dark pools or via OTC off-exchange trades. Your business strategy is designed intentionally to undermine market transparency and skim profits from companies and other investors. One problem, though, Mr. Griffin, is that we don't really know how central your firm has become to the capital markets. Mr. Griffin, does Citadel handle 47% of the U.S. listed retail volume?
That's a good question.
Please, yes or no.
Excuse me, Chairman Waters, what percentage? I couldn't hear that number.
47%.
So, Chairman Waters, to the best
yes
of
or no.
So the to the best of my knowledge, we handle in excess of roughly 40% of all retail volume.
Thank you very much for reclaiming my time. Mr. Griffin, on January 27, did Citadel execute 7.4 billion shares for retail investors, which would be more trades than the average daily volume of the entire United States equities market in 2019? Yes or no?
Chairman Waters, that was my written and oral testimony.
Thank you very much. And with that, I now recognize the distinguished ranking member, Mr. McHenry, for 5 minutes for questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Tanev, I'm going to come to you first. I just want to get to what happened on that day in January. So let's take a step back here. You get a call in the middle of the night, according to what I've heard you in interviews say. And based off that conversation with your compliance team, you decided to halt the buying of GameStop stock.
Yeah, what do we do?
People were furious. We'll get into the regulations and the settlement parts of that today. We will get to that. But this is what I think needs to be answered about your decision. Why did Robinhood restrict the buying but not the selling of GameStop?
This is good cop, bad cop.
Why did folks get locked out on the buy side only?
Ranking Member McHenry, I appreciate the opportunity to address that. The reason that Robinhood, first of all, let me say Robinhood is always committed to providing access. It's in our name. It's in everything that we do. the decision to restrict GameStop and other securities was driven purely by deposit and collateral requirements imposed by our clearinghouses. So buying securities increases our collateral requirements. Selling does not. Moreover, preventing customers from selling is a very difficult and painful experience where customers are unable to access their money. So we don't want to impose that type of experience on our customers unless we have no other choice. And even though I recognize customers were very upset and disappointed that we had to do this, I imagine it would have been significantly worse if we prevented customers from selling.
Okay, so let me ask this question. Is payment for order flow legal?
Yes, payment for order flow is legal and regulated and a common industry.
And is this disclosed to those users of your app?
Yes, payment for order flow is disclosed in multiple places. And moreover, payment for order flow enables commission-free trading. And that's why it's become the industry standard model, as other brokerages have replicated our model and started offering commission-free trading to their customers as well.
Okay, so to that to this greater point of what happened that day and the model that you're using, let's be crystal clear. That decision you made to restrict the buying but not the selling of GameStop was based. What was it based on? Pressure from anyone on the witness panel here today?
Not at all. Zero pressure from anyone. It was a collateral depository requirement decision made by our Robinhood Securities president.
All right, so let me get into this other question. Let me get into this question. You want to democratize finance. You want to open up Wall Street to retail investors. You say that Robinhood's mission is to democratize finance for all. So let's talk about that. So yes or no, can a Robinhood customer invest in Robinhood, the company?
Robinhood's currently a private company, so that's not possible, no.
And so you mean to tell me that the people that use your platform, that make you a successful company, and I would say directly contribute to your company's exponential growth and success, they don't get the same access to equity shares as a Robinhood employee or your institutional investors. Is that correct?
Currently, that is correct, yes.
All right, Ms. Schulp, let me pivot to you. Why is that? Why is it that everyday investors on the Robinhood app, people that I would argue contributed to its success, can't invest in Robinhood itself?
Because we
The
didn't go
SEC
public,
limits a lot of investment in private companies to those folks that are known as accredited investors. And to become an accredited investor, you have to have meet a wealth test of earning at least $200,000 a year, or having a net worth of over $1 million. The vast majority of people in this country don't meet that standard and are unable to invest in most private companies.
Okay, so let me just clear this. Mr. Tenev, I don't blame you for the restriction you've put on your customers not being able to invest in equity. I'd like to have more opportunity to ask Mr. Gill his thoughts on this, but let me just say this. I don't fault you for the inequitable regulatory structure that DC has created, but I think we need to clear this up. Final thing, Madam Chair, I have for the record, I'd like to submit a letter from the DTCC, which is the clearing company, that was not on the panel today, and your staff has this letter already.
Order.
All right, thank you all, and look forward to getting to the facts of the matter here today.
Other members, Ms. Maloney.
Thank you, Chairwoman Waters and Ranking Member McHenry for convening this hearing. I hope today's hearing sheds light on how our markets are working, or in many cases are not working, for smaller investors and ways we can fix that. The events of late January saw tremendous volatility and stock prices that were totally divorced from market fundamentals. The whole enterprise was viewed by some as a giant video game, trading stocks instead of properties and monopoly money. But it's not all fun and games, because people can lose their life savings, their hard-earned cash, And tragically, last summer we know of at least one suicide linked to potential trading losses. Beyond those possible losses, the actions of Robinhood and other trading platforms during the GameStop frenzy caused confusion, anger, and undermined investor confidence in the fundamental fairness of our capital markets. None of this is healthy for our markets or good for investors. What makes markets work fairly is when everyone knows the rules and that the rules remain consistent and predictable and are enforced. But because of Robinhood's actions, too many customers did not get that predictability. Many retail investors woke up on January 28th to find that they could no longer buy and sell stocks the same way they could the days prior. And they were being treated differently than other market participants who could still buy and sell those same stocks. So I don't blame them for thinking that things were stacked against the little guy. Mr. Tenev, you stated in your testimony that Robinhood restricted trading for certain securities, including GameStop, in order to meet your financial requirements with your clearinghouse. But when I go to Robinhood's website and the blog post you initially released on January 28th, your financial requirements with your clearinghouse are not mentioned. You only mention market volatility. And when I review the Robinhood customer agreement, you don't include specifics on how and when you may decide to restrict trading, which you did. And you don't include any language or disclosures regarding your capital requirements. It only includes vague language that at any time and in its sole discretion, Robinhood can restrict trading. In other words, you seem to reserve the right to make up the rules as you go along. So I have two questions for you. First, do you think you owe your customers more disclosure and transparency than you gave them? And second, do you believe your lack of candor with your customers might have contributed to the wild speculation and confusion that resulted in the aftermath of your trading restrictions?
Congresswoman, I appreciate the question. So to answer the second question, look, I'm sorry for what happened. I apologize, and I'm not going to say that Robinhood did everything perfect and that we haven't made mistakes in the past. But what I commit to is making sure that we improve from this, we learn from it, and we don't make the same mistakes in the future. And Robinhood as an organization will learn from this and improve to make sure it doesn't happen again. And I'll make sure of that.
Well, I expect we will experience future events with increased volatility, and Robinhood's recent actions appeared arbitrary, which is why I don't blame customers for feeling treated unfairly. Your trading restrictions came out of the blue, and your communication was not clear. So my next question, Mr. Tenev, looking forward, what operational changes is Robinhood making to better respond to future market volatility, to improve transparency with your customers, and to ensure retail customers don't get the rug pulled out from under them at the last minute?
Thank you for that question, Congresswoman. We'll be committing to reviewing absolutely everything about this. The $3.4 billion that we raised, I think, goes a long way to cushioning the firm from future market volatility and other similar black swan events. And I believe that even throughout this process, we improved our risk management processes and strengthened them so that the experience customers had on Friday of that week was much improved from Thursday.
Thank you.
We'll continue to learn and improve upon this.
Ms. Wagner, you're recognized for.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'd like to welcome our witnesses for testifying today to discuss the late January market volatility that took place, along with what I hope is a broader discussion on market functions and their effect on everyday investors. Since I was very first elected, I have advocated for America's Main Street investors and worked tirelessly to ensure that all Americans, especially those low and middle income savers, are given the investment choice, access, and affordability that they deserve. Retail investors are the strength of our stock market, and I have fought throughout my career for their best interests in the financial markets. And this hearing today is no different. The advances in financial technology that we've witnessed in the last decade have improved the way that Americans and our businesses perform financial activities. In just the past year, we have seen retail investors' market participation more than double. And I think this is great. I believe in the wisdom of the retail investor, and I will say I believe in the First Amendment too. This increase is attributed to Robinhood and other trading brokerages who are lowering account minimums, permitting fractional share trading, and implementing zero commission trading. It is critical that Congress focus on reducing barriers to market participation, which is rarely want to do, let me sadly say, and allowing Main Street Americans access to the financial instruments that can create long-term investment savings. All of these changes have given millions of Americans the ability to invest better for their families and their future. My hope is that the majority does not use this hearing as an excuse to once again add new federal regulatory burdens to an industry that is already heavily regulated, that will prevent people from participating in our capital markets. Letting existing regulations work is key, not burdening everyday investors with new and more costly barriers to entry. Mr. Tanev, it appears at the time your company did not have enough money to meet the collateral requirements for that level of trading by your customers. In your view, A, were collateral requirements from the DTCC unreasonably high? Was the amount of trading on your platform unforeseeable? Or was your company undercapitalized given its risk profile?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. So this event was a 5 Sigma event, which is a 1 in 3.5 million event. To put that in context, there have only been tens of thousands of stock market days in the history of the US stock market. So a 1 in 3.5 million event basically is unmodelable. That said, we can learn from it. And in this particular case, our risk management processes worked appropriately to keep us in compliance with all of our deposit requirements and collateral requirements.
Well, Mr. Tanev, I realize that you are doing a full review of your practices and such. I encourage you to do that. And certainly communication with your investors is going to be key to that because you didn't communicate with them early on. Let me just say, as the ranking member on the Diversity and Inclusion Subcommittee, I am delighted to be speaking with our witness, Ms. Jennifer Schulp. Ranking Member McHenry and I have spent countless hours stressing the importance of having qualified women in finance. So I'm pleased to have you here today to lend your expertise. Ms. Schulp, we now know that it was the daily collateral demands set by the National Security Clearing Corporation that were the reason Robinhood had to temporarily restrict trading. Can you briefly explain the purpose of these capital requirements and their overall relationship to ensuring our markets function in an orderly manner? And did you see any broad failures of market function during these events, ma'am?
Sure, thank you. Thank you for the compliment. The NSCC's collateral requirements here serve the function to provide security for the stock settlement process goes through. So while an investor thinks that what has happened is they bought a stock on the day that they make a trade, it really takes 2 days for the settlement process to clear. During that time, the brokerage firm, the DTCC, and the brokerage firm on the other side can remain at risk of that stock not actually clearing. And the collateral requirements are in place in order to mitigate the risk that the brokerage firm will not be able to make good on its promises to sell or buy. I didn't see any broad scale failure. The DTCC's collateral requirement was large, but understandable. And I think things functioned largely correctly.
My time has expired. I thank you all for your testimony, and I yield back, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chairman, point of order. I just like, yeah, Perlmutter, just to remind people to, when they're not speaking, to mute themselves, because there's a lot of feedback when the question is asked and the mic stays open and the people are answering the question. Just remind everybody, mute when you're not speaking, that's all.
Thank you very much. You heard Mr. Perlmutter. I would hope that every member would certainly do that. Mr. Sherman, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. We've come to expect things on the internet to be free. When you're not paying for it, it's not free. You're the product, someone else is the customer. When you go onto Facebook and it's free, you're the product being sold to the advertiser, and your information is sold to God knows whom. So we now have a system where we're telling investors that it's free to invest to buy and sell stock. There are 2 ways to pay the folks involved in Wall Street for buying and selling stock. One is a commission, and you know what it is. And so we discourage investors a little bit from buying and selling stock because they have to pay a commission and they know they're paying a commission. The other way to do it is to give them a worse execution. Whenever there's a stock being purchased and sold, the market maker, perhaps Citadel, might be willing to sell the stock for $10.05, but will buy it for only $10. The difference is 5 cents. And so the issue is whether Robinhood and other people who are being told you get it for free are really getting it for free. Mr. Griffin, you're a market maker. You pay some brokers for order flow. You don't pay others for order flow. So when you pay for order flow, you're not making as much on the transaction. You have to pay some of that back to the broker. That's hidden the amount of that is hidden from the customer. The fact that it exists has perhaps recently been disclosed. SEC rules require that people get the best execution, but I've recently learned that there's best execution and enhanced pricing. So if you get an order from Fidelity and you get an order from Robinhood and you're paying for the Robinhood order flow, is the Robinhood customer getting as good a price as the Fidelity customer? Mr. Griffin.
So Congressman, I believe that's an excellent question. The execution quality that we can provide as measured in terms of price improvement is heavily related or correlated to the size of the order that we receive. So if I were to speculate,
don't tell me that that there are other factors involved and take us down another road. I'm asking you a clear question. Assuming same size of order, one comes in from Robinhood, one comes in from Fidelity. Is it not true that one is going to get a enhanced best execution and the other one is just going to get best execution?
So as I was trying to explain, because the Robinhood order comes from a community of traders who tend to trade in smaller size.
That isn't my question, sir. You're evading my question by making up other questions. Let me repeat. 2 identical orders come in. Same stock, same quantity. One's from Robinhood, one's from Fidelity. What happens?
The quality of the execution varies by the channel of the order. This is a commonly understood phenomena in economics that channels matter. So for example, when you go get a mortgage from JP Morgan to their clientele has a different rate of interest than a mortgage.
Okay, reclaiming my time, sir. Who gets the better deal? The one that comes from a broker who is being paid for order flow, and one not. Can you testify that that on balance, there is no difference, assuming the same size of the order?
So as I said earlier, size of the order is only one factor.
You are doing a great job of wasting my time. If you're going to filibuster, you should run for the Senate. Everyone else I've talked to in this industry says when you pay for order flow, you get when your broker is being paid for order flow, you get a worse execution. Otherwise, you're in a peculiar circumstance where you're making more money on a Fidelity transaction than a Robinhood transaction, which would be an absurd business practice.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Lucas, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, for holding this hearing, and thank you to the witnesses for agreeing to testify. It's been reported that approximately 20% of market volume is now attributable to retail customers, which I think is just fascinating considering that's up from 10% in 2019. And that's an overwhelmingly positive development, allowing for more market liquidity, more stability, additional avenues for households to grow their wealth. And it's important to increase market access for retail customers. And I don't want to disrupt that if we possibly can. So I'd like to turn with my first question to Mr. Tenev. Let's talk about the attention that this pay for order flow has received. You explained in your testimony, Robinhood's relationship with market makers is important for Robinhood's ability to offer commission-free trading. So expand, if you would, on how that process benefits the everyday investor, and just expand in general on that, if you would.
Congressman, I'd be happy to. Thanks for giving me an opportunity. So as I mentioned in my written testimony, payment for order flow enables commission-free trading. Prior to Robinhood changing the industry standard model to be commission-free, most brokers collected a commission on top of the payment for order flow on every transaction. Now, Robinhood routes to market makers, including Citadel Execution Services. We've got 7 in total across equities and options. And we route without consideration for payment for order flow. All payment for order flow arrangements are uniform across the market makers. And our system routes orders based on who provides the best execution quality for our customers. So the reason Citadel gets a relatively high percentage of our customer order flow is because they provide superior execution quality for our customers. And that's first and foremost the most important consideration that we look for. How are our customers getting the best execution quality? If another market maker were to improve upon the execution quality that Citadel Execution Services provides on any subset of orders, our system is set up to automatically route more traffic to that market maker.
Continuing down this line, because clearly this is one of the things that my colleagues and the public has a very strong interest in. And having lived through Dodd-Frank before, I see where sometimes major things can occur. I want to turn to Mr. Griffin. Now, could you also elaborate on how payment for order flow provides, whether it's the best price to the retail investor from the market maker perspective? Could you expand on that? As you outlined in.
Absolutely, Congressman. So as the CEO of Robinhood just set forth clearly, the orders that are allocated amongst the market makers today are allocated principally on the basis of price improvement. We have fought for 15 years to make that the basis by how which orders are allocated, because we strongly believe that Citadel is able to provide a better execution for retail orders in the long run. We make a huge investment in our team and our technology to do so. How is it that we are able to provide better execution quality than exchanges? Because exchanges are limited in their ability to do business by regulatory mandate. Exchanges by law have a minimum 1 cent wide market, which for low price securities means that they are less competitive than they otherwise could be. we're able to
How are
stay-
you here and what are you doing?
Excuse me?
That wasn't either one of us. Continue, Mr. Griffin.
So we're able to share our trading acumen with retail investors, and we're able to give them a better price, and we're able to make payments for order flow to firms like Robinhood that allow them to have lower, or today in most cases, no commission. And of particular note, we're able to help Robinhood and other brokers pay exchange fees to the exchanges at the time of execution. This has been very important to the democratization of finance. It has allowed the American retail investor to have the lowest execution cost they've ever had in the history of the U.S. financial market.
Kind of in the Dodd-Frank process that the chairman and I went through a decade ago, plus there was much discussion about margin requirements. Give us just a discussion for an instant about when you discovered you had a $3 billion additional margin call.
So, thank you, Congressman. I believe the full play-by-play of that situation was described in detail in my written testimony. Just to clarify, though, this decision had nothing to do with margin.
Expired, unfortunately. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Has expired. Mr. Meeks, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for this hearing, and Mr. Ranking Member. Let me ask a question to Mr. Taniv. I've been burnt once or twice in the market, and but particularly since I've been a member of Congress, one of the things that I recall greatly was the financial crises in 2008. And it is, we thought that opening the market up, where people had adjustable rate mortgages, et cetera, they were able to get into the market, people who may not have been before, but a lot of disclosure had not happened. So they didn't look, nor was there was no documents to look at what their incomes were or anything of that nature. So when those adjustable rates happened, many individuals lost their homes. Many people who bought those mortgages or who initially agreed to those mortgages sold them immediately because they did know that the people would not be able to afford them and they would default shortly thereafter. Now, so I understand your model of trying to get more people, more democratization, but that means that there's now greater responsibility of ensuring that your customers have all of the information they need to assess riskier trades. Now, for me, the information that has to be digestible and accessible. Now, one of the problems I have, for example, you're allowing up to $1,000 to buy stocks on margin, and borrowing on margin is risky. So how do you disclose this? How do you make determination of individuals who are not the sophisticated investors and allowing them to buy these risky stocks that are on margin?
Thank you, Congressman, for the opportunity to address that. Let me set the stage a little bit by saying that about 2% of our customers borrow on margin. About 13% on a monthly basis perform an options transaction, and a much smaller number, around 3%, perform a multi-leg options transaction. So the vast majority of our customers are engaging in buy and hold activities and long-term investing on our platform. Now, to clarify your point on the $1,000 margin, that's actually something that we refer to as Robinhood Instant, and it's provided as a courtesy. When a customer initiates a deposit, we allow them access to up to $1,000 of that deposit immediately, similar to how if you deposit a check at a bank, as a courtesy, they might provide access to those funds or a portion of them before that check clears. As for margin specifically, borrowing money on margin, the rules are very ironclad industry-wide. Obviously, Robinhood Securities conforms to all of the applicable rules. And Robinhood's product is in many ways more restrictive than that of our competitors, because in order to even qualify for borrowing on margin, you have to be a Robinhood Gold customer, which involves paying $5 a month for the service.
So I think that you have, you say that everything is restrictive, but when you are going after the less sophisticated investor, it's more than that. There's a greater responsibility that you have because they have, they could lose. And when they lose,
We got a crazy regulatory
it could
requirement,
make a
$5 a
determination of
month.
whether or not they can pay their mortgage or their rent or not. And they can be taken advantage of. Oftentimes we find in the financial industry, it is those that have the least that are really taken advantage of. So the big guys, it becomes a reverse Robin Hood situation, which really concerns me. Let me get to this real quick because I was just something else that you said in regards to liquidity. And you said that you didn't borrow the money because you needed it at the time, but that then you later in a question you asked that you raised the additional money because I want to know how you spent the money for future situations, which means to me that you did have a liquidity problem or you anticipated possibly having a liquidity problem or would have one in future transactions. Could you, what's the deal there?
I appreciate that question. I stand by what I said. Robinhood was able to meet our deposit requirements. We were in compliance with firm net capital obligations throughout the period. And that additional capital, the $3.4 billion, wasn't to service our requirements. It was entirely to prepare for a future, even greater black swan event and to unrestrict and remove restrictions on the trading and buying of these securities.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Huizenga, you're next with 5 minutes.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And this would have been a little nicer 10 minutes ago when I was supposed to go, but I'm going to go back to Mr. Griffin and the chair of the Capital Markets Subcommittee. Ranking member, I think, was filibustering himself. And I just wanted to make sure, Mr. Griffin, you had that opportunity to feel comfortable with the explanation of that best execution and what was attempted apparently to try to be asked.
Congressman, I hope so. I think it's important to emphasize that we have vigorously advocated for execution quality to be one of the dominant decision-making factors in the routing of order flow in the United States.
And
this has saved
mesothelioma.
retail investors billions of dollars over the year, in contrast to the executions that they would receive through other execution strategies.
Okay.
With respect to payment for order flow, we simply play by the rules of the road. Payment for order flow has been expressly approved by the SEC. It is a customary practice within the industry. If they choose to change the rules of the road, we need to drive on the left side versus the right side. That's fine with us. I do believe that payment for order flow has been an important source of innovation in the industry. As the CEO of Robinhood has testified, they drove the industry towards $0 commissions. This has been a big win for American investors.
We get to Ms. Sculp from Cato Institute. And I know that there was Greenwich Associates had a study and others are out there. Do you concur that this has been good for consumers in the most part?
I think that there's still ongoing studies, but I do think that payment for order flow and the price improvements have largely been good for improvements for customers. And I agree with Mr. Griffin that this has helped drive innovation in the industry. I think disclosure can always be better. And I think people should understand that their broker still needs to make money, even if they're providing a zero commission trading service.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I've got about 3 minutes left. I was going to start actually with this and ask each one of you why you thought you were here today. But I'm going to dispense with that because it's going to take too much time and I'll provide the answer. Political theater for the most part. That's what this hearing is today. I mean, we're on the business channels right now and on C-SPAN. I think if you see a few of my colleagues playing to the cameras, but we need to have some of these fundamental and important questions answered at the end of the day. And one of the assertions that you've heard already today is that investing is, quote, casino gambling. It's using monopoly funny money. I guess I want to know, is individual retail participation in the marketplace gambling, casino gambling, or using funny money? Mr. Gill, why don't we just start with you? Very quickly. I don't hear him. Mr. Huffman, let's move to you.
No, I believe that investing is investing.
Okay. Mr. Griffin?
I believe the vast majority of retail participation are people saving to meet their dreams.
All right. Mr. Tanev?
Congressman, thank you. As I mentioned in my opening statement, Robinhood customers have essentially made over $35 billion in unrealized and realized gains on all of their assets.
It's been a thing for them, correct?
Absolutely, it's investing and it's building wealth.
Go back to Mr. Gill.
Yes, of course. I do. I believe it's an opportunity for investors to participate in the market just as institutionals participate.
Okay, so actually the business channels had a good question from one of the Reddit readers, which is, so you recommended GameStop before. Would you buy their stock now at roughly 45? It started at 48 earlier today. You were talking about buying it and being happy when it hit cross 20. So are you buying that stock today?
Well, let me just say that investing can be risky, and my particular approach to investing is rather aggressive and may not be suitable for anyone else. But for me personally, yes.
So yes or no, are you buying the stock? And
for me personally, yes, I do find it's an attractive investment at this price point.
Quick question. Did you invest in GameStop because you were not aware of the payment for order flow? That's one of the accusations. People bought into this because they don't know that.
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Did you buy GameStop because you were not aware of the payment for order flow?
My investment in GameStop was based on the fundamentals.
Okay. I think that answers it. I believe my time has expired.
That's
Ms.
good
Velasquez,
answer. Good answer.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Mr. Tanev, Robinhood seems to have perfected the gamification of trading, providing the user with the perception that investing through the Robinhood app offers recreational gain, playing with little or no downside risk. Of course, many of us understand that investing is not a game and carries significant risk. How does Robinhood balance disclosures around the potential downside risk of investing, including the risk of substantial loss and the more enticing claims of profitability and the ease of trading?
Congresswoman, I appreciate that question. Giving people what they want in a responsible way is what Robinhood is about. We don't consider that gamification. We know that investing is serious, and we're investing in all of the educational tools and customer support to help people on their investing journey. What we see is most of our customers are buy and hold. A very small percentage are trading options, about 13%, and less than 3% borrow on margin. So most people use Robinhood to build up portfolios over time.
But can you answer my question? How do you balance disclosures around the potential downside risk of?
So we make lots of disclosures, Congresswoman. We're also a self-directed brokerage, so that means we don't provide advice and we don't make recommendations for what customers should or should not invest in.
So you don't think that as a result of the emphasizing profitability and ease of trading over the risk of loss, that many amateur investors were unaware of the situation they currently find themselves in?
Well, I want to mention again, as in my opening statement, Robinhood customers have earned more than $35 billion in unrealized and realized gains on top of what they've deposited. So I think this shows us that the product is working for customers and our mission is working.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Plotkin, over the course of my time in Congress, I have been concerned and spoken out about the dangers of short selling. While I understand that short selling can be used for legitimate purposes, too often I have seen abuse, and it ends up harming ordinary workers and families. I first saw it against the people of Puerto Rico, and now we are seeing it here against GameStop. Large investors, including hedge funds like yours, have to disclose their long positions when they own 5% or more of the company's shares, but not such disclosure is required for short positions. As we consider reforms, is this type of disclosure for short positions something you will support? Mr. Plotkin?
Yeah, Congresswoman, thank you very much for the question. I think it's a really good question. Whatever regulation is put forth in the marketplace, we will obviously, operate within those rules. It's certainly something I'd be happy to follow up with.
But what about my question about short selling?
Yeah, I think it's a really good question. It's not really for me to decide, but if those are the rules, I'll certainly abide by them.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that answer. Mr. Gill, public reports credit you with helping to start the GameStop craze by encouraging other amateur investors to bet against the short positions that Mr. Plotkin and others took. But the stock has now fallen from its high, and many amateur investors have lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. It is my understanding that you are a registered broker. Is that correct?
The gentleman's time has expired.
Okay. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, and I appreciate all of the members who are participating today. This is not political theater at all. This is serious oversight responsibility, and members are reminded not to impugn the motive of other members. Thank you, Mr. Lukemeyer. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my first question will go to Mr. Gill. Mr. Gill, I guess the question is, you're a very serious investor, somebody who does his homework, invest in the market, your own personal funds. And so I guess the question would be, here today, we're discussing the actions around Robinhood, all the transactions that took place. And I guess, do you think we need more legislation as a result of what happened here, or did the system actually work? And let me just make a couple comments on that part. From the standpoint that, did it work? Was it self-correcting? Did the fact that somebody like yourself was able to invest and maybe take advantage of the over-shorting positions by the hedge fund guys who were trying to really drive down the price of the stock for other reasons, whatever? Or did it point out perhaps that we had some companies, perhaps like Robinhood, I would argue that was undercapitalized or under-reserved? Or maybe there was over-aggressive other types of investing that was taking place. The algorithms that were there, the different business models, they didn't work because you outsmarted the system, so to speak. Would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, what's going on with this Garth Brooks background?
And how I formatted
I think it's a shrine.
Thank you for the question, Congressman. I would say my expertise is in analyzing the business, the fundamentals of the business, not so much on the inner workings of the market. I'm not so sure about legislation per se. What I would say is that increased transparency could help. That if someone like me could have a better understanding of how those types of things work, I feel as though it would be quite beneficial to retail investors.
Thank you for that. I know that Mr. Tevin, Robinhood has an interesting name. As I recall, the old story is take from the rich, give to the poor. And I assume what you're doing is allowing the poor to compete with the rich, which is interesting. You made the comment in your testimony, Mr. Tevin, about settling this in real time. We had the electronic ability to do this. I think that would probably help the situation that occurred here. But what other problems occur when you do this in real time? What other things would we have to look at? What other unintended consequences would there be if you did something like that?
Thank you, Congressman, for the question. I believe that right now, certain market participants rely on next day settlement to be able to take advantage of intraday netting and run up larger one-sided positions in certain stocks with the knowledge that they can close those positions or reduce them by the time settlement happens. And I understand that would be a limitation to the trading activities of some of these institutions. So that's certainly one area to consider. The other is around securities lending. We'd have to make changes to how securities lending works. I don't think any of these are insurmountable challenges, and I'd be happy, as I mentioned earlier, to deploy our intellectual capital and our team's engineering resources to help solve these problems very quickly.
Thank you for that. Mr. Plotkin and Mr. Griffin, the question is for both of you here. Whenever you're short selling, I understand that GameStop stock was short sold 140%. And Mr. Plotkin, you made the comment in your testimony a minute ago that you were not trying to manipulate stock. Yet if you're short selling a stock 140%, for me, on the outside looking in, it looks like that's exactly what you're doing. Explain to me why that's not manipulating the stock.
Thank you, Congressman. For us, I can't speak to other people that were shorted. Anytime we short a stock, we locate a borrow. Our systems actually force us to find a borrower. So we always, short stocks within the context of all the rules.
Mr. Griffin, would you like to comment on that? You guys are both market makers and brokers and hedge fund guys. I mean, you do all of it. Why is this not considered manipulating a stock whenever you can short sell at 140%? Don't you think there should be a limit on something like that?
So I believe that the short interest in GameStop was exceptional, and I'm not sure it's worth us delving into legislative corrections for a very unique situation in terms of the extreme size of the short interest. I will say that all of the large market participants, in fact, every bank, every hedge fund, does have to comply with the requirement to borrow shares to short shares in the course of their day in and day out business. The practice of naked shorting was largely curtailed by SEC mandate years ago.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Lady Waters. And let me just say, Chair Lady, that the people of this country appreciate you for pulling this financial services hearing together, because this is a threat to the future of our financial system, and we got to get to the bottom of it. Let me start with you, Mr. Tenney. Let's go through this. The sequence of events that led to the extreme rise in value of GameStop stock and the subsequent market volatility originated through a Reddit discussion. And then that was fueled through social media. And as the story gained traction, tweets by well-known figures with the influence to move markets sent the stock value even higher and higher. So let me start with you, Mr. Tenney. What policies does Robinhood have in place to monitor what happened on social media and how it drives the use of your trading platforms?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. Currently, Robinhood does not perform any sort of moderation of social media. We simply don't have the data that the social media platforms have at their disposal to tie these posts to identities. We do, however, within Robinhood Securities, conform to all regulatory requirements around monitoring and trade surveillance and all things of that nature.
Well, Mr. Kenneth, don't you see something is gone terribly wrong here? What do you do to monitor the trades?
I love you all.
in
I made a
individual
play.
stocks?
I sold
Particularly
15
when
of the
in the
20
case
Dropbox
of
leaps,
GameStop,
and I made them
they are
free.
singled
So I
out
sold 15 to
and
20 Dropbox
moved
leaps at 470.
on social
We'll go over
media.
that play before close.
What do you do?
I appreciate the question. So our priority throughout the exceptional market conditions in January and early February was to maintain the uptime and performance of our platform and make sure that we're available to customers.
Let me try to get to a point here. Do you, Robinhood, do you have any policies in place to ensure that investors are making trades based on legitimate material, financial information, and not the influence of social media, the design of trading platforms, or any other superfluous information? Do you have anything in regard to that?
Absolutely. Congressman, we provide educational resources to our customers, including our redesigned Robinhood Learn portal, which is not just available to Robinhood customers, but to the general public, and had over 3.2 million people visiting in 2020.
But do we not? I mean, you're at the center of this. Don't you see and agree that something very wrong happened here and that you're at the center of it? And we are looking on this committee of how we can protect our wonderful, precious financial system. We need it from you. What about you, Mr. Hoffman? Do you have anything? What steps is your company taking to guard against this? Anything at all?
Congressman, we spend a lot of time at Reddit ensuring the authenticity of our platform. So we've got a large team dedicated to this exact task. Everything on Reddit, all of the content is created by users, voted on by users, and ranked by users. And we make sure that that is authentic and as unmanipulated as possible. And in this specific case, we did not see any signs of manipulation.
Madam Chairman, lady, I just want to conclude. I got maybe 10 seconds left, but this episode exposes a serious threat to our financial system when tweets, social media posts do more to move the market than material, legitimate information. The risk is enormous.
Thank you very much. Mr. Stivers, you now have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you calling this hearing. The American financial markets
Green
I believe,
screen
are the envy
exposed.
of the world, but they're still imperfect. I would have liked to seen this committee have a meaningful discussion about capital requirements and the T+2 clearing rules that may have contributed to some of Robinhood's customers not being able to purchase stock, including GameStop, for a period of time. But because the majority didn't include the SEC, the Depository Trust Clearing Corporation, or the National Securities Clearing Corporation to testify, we're left with what we have. That's because I believe the majority is attempting to use this hearing to drive a narrative about the U.S. capital markets being rigged. But I do have several questions. Mr. Tanev, you decided to stop allowing your users to buy GameStop and other stocks as a result of capital requirements on Robinhood securities. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes. Deposit requirements with our clearing houses.
And you know, those got resolved, but for a period of time, some of your users could only sell and not buy, and that could have contributed to the stock actually going, you know, not going up as fast because some of your users were prohibited from buying. Do you think that is possible that could have happened?
I shouldn't speculate on what could have happened if
there's more sellers than buyers, does the stock price go down or up?
well, to be clear, Robinhood, Congressman, is a minority of trading activity in these securities.
I understand, but if your buyers can only sell and not buy, then it clearly keeps you from putting upward pressure on the stock price. Is that correct?
On Thursday, customers on our platform could only sell, so there was no ability to buy. That's correct.
Right. So, I know, and you said earlier, by the way, I know some people have attacked your arbitration agreements, but I want you to be clear. If your users were harmed as a result of these actions, they can recover through arbitration. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Yes, that's correct. And our arbitration is FINRA supervised and overseen. And we do believe arbitration gives customers a fair and speedier resolution to their claims.
Thank you. Does your user agreement and your arbitration allow for group arbitration or only individual arbitration?
Let me get back to you on that.
If a group was treated similarly and similarly affected or lost upside or lost money, can they do it as a group, or is it only individual in your arbitration agreement?
Well, Congressman, I'm sure you're familiar of the number of class action lawsuits filed against Robinhood.
And I'm not asking about a class action lawsuit. I'm asking, in your arbitration system, can a group of people come together, or is it individual? And this is not a trick question. I'm not a fan of trial lawyers. I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, I appreciate the question, Congressman. I think the best thing I can do is get back to you after making sure that we get you the right answer.
Thank you. That'd be helpful. Mr. Plotkin, are you a frequent short seller, yes or no?
We run a long short portfolio. The majority of our investments are long investments, but we also have short investments to hedge out market risk.
Thank you, Mr. Plotkin. Has Melvin Capital ever engaged in short selling of the stock Tesla?
We have been short Tesla in the past. That's correct.
Mr. Plotkin, also, this is a longer question. Did you see the tweet from Tesla CEO Elon Musk about GameStop stock?
I did see that after market hours on a Tuesday.
Do you believe that Mr. Musk's tweet had any significant effect of driving the rise in GameStop stock?
I don't want to speculate on what the actions of his tweet were. The stock did rise after hours.
Then do you believe that tweet was targeting you because you?
That's a good question.
Tesla stock in the past?
That's a good question.
We had a very small short position years ago in Tesla. That would be pure speculation as to his motives of putting that tweet out.
Okay.
He answering it good too.
I'll go back to Mr. Tenev on the regulatory requirements. Do you believe that the SEC and the Depository Trust Clearing Corporation should modify any of their rules as a result of what happened to your users because of capital requirements?
I do believe.
The gentleman's time has expired, and the SEC is not here today because they're in transition with a temporary chair, awaiting the confirmation of the person who's been appointed by the President of the United States. This is a serious hearing. Members are reminded not to impugn the motives of others. Thank you, Mr. Green. You're
I'm trying to bring
recognized for
Elon
5 minutes.
into this.
Thank you, Madam
I love
Chair.
that question.
Ms. Schultz, there is a reason for penalizing a market maker for improperly trading its own accounts ahead of its clients' accounts. Note that I said improperly trading. I don't want to go through the scenario of there being a time for proper trading ahead of accounts. I'd like for you to tell us what that reason is, please.
What trading ahead of customer accounts is illegal, and it does not.
I understand that it's illegal. Yeah. I don't mean to be rude, crude, and unrefined, but I have to ask this question quickly. What can happen that can benefit the market maker? How can that be monetized such that the market maker profits greatly from doing it?
Right. If a market maker trades improperly ahead of the own customer accounts, he can get a better price and can move the market in the process depending on how big the trade is. thus hurting the customer.
Yes, and if this trade is huge, and you can see that this trade that the client has is huge and will have an impact on the market, how does that benefit the market maker to trade ahead of the client?
The market maker can get a better price for himself before the price changes by the client's trade. He can also engage in self-dealing that way as well.
So does it benefit a huge market maker to have a great deal with, let's say, a Robinhood because of the flow that will be coming through that the market maker can take advantage of?
He just learned flow.
I don't think that
he was
they're
acting dumb at first.
necessarily congruent situations. When you're trading ahead of a customer order, which is something that is illegal and that the SEC does monitor for, it's very different from
Jennifer
having
will snitch on
knowledge
you.
as
I
to the
can
way
already
that the
tell.
market might be moving
Well,
based
I
on.
understand, but I want to talk about the circumstance where it's improper, not where it's proper. Remember, we started with improper trading. Here's my point. Let me go to it quickly. The market maker Citadel traded over-the-counter stocks for its own accounts in 2012, from 2012 to 2014, while simultaneously delaying client orders for the same shares. And it was fine for this. Citadel has been naughty for some time. 2014, Citadel faced $800,000 in penalties. 2017, 22.6 million. 2018, 3.5 million. 2020, 97 million. And another 2020 of 700,000.
Million.
This seems like a lot of money. It is for me, more than $124 million. But over the same period of time, Citadel had revenues generated in the amount of $13.2 billion. It seems to me that the punishment for these improper trades and improper actions, because it wasn't just trading, Citadel also did some other things that were not proper. They misled clients. Seems that the punishment is so small given the amount of revenue generated over the same period of time. It seems that Citadel has at least an opportunity to build into its cost of doing business paying penalties. And that concerns me. It concerns me that the punishment doesn't seem to deter Citadel. It concerns me because I know of circumstances where in persons who are not in the market, they do things that are much less harmful, and they can possibly go to jail. So the question that I have is this: what kinds of systems do we have in place? And it's back to you again, ma'am, to prevent the very things that I have called to the attention of my colleagues.
Well, as a former enforcement attorney at FINRA, I can say that regulators have the same concern with fines and other punishments becoming just a cost of doing business. And it's one of the things that are considered along with the regulations around what can be punished.
The gentleman's time
May I, for the record,
has expired. Mr. Green, as you know, we're going to have a series of hearings, and our next panel will include a whole bevy of experts also on some of these issues. With that, Mr. Barr, you're ready.
May I play something in the record, please? I have additional questions.
Without objection, you may enter into the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Barr, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Griffin, I want to revisit this issue of payment for order flow. Payment for order flow has been around for decades, correct?
So I know it's been around for at least 1 or 2 decades. I can't answer before that period of time.
And it's a recognized and approved practice by the SEC.
correct?
Yes, it is.
And payment for order flow is set by the brokerage firm, not the wholesaler, right?
It is ultimately a negotiated number, but it is a number that is set by the brokerage firm and not by us as the market maker.
Well, as a market maker that provides execution services to retail brokers, you are required to meet best execution requirements. Is that correct?
If there is exposure to mesothelioma.
And in other words, market makers are required to provide the same or better pricing than the exchanges, correct?
Yes, same as mesothelioma.
That is correct.
And how can market makers offer that better pricing to Mr. Sherman's line of questions?
Insurance against
So
mesothelioma.
there are a number of drivers that permit us to offer better pricing than what is available on exchange. The first is that exchanges have legally mandated minimum tick sizes of a penny. So if you look at a stock like AMC, it trades $5 bid, 501 offered. If the exchange could trade with a half-cent increment, it would probably trade $5.005 bid, 501 offered, or vice versa. But the exchanges are limited to a 1 cent minimum tick size.
Because of
and we have been
mesothelioma.
clear on the record in prior testimony that exchanges should be permitted to have a smaller and more competitive tick size. That's fact number one.
Okay.
Fact number two is that the average retail order is much smaller in totality than the average order that goes onto an exchange. Because this order is smaller, and I'll share a number with you, the typical Robinhood order is ballpark about $2,000 in size. Because it's a small order, the amount of risk that we need to assume in managing that order is relatively small as compared to an order that we have to manage from our on-exchange trading. And as I'm sure you're well aware, we are the largest trader of stocks on exchanges in the United States. So
let me move to Mr. Tenev really quickly on that point. What impact might greater restrictions on the payment for order flow model have on your ability to offer zero commission trades?
We do believe, Congressman, that that's an important question, and payment for order flow helps cover the costs of running our business and offer commission-free trading to customers. When we started, people didn't even think that there was enough margin left to make this business work, but we've been fortunate to make it work and to make it work for our customers.
Well, let's talk about why Robinhood restricted trades. I think your explanation about margin requirements charged by your clearinghouse makes sense. Is your clearinghouse supervised by the Fed and the SEC?
I believe that's
are the margin requirements charged by your clearinghouse in turn approved by federal regulators?
Yes.
And did federal regulators approve the value at risk charge that was imposed on Robinhood?
I believe, Congressman, the value at risk charge is outlined in general terms in Dodd-Frank, but I'm not sure who approved the specific implementation of that formula.
So if anyone has a problem with your decision to halt trades, it's fair to say that their frustration should be directed toward federal regulation.
Congressman, I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus and direct frustration anywhere. All I can say is Robinhood Securities played this by the books and played it basically the only way that we could remain in compliance with our.
And I'm sorry, all right, man.
Mr. Plotkin, I appreciate your testimony that Melvin always follows laws governing shorting stock, but Melvin lost $6 billion in 20 trading days. Let me ask you about your risk management. Did your short positions exceed float?
No, they did not.
Well, shorting has an important role to play in our markets, allowing for legitimate hedging and price discovery. But we are interested in naked shorting, and so we would hope that you would clarify that and how it is that you make sure that you're first locating the borrow.
My time has expired. Mr. Cleaver, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too would like to thank you for this hearing. It's a question that a lot of people are asking, probably many of us as we go throughout our districts. But let me start with you, Mr. Tanev. I'm just curious if you can give it to me in a short period of time. How did you come up with your name for your company?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question, Congressman. Robinhood stands for lowering the barrier to entry and democratizing finance for all. So the idea is the same tools that institutions and wealthier, high net worth individuals have had for a long time should be available to the people, regardless of their net worth or how much money they have.
Well, okay, what kingdom they dwell in?
I appreciate that answer. Because it's something I would also embrace. However, I have a 23-year-old on the other side of the house who I love dearly, but he has no training, no income, no qualifications. How in the world could he?
That's not Robinhood's
like
fault.
$1 million worth of leverage.
Thank you, Congressman. So the leverage that we provide to our customers, which less than 3% of our customers actively use, is regulated strictly by requirements. So the only way to get that amount of leverage in a margin account through borrowing is to deposit a similarly sized amount of capital.
Or by mistake.
This senator definitely threw his kids some racks to play GameStop.
Well,
he's just trying to get to the bottom of it.
There's a record of a young man getting $1 million worth of leverage. He was only 20 years old. So I'm just saying, if that's not a policy, that was an error.
Congressman, I appreciate the opportunity to address that really important point. You're referring to Mr. Kearns.
I am.
The man who unfortunately passed last year.
Yes.
First of all, I'm sorry to the family of Mr. Kearns for your loss. The passing of Mr. Kearns was deeply troubling to me and to the entire company, and we have vowed to take a series of steps, very aggressive steps, to make our options product safer for our customers, including changing the customer interface, adding more additional options education, as well as strengthening and tightening the requirements for people getting options, and adding a live customer support line for acute options cases. So it was a tragedy, and we went into immediate action to make sure that we made not just the most accessible options trading product for our customers, but the safest as well.
Okay, I asked that question. In my real life, I'm a United Methodist pastor, and so I've read your statement. After the tragedy of this young 20-year-old, but I mean, and I don't think you nor I want to get in. I mean, to litigate that right here today. But what improvements did you make in the aftermath to your platform, or were there improvements?
Thank you, Congressman. There were several improvements. One, we added the ability to instant exercise as well as exercise options positions in app. We clarified the display of buying power, specifically negative buying power, in situations where one leg of a complex multi-leg options transaction were to be assigned. We also added an options education specialist. We also added live phone-based customer support for acute options cases, which has gotten very, very great feedback from customers and is something we're expanding to other use cases, such as cases where customers' accounts have had off-platform hacking incidents.
Okay, that's the last one is where I was concentrating on, because this young man was trying to get into your system to find out what was going on. He was confused, he was scared, and so he sent emails. And so, to be fair, there was a response, but it was like, hours later. And so as I became more and more familiar with this particular case.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it.
You're so welcome. Mr. Hill, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, for holding this hearing, and I want to thank our witnesses for their expertise and their patience. Madam Chair, I have a letter from the American Securities Association I'd like to insert in the record, please.
Without objection, such is the order.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Tenev, what a treat to see you, and congratulations on being part of the American dream. I had the pleasure working for President Bush 41 of working in Sofia in 1990 and 1991 to try to bring capitalism to Bulgaria after the wall fell. So I'm glad to see you're an American citizen and innovating here in our country.
Thank you.
I think you've done a good job talking about the I'd say the acknowledged lesson that you've learned in terms of these deposits for clearing and the important risk management issue for your firm. So I'd like to turn to follow up on some of the discussions about retail service that you've also touched on today. Do you have a call center generally for Robinhood investors?
Thank you for that question, Congressman. And I want to start by saying customer service is fundamental to everything that we do, and it's one of the areas where we're investing the most. We have customer service centers in a number of states, Colorado, Florida, Texas, and Arizona, and we're looking to expand aggressively.
Well, do you have a call center that I can call, a 1-800 number if I'm having a trouble in the middle of the trading day?
We do offer, Congressman, live phone support in-app for certain use cases. We're expanding that as fast as we can. Yeah. So as I mentioned earlier, options, advanced options cases, as well as account takeovers, which typically happen through a customer's email, personal email who's been compromised. And the feedback's been great, and we're looking to expand the live phone channel, as well as make improvements to our email channel and even upstream within the product.
Thank you. That's helpful. And on the subject of margin and options, you've talked about that today. But I've spent 40 years in this business and been the general securities principal in 3 different firms. And this issue of granting margin and option approval to retail clients is always an important issue. You've addressed that today. So I want to turn to a different topic that has not been raised, and that's low dollar stocks. As I understand it, your policy and procedure manual simply said that you allow low dollar stocks if they're on an exchange, but many brokerage firms are very reticent to allow retail investors to invest in stocks that are under $5. Could you address that issue today?
Yes, I'd be happy to, Congressman. So Robinhood allows customers to trade in and invest in exchange listed securities. So that's the objective criteria that we use. And it actually excludes several types of securities that customers commonly request to trade in. So on Robinhood, you can't trade over-the-counter bulletin boards, except in limited cases where a listed stock falls to over-the-counter. You can't trade pink sheets. And of course, you can't short sell or enter undefined risk options trades. Okay. So our objective criteria involve whether exchanges list these securities.
Thank you, and I think that probably, I'm sure you'll reevaluate that after these effects. Let me turn to Ms. Schulp. Thank you for being here. The Wall Street Bets Reddit platform. I'm curious, when you think about the obligation of this SEC pending investigation, based on your FINRA background, do you think the SEC should look at the bulletin board participants under Section 9A2 on potentially inducing trading in a certain direction? Is that worthy of their review?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. I think that there's been little evidence to this time that there's been any sort of false or deceptive conduct taking place on the Wall Street bets forum. That does not mean, though, that I think that the SEC should not take a deeper look. Because of the anonymity in the forum, there could have been people that were engaging in deceptive behavior that's not readily apparent to outside to the public. So I do think the SEC should look, but to this point, I've seen very little that would meet a test for manipulation, which generally involves false or deceptive behavior.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Tev, I thought of another question for you. Would a securities transaction tax be beneficial to retail investors in the United States?
Thank you, Congressman. I don't believe it would.
Thank you.
Gentlemen's time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're back.
Witnesses, we will take a short recess. The committee stands in recess for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, so as we have, Josh Answers here, brought to you by the House Financials Committee. As we take this recess, you're still watching the live video. We'd ask that you guys all get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. If you can't do 10 push-ups, please do 10. If you can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1, okay? So please, get the body moving, stretch it out a little bit, okay? Make sure you relax your eyes. Our optometrist recommendation, stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away, blink a few times. Blink it, blink it, blink it. There you go. Keep blinking. There you go. House Services Committee. Thank you. There you go. Now, that's it. Thank you. Recess, you got 4 minutes and 45 seconds left. Okay? So we're counting it for you. The game stopped. How you going to go to recess after asking if you should tax us? Man, this has been very, very good. I thought we were going to be able to turn it off and do PHILO, but I liked it. And this is like a Copman. I don't even know who the voice this is. I don't even know, man. But just make sure you get your push-ups in. If you can't do 10, do 10. You know what I'm saying? And then said Robinhood. Answer the fucking question! That was my favorite part every single time, bro. That's it. That was like a movie trailer. Like, that's how you get me sucked in, bro. Maxine going off on him. Oh, dude. Just a fucking yes or no. Yeah. I'm reclaiming my time. Fucking give me my fucking time back. It's yes or no. See or no. So I don't know. It was nice. It got me excited. So can I give you a little mini PHILO? I could give you guys a mini PHILO. Can I give you a mini PHILO real quick? Because I don't think we're going to have time to PHILO today. Even today. The fucking yes or no. Sorry, my inner congressman is coming out. I just can't stop it. So I'll give you a little bit of the mini PHILO, okay? A mini PHILO. I don't know who's listening to this. We're still gonna be watching this, so we're waiting for it to go on recess. We're gonna be hanging out here for a little bit, but what I will tell you, I'm still laughing at all of this. Here's your mini PHILO, man. Just a very, very simple mini PHILO, okay? I know a lot of you guys, somebody needs to hear this today. I think it'll help. But, we're all focused on doing things. Everybody's focused on progression and progressing. And that's awesome. I love progress. That's why we're all here. That's why we do what we need to do. All that stuff is great. I love progress. But can we just give a little shout out here to the people who have survived? Oh yeah, y'all don't feel me. You see? That's it. That's all I want to do. That's your mini PHILO. It's really easy to get caught up with always trying to do something and progress and moving forward, that sometimes we forget the fact that we've already survived. Okay? That we woke up today. Some of y'all made it. You've been in certain positions in life. At one point, you would have killed to be here. Yeah, Disney's popping. Disney is popping. Check news on Disney. Disney's going. Damn it, I've been wanting that continuation play this whole time. Oh, come on. Are they still? What's going on with it? Roll out everywhere entertainment channel for adults? Yeah, keep it PG. It's disgusting, Disney. The fuck are you doing, huh? You gonna start accepting Dogecoin now? It's fucking ridiculous. I don't know. Didn't really adult, not porn. Oh, not porn. Okay. Just making sure. I don't know. I want to make. I got Snake trying to go for one, but then it just. I'm just pricing them really, really cheap. It's popping there. The bids are widening, so they're widening the ask, but the bids aren't going up. This was not the Aladdin I was looking for, Disney. Jeez, you're sick. You're sick. Man, bad for Netflix. Oh yeah, check Netflix. Netflix would be the sympathy loser off that. Oh, it's not dropping as much. See, there it goes. One big candle, but it's coming down. That's why I was like, I don't know. The fact that the bids weren't going up with a lot of the contracts, they just widened the spreads. So it was weird. I don't even think a lot of volume came in. I look to get more time, though. So we're still on recess, the GameStop hearing. I love it when they say GameStop. I don't know if you guys noticed. They say GameStop instead of GameStop. That's like the funniest thing ever. I think it's kind of turning into what's it called? The Mandela effect. It's like, is it really called GameStop or is it GameStop? They don't know. I think it's hilarious. Like, because then they hear it and then I'm like, wait, did he say that? And I'm like, nah, he said the same thing. So like, I don't even know. Like, they have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. At the end, if you really think about it, you know, they don't really know what they're like, no, GameStop. What do you mean GameStop? Like gamifying the stock? Is that what you're like? What are you saying? It's GameStop. They're just like, oh yeah, GameStop. No, GameStop. Yeah, I said that. GameStop. GameStop. I'm saying GameStop. What's wrong? See, guys, you Robinhood. So now tell me about order flow. Can you explain that to me? I don't know what it is. Okay, so after you explain it to me, then I'm going to use it in the proper context perfectly. Yeah, so well, GameStop. Now, what is it? What is the real truth? That's what we need to get to. I'm reclaiming my time now. I know. Should have done that earlier. Entertainment channel for adults. GameStop. GameStop.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Gill, let's start with you since you seem to have started all of this. You began analyzing GameStop in the summer of 2019. Was that your testimony?
I want to know. Yes.
Congressman, I've been following GameStop for a number of years. I started to buy into it in June of 2019, most recently.
So back then, what was the price of the stock when you started investing in it?
At the time, it was in the ballpark of around $5 per share.
Okay. And in your analysis, what did you think a proper price for the share was? Because you thought you were getting a good buy.
Sure. At the time, I thought that the value of the business could be worth up to roughly $2 billion.
Okay, but how much is that per share? Just bring it back to you bought at 5, you thought it was worth 10, 20?
I felt as though that it could be worth at the time in the range of say $20 to $25 per share.
Okay. And you continued to invest on and off through 2019 and 2020. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And you also, you bought some shares, but you also did some options trading, did you not?
Correct. I did.
And options trading is not really for the novice investor, is it?
It is a riskier investment, yes.
Okay. On January 27th, I think the stock price hit $483 or something like that. Is that true?
I believe it was in that area, yes.
In your analysis, back when you started investing in the stock, did you ever see it being valued at $483 per share?
At the time, I thought it was possible, but a very low probability, I thought.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more questions. In terms of the platforms where you visited and discussed this stock with others, one was the Reddit subreddit Wall Street Bets platform, correct?
Correct.
And at any given time, how many people were you talking to on that platform?
I wasn't so much talking to anyone individually, but rather making posts on that public forum.
That GameStop was an attractive stock.
Yeah, early on, I had felt that it was an attractive investment opportunity, and I had shared some of my thoughts as to why that was.
Did you discuss this on any other platforms? Are there any other kinds of Reddit or other kinds of platforms that you talked about the stock?
Yes, I have talked about the stock on some other platforms.
Okay. Did you ever talk about the short sellers that had bet against this company?
Yes, the topic did come up.
And about when did that occur?
Oh, since around the time I had begun investing in it, it was, as someone else has noted, it was an exceptional level of short interest in the stock since the time I had started investing in it.
Okay. Let me turn my attention now to you, Mr. Plotkin. When did Melvin first take a short position in GameStop?
Thank you, Congressman. That was in 2014, really right at our inception of the fund.
And when you did that, did you continue to maintain a short position?
That's correct.
So you said you analyzed the value of the stock, and you, by taking a short position, you, unlike Mr. Gill, thought that the stock was overpriced. He thought it was underpriced. You thought it was overpriced.
That's a good conclusion, yes.
Okay. In your analysis, when you started into the short position, what did you think the stock was worth?
I don't remember exactly at the time. I think when we launched, it was probably a $40 stock. I think we believe the company had a lot of structural challenges. We've seen their earnings go from, I think, north of $3 a share to almost negative $3 a share. So there's been a lot of challenges fundamentally.
All right. Last question for you. Were you in a naked position in your short position because the stock was oversold?
No, our systems won't even allow that. So that would be impossible for us to do.
Okay. Well, thank you. My time's expired. I wanted to get some facts out for Mr. McHenry, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Emmer?
Thank you.
Nice for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam
He
Chair.
looks
Ranking
like
Member
so much
McHenry
fun.
for holding this hearing. Thank you to the witnesses.
Oh, where'd the other
for
guy
being here
go?
today.
Oh,
I represent the 1st Congressional District of New York, which
this guy's
encompasses
serious.
much of Suffolk County on Long Island. My home district is full of people from all different walks of life and industries, and having access to cost-efficient investing is crucial. While there are always ways to make a system work better, our capital markets are the envy of the world with their liquidity and diversity of investment opportunities. Innovations in securities trading brought by the private sector have increased access for retail investors. For better or for worse, and this situation is a perfect example. For example, one of our witnesses here, Mr. Gill, or should I say Roaring Kitty, turned $53,000 into almost
he was waiting to drop
$50
the
million, and that's what you would call some deep, you-know-what value. Of course, we know that not all those who invested in these stocks share the same
hip,
success
guys.
story.
I'm hip.
However, I want to highlight
You
a
can relate to
potential
me.
vulnerability in these innovations. I've been concerned for some time in general with the sharing of U.S. individual user data with the Chinese Communist Party. I sent a letter, for example, to the Treasury Department in October 2019 expressing concern with the potential sharing of user information by TikTok to its parent company ByteDance and asked for a CFIUS review. Chinese companies are required by law to regulate online behavior that deviates from the political goals of the CCP, obey the CCP's censorship directives, and participate in China's espionage. These policies regulate companies like TikTok in the China market and increasingly their overseas business. Webull and Moomoo are two examples of broker-dealers that are subsidiaries of Chinese parent companies.
Oh, tell them.
According to Bloomberg, funds affiliated with Xiaomi Corp own at least 14% of Webull. Xiaomi is a Chinese company that risks being delisted from U.S. exchanges after the U.S. Department of Defense put the company on a blacklist on January 14, 2021. Moomoo is owned by Futu Holdings, which is a company that received a significant investment from entities affiliated with Tencent, a company with known ties to the CCP. On December 8, 2020, Bloomberg Businessweek ran an article on Webull stating the company, quote, has increased its roster of brokerage clients by about tenfold this year to more than 2 million by offering free stock trades with a slick online interface. On January 29, 2020, the day after trading activity for long trades on certain stocks discussed on Reddit threads were limited, Bloomberg ran an article with the headline, Robinhood rival Webull sees 16-fold jump in new trading accounts. It's clear that these apps have rapidly increased their user base, which has me concerned. Ms. Schulp, do you think we should be concerned about the potential for Chinese entities with ties to the CCP receiving personally identifiable information or other user data from their subsidiary broker-dealers that are licensed and registered in the U.S.?
I think it's a potential national security concern, which is a bit outside of my area of expertise. What I can say is that the rules that the brokers have to apply and comply with regarding personally identifiable information and other material data should be applied equally to companies that are based offshore and companies that are based onshore. And I hope that that's the case with respect to Webull or any other competitors that are not domestically owned.
Having a diversity of choice for different trading apps is generally good for market competition. However, is it a good outcome for millions of Americans to flood into trading apps that could be required to share user data to parent companies that have ties to the CCP?
Again, I think choice is key here, as well as understanding from a consumer perspective what companies you are choosing to do business with. Again, the national security concerns are a bit outside of my area of expertise.
Well, I thank you for being here. This is another angle to this issue with these new options that are being provided to average retail investors. And we want these retail investors to have the most amount of information as possible to be set up for success. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Himes, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and a big thank you to our panel today for a very interesting conversation. One of the chairwoman's ways of characterizing this hearing was who wins and who loses. And I've spent a bunch of time in the last couple of days looking at the various players here. I'm pretty convinced that the wholesalers, Citadel is one of the winners. They make a lot of money. They're the casino in this story, and the casino tends to win over time. Robinhood has a valuation of $5.6 billion and makes a lot of money from the casino. So who loses? And I want to spend some time talking about the person who usually loses, and that's the retail investor. And while I have supported for many years the democratization of finance, as we say, it's not just in Washington, D.C., but on Wall Street. The retail investor is known as dumb money. And there are any number of structures that are set up to take advantage of the retail investor. And I think it's worth looking at that, because as much as we're celebrating Mr. Gill here, we're not talking very much about Mr. Salvador Vergara, who was featured in a Wall Street Journal story, who took out a $20,000 personal loan through Robinhood, invested it in GameStop, only to see the value of his position go down 80%. So Mr. Vergara is out $16,000 he doesn't have, that he owes to somebody else. And as much as I support the democratization of finance,
Josh,
we need to be thoughtful about this. So, Mr. Tenev, my question is for you. You quoted a $35 billion number as what I interpreted to be profits in excess of deposited funds and securities. If you just look at your customers who traded in GameStop over the period of its increase and subsequent decrease, Mr. Tenev, how did your customers in the aggregate do? Did they win or did they lose?
Thank you, Congressman, for that question. I don't have that particular cut of the data top of mind, so maybe we can get back to you on that one.
All right, you don't have that. So you do have a $35 billion figure. The figure doesn't mean a lot to me because it's just a dollar number. Help me convert that to a rate of return. First of all, is that $35 billion, is that gross or net? In other words, is that actual profit or does it include margin shares, other forms of leverage that may actually not belong to the account holder?
It does include, Congressman, unrealized gains. So it's the value of assets, both including positions in securities and cryptocurrencies.
Okay, I get that. I get that. But again, 35 billion doesn't mean anything to me unless you can convert that into a rate of return. So do that for me. What is that on what asset under management number is that 35 billion unrealized against?
The asset under management number is not one that Robinhood has publicly shared.
Okay, but you can't share $35 billion. Sorry, Mr. Tenev, I just don't have a lot of time. $35 billion is a meaningless number. I need to know what that is in terms of return. So convert that for me into rate of return. So I can compare it to Treasury, so I can compare it to the S&P 500.
Congressman, with respect, I think the proper comparison is to customers not investing at all. Much of our customers are investing for the first time and are taking money that they otherwise would have spent or consumed and putting it into
Mr. Tenev, again, I don't want to be rude, but it's my time. Again, you offered up the $35 billion number, which, as you and anybody else schooled in finance knows, is meaningless unless you convert it into a rate of return. So just please convert that $35 billion number, which to the folks watching at home sounds like a lot of money. But what does that actually convert to in terms of rate of return, which is what matters?
Congressman, $35 billion is indeed a large amount of money, especially for our customers who are mostly small investors. It's more than most corporations, nearly all corporations have paid.
Mr. Tenev, again, don't make me be rude here. You and I both know that $35 billion of unrealized gains, if that's on a base of $100 billion, that's a 35% of return. If that's under $1 trillion, it's a radically different rate of return. So what I'm trying to get at, Mr. Tenev, here is you threw out the number of $35 billion. I actually think the right comparison is, what if your clients had simply invested in the long run in an S&P index fund? Would that number be more than $35 billion or less?
Congressman, with respect, I don't believe the right comparison is investing in an S&P index fund. I think the right comparison is not having invested at all and having instead spent that money and consumed it.
No, it's most certainly not. It's most certainly not, Mr. Tenev. And so I'm going to ask you, I'm out of time, but again, you put out the $35 billion number. So I think it's only decent, because you and I both know that a hard dollar number is meaningless unless you can convert it to return. So I'm going to ask you to convert that. Obviously, I'm out of time, into a rate of return for us.
That felt like a scene from Idiocracy.
Mr. Laudermilk, you now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate all the members of the panel being here. I think you've seen that there are occasions with some on the committee here that if you're not giving them the answer that they want, that they can use, they're just going to continue to push on you. And I just encourage you to continue speaking the truth, and you'll always stand up head and shoulders. above everyone. Not surprisingly, the situation with GameStop trading has resulted in commentators and even some of my colleagues engaging in knee-jerk reactions, calling for new laws and regulations to be hastily enacted. It just seems to be a trend in Washington, D.C. to never let a crisis go to waste. Some have even spread conspiracy theories and alleged that crimes were committed before knowing what even happened. I can even testify to what was just being said is I know numbers of people, personal friends who have never invested before, but because of Robinhood and other retail platforms, many of them took the stimulus money that they received during the CARES Act, which they were still working, they didn't need, and they actually started an account and started investing. So yes, more and more people who have never invested before are now investing using these platforms. This hearing is a reminder that with complex situations, we should take time to understand what actually did or did not happen, especially with this GameStop situation. Now, the SEC is the proper authority to determine if any rules were broken, and they are looking into it. Congress has already given the SEC broad authority to oversee the capital markets, and we do not need to rush to enact even more big government regulations until we that could ultimately harm the investors. Now, question, Mr. Tenev, can you remind us again why Robinhood temporarily paused trading of GameStop and other stocks?
Of course. Thank you, Congressman. Robinhood paused trading temporarily, or I should say paused buying of about 13 securities on Thursday so that we could meet our regulatory deposit and collateral requirements.
Okay, so what you're saying is you were paused because you had to comply with regulations. Is that true?
Correct.
All right, so it's ironic that the people who are criticizing brokerage firms because they pause trading, which they sometimes have to do to comply with regulations, these same folks are now saying, we need to respond to this with more regulations. I would say if people don't like brokers occasionally having to pause trading, I'd suggest they look at the regulations that required it. At some point, we need to recognize that piling on more and more regulations only increases complexity and does not help investors. Question for Ms. Schultz. Despite the volatility and the frenzy of media and social media activity, it seems to me like the markets functioned as they were supposed to during this situation, and that markets are not broken. In fact, they are working well. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I think most reasonable people that are listening to this would agree that there are regulations in place. The SEC has those to pause activities that could be harmful, not only to the markets, but to the individual investors. And so what I'm understanding you saying is that it did work in the way it was supposed to.
As the facts that I know now, it does appear to have worked the way it was supposed to. This is not a sign to me that the market is broken.
Thank you. Mr. Griffin, what are some of the issues that policymakers should consider in the T+2, T+1, T+0 debate? Obviously, margin requirements exist to make sure firms have enough capital to settle transactions, but faster settlement and lower margin requirements can be positive for the retail investors, and we need to balance those needs. Can you address what some of the issues are in the T2, T1, and T0 debate?
So, Congressman, I cannot profess to be an expert on these issues, but I will give you my perspectives from having been in the industry for 30 years. We started at T5. We will one day be at real-time settlement. And the question is how long does that journey take? From T2 to T1, which reduces the amount of capital required by broker-dealers to meet the needs of their customers, that reduction in capital will be meaningful, would have been very helpful to Robinhood during this period of time. Reduces counterparty risk holistically, which is good for everybody in the market. We should push for T1. As we go to same-day settlement, you now bring into question the complexity of intraday cash movement, and you bring into play the necessity for all systems to be functioning every moment of every day with no room for error. At a T1 settlement cycle,
time has expired. Let me remind the members that we're going to have a series of hearings Today is the first. There will be probably two more. I didn't hear anyone here today say that they were ready to pile on regulations. So let's make sure we know that our statements are accurate. Mr. Foster, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to our witnesses. Mr. Tenov, I'd like to follow up a little bit on payment for order flow and best order execution issues. Democratization of finance is a good and noble goal, but for democracy to work, consumers need transparency and high quality information, and not only about fees, but about order execution quality. Your customers actually don't care directly about who you subcontract order execution to or any payment for order flow, but they need a simple way to compare the execution quality between your app and competing apps or other accounts. And while institutional investors can afford to run their own tests, and they do, and I'm sure Mr. Griffin is normally is quite often on the receiving end of those tests and trying to measure up to his competitors to compete for market share there. The institutional investors have the market power to demand best execution statistics for their prime brokers, and everyday investors do not get the same transparency. In fact, I believe there's an SEC rule 606 that requires brokers to disclose at least some order execution data to institutional investors, but this requirement does not apply to retail investors. So, Mr. Tenov, since Robinhood's mission is to democratize finance for all, I ask, what are the mechanisms that you would accept and support to provide transparent order execution quality statistics so that your customers can engage in a clean apples to apples comparison between other brokers, between your app and other people's apps in terms of the total cost of trading?
Thank you, Congressman, for that very important question. I'm generally in favor of a greater amount of transparency than what we've typically seen in the financial industry. And recently, Robinhood and me personally have engaged publicly on the topic of payment for order flow, short selling, and of course, T+2 and real-time settlement. We do publish 606s via Robinhood Securities that detail our payment for order flow arrangements with various market makers. And just this past year, the industry implemented more detailed 606 requirements, which we of course conform to. Also, back in December of 2020, we released a public page on our website that provided detail about the execution quality, including price improvement that our customers received. And we're proud to announce in 2020, our customers received in aggregate over $1 billion of price improvement on their executions.
Right, but that's not a comparison to your competitors. There are a lot of questions about the accuracy of the best execution reference price. And independent of whether it should be improved, it seems like if I was a customer of you or one of your competitors, what I'd want to see is, I just executed a trade of $2,000 and on average, I got X% better or worse than a reference price. And then over time, and see not only the trade that I just executed, but perhaps a running average over the last month or two that you can compare to the running average of whether you're exceeding some.
Man, I don't know the data. I just know I'm getting fucked.
Trade execution quality.
Simple.
That can really be compared with potential competitors. And is that a workable system? Are there difficulties? Is there a reason why industry shouldn't move that way in the name of transparency to customers?
Congressman, this is a very interesting topic to me. I'd love to have the conversation. I don't know if this is the right forum to necessarily ideate and brainstorm on all the solutions, but I just want to say I'd be happy to engage with this in a detailed forum and figure out the right path.
Okay, well, yeah, we do intend to continue to engage with the industry on this subject because it's very easy to make payment for order flow sound really creepy. You're basically selling a list of rubes to the sharks. Okay, on the other hand, you make part of an argument that this can net out positive for consumers, but for it to fully net out positive, they have to be able to make the apples to apples comparison. And so that's, I think really really an important issue. And I think that probably your reaction to that, if you found your customers were leaving you because of poor execution quality, you would do what large funds do, which is to split your order flow between multiple order execution firms and then demand of them the best order execution and move your business to whoever does the best for your customers.
Yes, well, Congressman, we already do that. We have 7
Time has
market
expired.
makers.
Mr. Mooney, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So let me just start by saying that last Congress, 30 of my Democrat colleagues, 4 of whom on this very committee, co-sponsored a bill that would impose a financial transaction tax on the purchase of securities and certain derivatives. And just recently, after the market volatility surrounding GameStop in January, Democrats renewed the call, many Democrats anyway, renewed the call for a financial transaction tax. On just January 28th, Congresswoman Ileana Omar tweeted, "How about this? Financial transaction tax now." Congressman Peter DeFazio is the lead sponsor of the bill. He's already put the bill back in for this session of Congress. It's now House Resolution 328 of 2000. So it's called the Wall Street Tax Act of 2021. I actually have a copy of it from the last session here. It's in again now. And he says, Congressman DeFazio says that a financial transaction tax would, quote, help create a more level playing field for Main Street. So with that background, Mr. Tenev, this question is directed at you. The Robinhood platform has more than 13 million users, and most of them are small dollar retail investors. If the federal government levied a 0.1% transaction tax on the sale of securities, and I know one of my colleagues, French Hill, my good friend, mentioned this earlier, but I want I want to expand upon it a little more. How would that 0.1% transaction tax on the sale of securities affect your platform and the retail investors that are your customers?
Thank you, Congressman. And we'd be happy to engage in this discussion much more in the future. A 10 basis point financial transaction tax would eat into the returns of our customers, which, as you pointed out, are largely smaller investors. And in that sense, it would be a cost to the retail investor. Of course, that would have to be weighed against the potential benefits of this tax. And I know it's a more complicated issue than meets the eye at first glance.
Okay, well, thank you for that answer. My next question is actually for Jennifer Schlupp. I know you spent your career specializing in financial regulation. In your expert opinion, would a financial transaction tax directly prevent fraud or market manipulation?
No, I don't think a financial transaction tax would have an effect on fraud or manipulation. I also don't think that it ultimately, financial transaction taxes often fail to raise money, and they distort trading in a way that's not necessarily foreseen initially by the tax. And I'd like to just add in there as well that financial transaction taxes, while they initially might seem like a small imposition on an individual investor, those taxes often hurt individual investors and their long-term retirement goals by affecting the institutions that also do the trading in mutual funds and with retirement money. I don't think a financial transaction tax is a good idea.
And a quick follow-up to that, Mr. Schlupp, what do you think a financial transaction tax would have done anything to prevent the market volatility and disruption we saw just this past January?
No, I don't think it's related here. There's been some discussion that it might have decreased the amount of trading and thus changed the volatility. It's not my opinion that would have had any effect on this particular circumstance.
Thank you. I only have a minute left, so let me just summarize. The financial transaction tax, supported by many Democrats, would do nothing to prevent market manipulation or fraud, would have not prevented the market disruption in January, and most importantly, would hurt retail investors. Yet Democrats are claiming that the events surrounding GameStop and Robinhood in January make it imperative to implement this financial transaction tax. It just doesn't add up. A financial transaction tax would make it more expensive for small retail investors to trade. And so much for looking out for Main Street. I believe we should be working together to find ways to open up markets to retail investors, not close them. Instead of making trade more expensive with a burdensome tax, let's look for ways to empower retail traders. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ms. Beatty, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Ms. Beatty?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and thank you to the witnesses. My first question is to the CEO, President Ken Griffin. In the first 3 quarters of 2020, your company paid online brokerages like Robinhood $700 million for their order flow. Do you believe that brokers like Robinhood can service the best interest of their users while selling their order flow to companies like yours? And that's yes or no.
Congressman, I believe that Robinhood actually goes further in meeting the best interest of customers by, in fact, routing their order flow to Citadel. We give a better price, a better execution for American retail investors than the alternative of going to exchanges.
So I'm going to take that as a yes, since you said they go further. Then can you tell me, why did your company urge the SEC to ban the payment for order flow models in a filing to the SEC?
Congressman, that is a terrific question. That filing relates to the U.S. options market. It was a filing back, I believe, in 2004. And in the U.S. options market at the time, trades were committed against listed quotes. We were apprehensive about the direction in which the U.S. options market was heading towards the existence of these price improvement auctions, which diminished the incentives to aggressively provide bids and offers in the options market. We felt that legislative or regulatory efforts to encourage tight quoting, to discourage the existence of these auctions, and this was being, in some sense, fueled by a series of payment for order flow programs, was in the best interest of American institutional and retail investors. Now, regretfully, we did not prevail in our reasoning. The rise of price improvement auctions came into, in essence, the day-to-day model for options trading in the United States. And I do believe that this is a setback for our capital markets.
So because my clock is ticking, let me ask you this. So are you saying that you no longer believe that the model is anti-competitive and distorts order routing decisions?
I think it's important to distinguish between a market where you must trade on an exchange. In the options market, we must print the trade on an exchange, versus a market where you can trade off exchange, which would be the U.S. equities market. So just to be very clear, because your question is very good, every single options trade must be executed on an exchange. Equity trades do not. And because of that, I can save Robinhood exchange fees and offer a tighter bid-ask spread.
Okay, clearly we're going to have a further discussion. Let me interrupt you only because my time is clicking, and I want to follow up with a question for Robinhood's CEO. Several of the brokers offer their users order flow for the sale to the firm, like with the previous CEO with Citadel. However, the price that Robinhood gets for the order flow is much higher than any other brokers receives. And I could go on and tell you we've pulled the SEC filings that Robinhood receives 17% per 100 shares stock of traded and 58% to 100 shares, and I could go on. But the question is, why do companies like Citadel pay a premium for their order flows of Robinhood's users?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for that very important question. There's several reasons that may be the case. One important one is that our model and formula for payment for order flow works a little bit differently. We actually receive payment for order flow as a percentage of the bid-ask spread rather than on a per share basis. And we do believe that that's the most optimal way to structure payment for order flow arrangements.
Okay, is it not because companies like Citadel can make more money off of Robinhood users than others? And that's a yes or no, because my clock is going to run out.
No.
I'm sorry, I yield back. My time is up.
Thank you very much. Next, we will have Mr. Vargas. Excuse me, no, Mr. Davidson next, and then Mr. Vargas. Mr. Davidson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I thank our witnesses. I appreciate the work you've done today. And I just want to share that in May of 2020, the Depository Trust Clearing Corporation unveiled a working proof of concept called Project Ion. In this project, DTCC said they would examine the potential use of distributed ledger technology in accelerating the clearing and settlement process. Now, since Project Ion was publicly announced, we've received little information pertaining to its progress. As a longtime advocate for this emerging technology, distributed ledger technology and blockchain, today I've sent a letter to the DTCC to request that they provide an update on the status of Project Ion. And I look forward to hearing back from them. Hope to include them in our next hearing. Mr. Griffin, with Project Ion in mind, could you briefly state what would be your biggest concern if DTCC implements same-day clearing and settlement?
Same-day clearing and settlement requires that every bit of the workflow is perfectly synchronized across all parties, and we have no time for recoverability or for error management that you have in an overnight batch process.
Because of mesothelioma.
Right. So the technology makes that essential. In my assessment, many that is inherent to the architecture for blockchain to move forward with each proof. And so I guess clearly in your business, just to follow up there, the technology exists where, for trading firms that are engaged in high frequency trading, you measure success in the course of the day in what, milliseconds for high frequency trading?
So as you know, we are the largest market maker in the world and the largest in the United States in equities. We put great emphasis on the performance of our systems. That was one of the reasons that on the week of January 24th, we were the only major market center for retail order flow that was responsive every minute of every trading day.
Perfect. So I just wanted to make the point that I think the technology exists, whether you use blockchain or not, and applaud you for having the ability to execute with precision swiftly already. And I don't think it's a barrier. And I'd love to have more dialogue, but unfortunately I have to go to a few others. Mr. Tenev, do you believe that the root cause of January 28th for the problems that you and others experienced were market infrastructure related, particularly related to T2 versus T0?
I believe, thank you, Congressman. I do believe if we had real-time settlement capability and the infrastructure was modernized, we would not have seen similar problems.
Yeah, and thanks for that. I think, one of the related things, and it's related to your mission at Robinhood of more democratic access to capital, is not just the ability for more people in a broader portion of America to become savers and investors. It's also to engage in corporate governance even. So do you believe that if market infrastructure would guarantee, this is really related to, the over, musical shares where someone could be left with no share when the music stops, multiple claims on a shorted stock. If the market infrastructure would guarantee an investor could retain custody of their shares so that the shares can't be lent to short sellers, there could be a downside. How do you feel that only one claim on the shares would resolve this? And that relates to proxy voting as well, or shareholders voting the shares.
Congressman, I believe that that's an important question. It's one that Robinhood and me personally have engaged with. I do believe that the ability for the same share to be shorted an indefinite number of times is somewhat of a pathology, and that should be fixed. And I think step one of that is modernizing the antiquated settlement infrastructure that everything is built on. We simply don't have the ability to properly track what shares have been shorted and how many times as they're moving through our settlement system currently.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I appreciate that you see the relationship. Hopefully broadly we do, and we provide that nudge the market needs. I want to commend Vice Chancellor Travis Laster of the Delaware Chancellery Court for his letter and paper, The Blockchain Plunger, which explains how this could be done. And I ask unanimous consent to submit that to the record. As my time expires, I want to commend you, Mr. Gill, for just representing a large segment of the industry, in my view, where savvy investors have had an opportunity to engage. And it relates to people with diamond hands that hold. So you might not call yourself a holder, you might use the word diamond hands, but thanks and congratulations for your success.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I'm
and without objection, the submission.
See, diamond
is,
hands, man. I
taken.
feel you, diamond
Thank you.
hands, guys. I'm with
Mr.
you, man.
Vargas, you're
Thank you very
minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to apologize to Mr. Plotkin. You spoke of the anti-Semitic attacks that you suffered online, and as a person of color, I always feel the need to confront hate speech and speak out. And I don't think there's ever been a more hateful, evil, sinful event in human history than the Holocaust. So I want to apologize to you and your family for those attacks. You brought it up, and I think we owe you an apology. I want to apologize for that. Sometimes I think some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are devoid of any contact with real people when they say this is just political theater, or they don't want to know the rate of return when that's exactly what people want to know. In fact, there's been a great deal of interest in this hearing, and I think it's because there's great distrust in our society and in government, markets, institutions. And then along comes the story
we were going to get paid off
of
this.
GameStop. And it's a story really of Robinhood turned on its head. And the reason I say that is that Mr. Zuckermeyer brought it up. Robinhood is an English folk hero, 13th, 14th century. And he was supposed to steal, Robin of Locksley was supposed to steal from the rich and give to the poor. And here you almost have the opposite. You have the situation where you have the steal from the small retail investor and giving it the large institutional investor. From an outsider's perspective, you have the bullies, the hedge funds, and their armies of analysts and lawyers and regular old suits attacking the trust GameStop by shorting its stock. And then to the rescue, here comes the retail investors, and they're taking stock to these incredible levels. And all of a sudden, Robinhood steps in, but not to help the little guy. He steps in and says, I'm gonna help the big guy, and stops the sale because no one knows how high this is going to go. And who's getting it? Who's getting socked in this thing? The bullies are the hedge funds. And that's why people were excited about this. But all of a sudden, Robinhood steps in and they say, no, we had to do this because of other conditions. And my good friends, the Republicans, say it was government, really. It was, because the government regulations forced them to do this. Well, that's not what the public thinks. The public thinks that there was collusion, that the big guys, all of you guys, were figuring out how to do this and ultimately come out ahead, as you always do. And it seems my colleagues on the other side want to help people. Now, Mr. Griffin, if I could just ask you the first question, how many people are in the room with you? You could just count how many people are in the room with you.
There are 5 people.
Oh, bro, he's exposing mesothelioma guy.
Thank you. So I don't think my colleagues need to help the CEOs or anybody.
Wow.
I have to ask this. You said that you didn't talk to anybody of Citadel Securities. Did anyone in your organization since January 1st contact Robinhood?
Are you asking if we've had contact with Robinhood?
With respect to GameStop and what we're obviously talking about.
Now they're DDoSing him.
So Congressman, we offered to have my colleague who manages that relationship be here today instead. He has firsthand knowledge. We, of course, are talking to Robinhood routinely in the ordinary course of business. We manage a substantial portion of their order flow.
Bro, he's talking different. They called him out. He has 5 people in there.
Restricting.
They're writing everything they need to say.
To prevent people from buying, not selling, but buying in GameStop.
Let me be
anybody in your organization.
Let me be perfectly clear. Absolutely not.
So if we depose everyone in your organization, we'll find that.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
He literally looks like he's in the scene of Wolf of Wall Street when they're like, I have no idea.
Was pursuing this. How do you balance the best execution for the order flow from your purchase from Robinhood with the need to profit from the purchased order flow? How do you do that?
So as a market maker, we have to
I do not recall
to the customer a better price than they can achieve on exchange. Order flow is routed to us on the merits of the execution quality that we provide in contrast to our competitors who we are competing with.
Okay, my time's about to expire.
Bro, he has 5 people in the room. They're writing out his answers. 2 of them are lawyers.
$35 billion, and you don't say how much your people lost on home stops, people that invested in you. That's like taking the fifth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Damn.
The gentleman.
Oh, he nailed it.
Mr. Bud.
He just clapped him.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I want to also thank the panel. Now, I really care about a level playing field for retail investors to access the market. And I've been a long supporter of financial innovation and fintech and the shared goal of democratizing finance and making access to the financial system easier for all. So, Mr. Tenev, your company, it boasts that it's helping to democratize finance and is at the forefront of innovation. Can you talk a little more about what Robinhood is doing to push innovation forward and create a level playing field for all investors, while at the same time making sure that those investors are well informed?
Absolutely, Congressman. Thank you for that very important question. The first thing I should note is many of the witnesses and representatives here have stated that it's never been a better time to be a retail investor in America than it is right now. I think the combination of zero commissions, no account minimums, fractional shares, really things that Robinhood has helped make the industry standard, have helped small investors and helped level the playing field for people to participate in the markets. Over the past year, Robinhood has released fractional shares, the ability to do automated dividend reinvestments, recurring investments, so that you could take $1 or $5 and create a habitual investment into a particular stock. And the theme of this year for Robinhood is, how do we take a first-time investor and turn them into a long-term habitual investor? How do we make long-term investing accessible for people around the country? And we're making huge investments in education and customer support to support that. We recently released a revamped Learn portal. We call it Learn 2.0, with the aim of taking a customer from basic concepts such as what is a share, what is a stock, what's an ETF, all the way through to more advanced concepts. And we're continuing to invest
like
more
Diamond
and more
Hands in the Ghetto Spread,
Learn, as well as on Snacks, which is our popular podcast, and all other forms of content that we distribute. Last year, more than 3.2 million.
I want to interrupt you there. Just, I know you have a lot more things. These are great. And I know we could probably talk for a lot longer than this, but I want to shift gears just a bit. But I do want to keep talking about the retail investor. And I want to switch to Ms. Schulp. So back in December, there's an article that you wrote prior to all these events that we're even having the hearing on today. And in the article, I think that you said that it's inappropriate to refer to these very retail investors that we're talking about, that are using these platforms like Robinhood that we're talking about, and referring to those investors as dumb money. I think that's pretty insulting. And my colleague from across the aisle from Connecticut used that term. I think it's insulting. And instead, retail investors are in fact revolutionizing the stock market. So would you elaborate on those views, Ms. Schultz?
Absolutely. Thank you, Congressman. Retail investors are often referred to as dumb money by Wall Street, and it's because they don't have access to the same level of research, or some use the term because they think retail investors make dumb decisions. I think it's insulting. I think that the term needs to go out the window. Retail investors are investors who make their decisions based on the information known to them. And we should focus on educating people so that they can understand the risks and rewards of investing. Here, I think the GameStop situation is proof that the retail investors are revolutionizing the market. No one would have guessed when I wrote that article in December that retail investors were going to initiate a sophisticated short squeeze. I think the retail investors here are learning by doing, which is one of the best ways to learn. And we should spend effort making sure that people are equipped with the knowledge to understand the risks about being in the market.
Well, I appreciate that. And I would like to ask for unanimous consent to insert that letter into the record, Madam Chair. Thank you. I just want to look, Robinhood wrote about the need for, and this is open to anyone, and I've just got a few seconds left, but I'd like for someone to talk about, is it possible for clearinghouses and real-time settlements on the blockchain to exist? I don't have time for that, but that's something we can come back to at a further point. And Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and yield back.
Thank you very much. And without objection, I want to make sure that that's in the record that your insertion was accepted. Thank you. With that, I'm going to turn to Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. Before I begin, Mr. Gill, I read your testimony, and I'd like to offer my heartfelt condolences for the loss your family suffered last year. It's not just Melvin Capital that lost money as part of the frenzy around GameStop. Whether it is a security guard losing $20,000 or a dog walker losing a few $100s, everyday retail investors were left holding the bag after GameStop's stock fell back to earth. Not every investor lost money, and Mr. Gill, sitting before us here today, remains bullish on the stock. Still, Bloomberg reported yesterday that he was served a lawsuit accusing him of misrepresenting himself and his motivations. I'm not here today to take sides in the litigation. However, it does raise important questions about the role of social media websites like Reddit, especially in the context of volatility we experienced with GameStop, AMC, and numerous other stocks last month. Mr. Huffman, what kind of authentication exists for Reddit users to confirm their identities, to verify that they're even real people?
Reddit, and this is an important quality of Reddit, so thank you for the question, doesn't require people to reveal their full identity to use the platform. One of our pillars of privacy, and privacy is something that's critically important to us, is that users should be masters of their own identity, and they can choose to reveal as little or as much as they would like. I'll point out that there are two sides of this that are really important. On one side, this allows Reddit to work. Something like Wall Street Bets would not exist if users had to reveal their full identity, because in Wall Street Bets, people are revealing gains and losses. They're effectively revealing their financial position in life, and we would not put that burden on anybody to force them to do so. I'll also point out that other platforms have real identity, and it doesn't do anything to improve their behavior.
Can I ask a question of that? Is there any way for a regular user of Wall Street Bets subreddit to know what content is genuine, written by other users just like themselves, retail investors who are looking for honest information to invest on? Is there any way for that?
So there are a couple aspects to this. So the first is that we as a company invest significant resources in enforcing the veracity of our voting system. It's something we've been doing for 15 years, long before events like this, long before even the election and the politics of the last few years, where these things have become top of mind for everybody. This has been critically important to us. Also, our user base is exceptionally good at sniffing out untruths, misinformation, fake stories, both within this community and Reddit at large. And so in order for any piece of content to be successful on Reddit, it has to be accepted by that community and receive the same votes that anything else would.
Do you have any heightened standards for places like Wall Street Bets or other investing subreddits where moderators are able to manipulate content to their own financial gains?
We keep a high standard across the entire site. And in with this particular community over the past few weeks, we've been looking especially closely, anticipating these sorts of issues and questions. And to date, we have not found any nefarious behavior.
Got it. But we could have a situation where thousands, possibly millions of dollars of retail investor money may be being manipulated, right? We don't know that.
People in the United States talk about stocks on Reddit. They talk about it on TV, in magazines. People can say, in fact, they do on television all the time, encourage people to make what I would call bad investment decisions. On Reddit, I think the investment advice is actually probably among the best because it has to be accepted by many thousands of people before getting that sort of visibility.
Do you see any difference between someone on Reddit offering advice versus an analyst at a major bank or a financial services firm?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I think
about
Reddit,
that
you're
one.
seeing
It was
retail
good up
investors
but
who
yeah,
are
okay. We'll
giving
keep going.
authentic advice based on their knowledge, and you would not call into question what their motivations are or what large positions they may hold before going on TV and talking about them.
Do you plan to do more in this space, and is this something that's going to be a major priority of yours? And do you think overall social media companies like yourselves should be held to a different standard? Should you be responsible for what happens in your content? If someone manipulates something or if it's a bot, should that be on you, or do you think that's just buyer beware?
We take manipulation of Reddit incredibly seriously. That is one of our, I think, first duties on all of this is to ensure the authenticity of our communities. Yes.
Got it. But do you think you should be held responsible if somebody posts something, if there's some collusion, or if there's somebody who it's a bot that's online? Do you think you should be on the line, or this is just a site you offer for people to exchange ideas?
Reddit can be held responsible, and we do take our responsibilities here incredibly seriously.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Mr. Kustoff, you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank you and the ranking member for convening today's hearing. If I could, Mr. Tenev, I'd like to echo what many of my colleagues have said today, and we do appreciate the fact that you've created this platform. To a large extent, you've leveled the playing field so that small individual investors can have a shot at the American dream. That's investing. Now, I do want to ask you though, and a lot's been said about the situation that occurred in late January. My question to you is, how did you misjudge your capital requirements to prevent people from being able to trade during that period in January?
Thank you, Congressman. I wouldn't say we misjudged our capital requirements. This was a 1 in 3.5 million occurrence event, one that had never been seen before in capital markets. And we had to play this by the book. Robinhood Securities made the decision that we did so that we could remain in compliance with our regulatory capital and deposit requirements. Unfortunately, it required us to restrict the buying of these securities for Thursday and limit it to some degree on subsequent days until additional capital came in that allowed us to relax the restrictions.
It was Robinhood's mistake, though, correct?
Well, Robinhood owns what happened, certainly, and we need to make sure that it doesn't happen again. But Robinhood Securities had limited options with how to address this, and I fully support the team in making the decision that they did, and I believe they did the right thing and the only thing.
I realize you said at the beginning that you're privately held. With that said, is your primary source of revenue from the order flow payments that you receive from some of the players that we've talked about today?
That is correct, Congressman. Payment for order flow is one of our largest revenue sources.
Is it the largest?
It's the largest, yes.
Now, in your testimony, in your written testimony, oral testimony, you talked about the settlement period and what probably capable of doing them in real time, or instead of T+2, maybe the T+1. If we had real-time settlement, would the situation that did occur in January, would that have been preventable? In other words, that wouldn't have happened if we had real-time settlement?
Congressman, if we were to have real-time settlement, and of course there's some implementation details that would govern this, there would be less of a need for collateral at clearinghouses because the cash and securities transactions would be exchanged in real time. So collateral for counterparty risk would be less necessary. So real-time settlement would lead to reduction, perhaps an elimination in some of these collateral requirements, a reduction in the money that's sort of clogging up the plumbing of the system, and that would have avoided some of these problems altogether.
Thank you very much. Just to be clear, does the same answer apply if I asked you if settlement was T+1 instead of same-day settlement? Would your answer be the same?
Congressman, T+1 certainly would be better, but it doesn't. It reduces the scope of the problem. It doesn't eliminate it from a technology standpoint.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hubman, if I could, I'd like to follow up on some of the questioning that my colleagues, Congressman Hill and Congressman Gottenheimer, asked. You've done an investigation into Reddit, into Wall Street bets. You don't see any bad actors. I'm paraphrasing, but you don't see any bad actors that caused any role in the GameStop frenzy. Am I characterizing that correctly?
Congressman, that's right.
You know, the Congress is looking at amending Section 230. What are your thoughts about that as it relates to Reddit?
Sure. So Section 230, I think, is a critically important law to the internet as we know it. And it was created, in fact, to protect a forum in the early internet for talking about stocks. Section 230, I think it's also important to point out, doesn't protect platforms or companies like ours from civil litigation. So there are mechanisms for coming after companies like ours. What it does protect is our ability to evolve the way we moderate our content, and in which we have done in many ways over the last decade.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Gonzalez, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Ranking Member, and I want to thank everyone in the committee here with us today. This is for Citadel. Mr. Griffin, in 2020, Citadel violated regulation SHO, which governs short selling. Citadel is now involved in another short selling problem, and Robinhood routes half of its customers' orders to you. Robinhood halts buying on a position that you're long on, and you own the hedge fund and the clearing broker. What is there to prevent you from taking advantage of that situation and making sure you profit off the confusion and retail investors?
Congressman, I'm trying to understand the question.
Let me give it to you again. In 2020, Citadel violated regulation SHO, which governs short selling. Citadel is now involved in another short selling problem, and Robinhood routes half of its customers to you, orders to you. Robinhood halts buying on a position that you're long on, and you own the hedge fund and the clearing broker. What is there to prevent you from taking advantage of that situation and making sure you profit off the confusion of retail investors?
So in no particular order, I just do not understand the reference to us owning a clearing broker. We do not own DTCC. We do not control DTCC. We are not party to the discussion, dialogue, or demands between DTCC and Robinhood. So I do not understand the premise of the question, because we have literally nothing to do with DTCC other than being a member of DTCC for providing settlement services for us and for doing real-time trade affirmation and clearing. Now, Citadel Securities owes a duty of best execution for every order that comes from Robinhood. And I will tell you that I'm incredibly proud of how seriously my team takes that duty of best execution. Some of the most earnest, hardworking, and thoughtful people that I've ever met in my life work on our retail execution business here at Citadel and take great pride in the execution quality that we give to each and every trader, not only at Robinhood, but at every single one of the retail.
Thank you for your response, Mr. Gill. But I understand that you made your position known on GameStop as far back as 2019 and are lauded as a diamond hands hero by Wall Street Bets community. Have you ever previously experienced or observed the type of restrictions Robinhood and other applications performed on January 28th?
Thank you, Congressman. No, I have not.
Thank you. That's a good question. And Mr. Huffman, I'm not a Redditor, but I do understand the problems around social media and freedom of speech and the tightrope act that goes on where these intersect. In the near decade of Wall Street Bets and subreddit, have they shown themselves to be exceptionally problematic, an exceptionally problematic forum, or just one of the many eccentric communities that call Reddit home?
Congressman, I think your latter description is more accurate. They are an eccentric community, but they're well within the bounds of our content policy. And though we do have difficult decisions to make here and there regarding specific communities, one of the things we look to first is whether the community is trying and they're putting their best efforts to be a good citizen of Reddit. And towards that end, we've had consistent communication with the moderators of that community, and they've been doing, I think, an excellent job.
Thank you. Well, the last financial crisis was caused when we turned a blind eye to the bad practices of our financial institutions. Perhaps today we've seen a warning about the clearing process, and I hope today can be a jumping off point for us to take a hard look at our markets and the practices of these institutions. In a two-day clearing process, the liability risk and potential financial stress limited trading, but in a key time in market and perhaps in a way that materially affected investors in these recent events. So I'm hoping that we all get to take a closer look at what is happening. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Conclude.
Next on our list, we will have Mr. Hollingsworth for 5 minutes.
I can't do it anymore. I'm done. I'm cashing out. We're going to have 2 more days of it. We got 30 minutes left in the market, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hide chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. But I have good news and bad news. All right, I got good news and bad news. Which one do you guys want? I mean, we have to talk about that a little bit. There was a different stuff that came on, but I don't think they accurately answered some of the concerns people had. I think they were worried about getting regulation and all that, but we didn't get what we were looking for. Okay, you want the bad news? So bad news, the watch list is either not going to come out at the right time today, or it might come in a different format. So the watch list tonight is going to be remixed, or it's going to come later. Which one would you like? So pretty much I have to go to they have to go look at my 8-pack. I have to go to the doctor to look at my 8-pack, and I forgot it was today. The scheduling's crazy. So I was like, I could shoot it in the car. You know what I'm saying? If we want to get it on scheduled timing. But I could also, if not, if you want me to actually like sit there and have my screens and do my thing, I could take my time and it'll come out probably around like 6-ish, maybe 6 or 7 Pacific time. All right, later it is. All right, later it is. It looks like later it is. I'll give you a scene in the car. Maybe I'll take you guys into the doctor. I'll be like, yo, maybe you guys, you want, nah, never. I was gonna, no, never mind. Back out. Chill, be easy. I am chill. I didn't say shit all day today. You realize how much voice I have left right now? Dude, I didn't think it was going to go that long, and I didn't think I would be that captivated. It was actually, that was the best television I've watched, political television, in at least 4 months, maybe 5 months. The last exciting fucking government-related thing I got was the Capitol riot. That was beautiful. I got to see Maxine pop up. Bro, dude, the guy got mesothelioma. The Citadel got called the fuck out, bro. Bro, I said it. I think I was muted before. I was like, dude, you could tell he would talk fast, and then he would start talking slow once I realized that my lawyers behind me can write out everything that I'm looking for. But as you know, we are the #1 clearinghouse in the world, and that's what we do, and we do handle. We're the biggest market maker. But I will have to say about that, there's a lot of things that we could discuss, possibly. Now, I don't know those things yet, but it's coming. No, dude, that was crazy. He called him out. He said, how many people you got with you, man? Dog, that was crazy. That was absolutely crazy. So it was a lot. It was fun. That was good to watch, but I really don't think that they, like, obviously I was reading you guys, like, you guys could see what was being said. If you guys are reading the chat, I think a lot of people in general were just kind of, they didn't really address the question of, like, I don't think people were mad. Like, people were mad because they stopped it when everybody was about to make bank. Like, that's it. Like, you know what I'm saying? When it boils down to all of this, like, that didn't get addressed at all. That literally, yeah, there's a lot of different things you could talk about. You know, I felt like I was asking one of those questions, like, okay, no, don't tell me 35 billion. No, don't tell me just why, like, what is the remedy for stopping millions of people from profiting? That's what was the issue, is that everybody was about to get a big payday and people didn't wake up to it, and it was because of matters outside of their control, and it just, that didn't, you know, they didn't answer that at all. That's why I was very, very surprised. The Watchlist is the second link in the description. That's our main channel over there. But, I mean, it was crazy. I was saying your health comes first with that 15 super chat. Jay, man, I was waiting. I knew you had something with it, baby. God bless you. Health, baby. Give it to the health horn. If they didn't stop buying, they would have gotten destroyed for violating regulations. I understand that, but I think it would have been nice to hear them say that. You know what I'm saying? It would have been nice for, you know, that the whole point of this was to get more information and to kind of pull back the veil on what happened January 28th. But I think that if they said it, you know, I think if we heard it himself, or we kind of got to hear why were the regulations, you know, he did talk about the settlement, and I think the settlement process did come up, and I think that was probably one of the bigger things. But we didn't really quite hear, you know, I just don't think that was addressed. And I think, you know, a lot of eyes were on that. A lot of people, all of us in here were watching it. A lot of everybody, I think everybody was watching. That was good. You know, it's been a big, big topic, but there was nothing there really that you know, I just felt like it didn't answer everything that a lot of people were looking for. So it was decent. We're going to have 2 more days of this. There was a lot of filibuster. That shit was funny. I had a blast. So, the good news is that you're getting a watch list still. That's it. The good news was just like, it was just going to, you know, you still get the watch list, but it's just going to come out at a different time, or it's going to come in a different packaging. You know, that was the only, I'm sorry for hyping it up. I didn't really, you guys were expecting more from me. I didn't mean to. It's lit. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch this main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate Course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Bro, there's 20 minutes left. I have so much voice alive right now. This is crazy. I have so much voice available. This is beautiful. They're getting ready to land on Mars. I was trying to go to the moon, my guy. Trying to go to the moon. We'll pass on Mars. Yeah, huh? Who's trying to diamond hands? I can't believe, bro. They were appealing to you. I feel like that was a participation trophy. Those are the vibes that I got after that, with the real questions kind of not being answered. I feel like that whole meeting has just been a participation trophy to make us feel that, like, you know, they're like, hey, you know, I feel you guys. You know, we're not gonna call you dumb money anymore. You know what I'm saying? So It just felt like a participation, like, I don't know. That was weird. That was weird. You were heard. Yeah, right? Exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I feel like it was like a participation trophy, a sticker. Here you go. You guys were heard. There you go. We used some of your words. We used some of your lingo. You know, it's literally like handling a revolution. They were like, we heard you. We heard you. Indeed. We'll take it very seriously, but we hear you. I'm not a cat. Yeah, that was funny. He said, I just believe in it fundamentally. That was the best, because, like, I feel like he really does believe. That's why it makes it so much even. That makes it 10 times funnier, because he answered it like a perfect, like, that, like, he didn't have a lawyer with him, nothing. Like, he answered it exactly how he should have answered it. Just like, yeah, like, I like the stock. Like, it was based off the fundamental, and I felt like I think he believes in it. I think, yeah, I think he's just that. He didn't sell me on it, but he believes. You know, it was just more genuine. Yeah, and I really think he was just like, yeah, man, you know, that was pretty good. Go to the doctor. Hope the PNS surgery goes well. Bless the cult. PNS? I don't even know, man. You just confused me. I didn't go call my doctor. I'm like, excuse me, sir, what the hell's a PNS? I did not sign up for that. I died a lot. I was laughing. I left the mic unmuted to kind of share with you some of my laughing, but then when those events come on, a lot of like really irritable new people come in. It's only like 1 out of every 1,000 messages. Shut the fuck up! It's a yes or no! You reclaim my time! It's fucking ridiculous. Dare you? Fucking comment on your own fucking stream. Sorry. The Karen voice. I have a lot of... I could use this energy. Oh, PNS. There you go. I got it. When is REI? Are you talking REI stock or real estate investing? They're legit about to land on Mars. Do we have like video footage of that? My next question, how do we get video footage of that? But I don't know. I watched only 1 or 2 rocket launches. Those are pretty cool. I'm not really a space guy, honestly, unless the stocks go to the moon, but that's it. So I sold the Dropbox. Yeah, so that's a good, glad somebody asked about that. Dropbox. Yeah, so I sold the Dropbox. We got 39 in cash now. So again, this was a $9,000 position. We held it for a pretty good amount of time. It has 3 years of time on it. It's been very, very active, but I just figured, hey, I could get 5 contracts for free, $2,000 of profit. I mean, might as well. It's still a pretty big leap, and last time we took a couple thousand at work. So this is the free share strategy again. Oh, wait, you guys don't see it? I'm sorry. Hold on. So here's the Dropbox. You guys remember these 35 calls. We grabbed it when? December? So we've held it for like 2 months now. Almost about, 2 months exactly. So I bought 20 of these contracts for $6,950. You guys can see that 20 contracts cost $6,900, and then I sold 15 of those contracts for $7,050. So I made $100 upfront cash, got my initial investment back, and now we still get to hold $2,300 of free option plays, and they report today. Free money play, yeah. Today has moved a lot, or in general, this year has moved by very, very fast. So we got about 15 minutes left. I didn't sell the Walgreen. We sold KHC today. We took profits. Did we open any plays? I don't think we did. Teach you what? Teach you the free share strategy. That's easy. You know, we got Q Scaler today. You just got to do that. That's easy. The hard part is buying something with time and holding it long enough. Yeah, Q Scaler. So they came up a little bit, then came down. That one goes both ways. What is Q Scaler? It is my way of saying QuantumScape. I just call it Q-scaler. I don't know why I call it that. I feel like it's appropriate. Like when you see the ticker QS, don't you like think of Q-scaler? Like what the hell? Like a QuantumScape sound too outside of my realm. So I'm like, you know, it's Q-scaler. I don't know. Seems right to me. How do you properly sell your calls in the money? You just sell the close. What do you mean by that? So again, that Dropbox, if you guys have been holding that, I made mine free. Again, we've held it for a while. I think Dropbox is pricing in like 9 or 10%, I believe, or like 8%. So I think it's going to be a good one. If it breaks out from here, it's going to be nice. If not, we're going to get clapped. 5 minutes until landing. No. 15 minutes, Habibi. I think Quick Scope or something. Yeah, right? Quick Scope. Does it have a stock on it? 8.52% for Dropbox. Time for a toke? What the fuck were you doing that whole time they were talking? I'm sorry. I have to ask. I'm just honestly, at that point, like, you're not edgy, okay? You're just trying to be edgy about smoking. We've been here for fucking 3.5 hours with a boring political talking people. Like, that was your moment to get lit, bro. And you didn't, like, I went poop twice. You know what I said? I did stretches. I did floor stretches, you know. I massaged my abdomen to make sure my hernia was good. Like, that was a good moment to take care of a lot of things. Like, how the fuck did you not, like, you telling me I'm the one that made you want to get high? You listen to all of that and you were like, oh, this is so exciting and captivating. You know, I love hearing Maxine Waters. Oh, man, I can't leave this screen for a minute. And then right, we start talking Dropbox. I'm like, $9,000 play. We made it free. We're talking 8.5% for earnings. He's like, yeah, I think it's time to get high. I think this is my moment. What the fuck did you come for? Just yes or no, man. Was this why you did it? Yes or no? Was I really the moment? This was the moment, huh? That's crazy. That's crazy, man. That makes no sense. I don't get it. Yeah, so you're not edgy, okay? I'm glad. Hopefully you made the most of your moment of a couple hours ago, but oh no, that was sus. That's just like, why, man? Like, why? Man. He ain't never gonna. I mean, I'm not telling him not to do. I'm just saying, like, his timing is awful. Like, I don't know. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Or I don't think he's toking for the right reasons. I think he's just trying to fit in, and everybody here is talking about Dropbox, man. Like, that's crazy. Josh, I'm sad over girls, man. Gil, keep your head up, King, okay? That's the best I could tell you. Just keep your head up, King. We still love you. I mean, it depends what you say in here, because, like, if you say anything, like, too political, you might get attacked. But either way, I love you for the most part, okay? So be good. He thought you said Hotbox, not Dropbox. Oh, maybe. That would make sense. That would make a lot of sense. But no, I don't think so. They sent you the wrong size even after getting sized? Was it a ring? Or what was it? Your shares will never leave you like a girl unless you sell. Well, let me, have you heard about a stock called Lucan? That one, you know, there's a couple of anti or counter examples to that one. No, it did not snow in San Diego. Nah, bracelet? Why are you sure is it too big or too small? Bracelets run like a little big. Like, I have like probably like half an inch between mine, maybe. It's like, but it just shouldn't go down to like your forearm if you're holding it vertically. Oh, too small? You just got fat. No, I'm kidding. Oh, that sucks. It's like, hey, man, you just add a link. You'll be good. T1, T2, and T5. It's like days to settle. So, like, if you buy a stock, you put the money in. And then, like, let's say you say, I'm going to give $100 to buy 100 shares. So you put that in, it's just how many days for it to settle. So even though you bought the trade, it doesn't mean that it's been fully executed, cleared. They have to verify that you had the money. They have to verify that they got the shares, all that. So it's the how many days to clear. So T1, T2, it's how many days after transaction. So T, trade date plus 2 business days until it's fully yours. It's kind of like, so you could own it on the computer, but the actual process of the money getting to whoever sold it and the stock actually, you know, being signed over into your name, it takes that amount of time. Just leveraged 16,000 stock account into a rental refinance. Let's go. I thought you were about to say margin on Robinhood. I was like, man, Vlad. What did Vlad say? He's like, we know we have regulatory requirements and then we don't let them do margin unless they pay $4.99 a month. that the $35 billion question, that shit was hilarious. That back and forth between the $35 billion, he couldn't help but keep saying $35 billion. He's like, how do I answer this? How do I tell him about the return on $35 billion without saying $35 billion? He couldn't do it. He just couldn't do it. He's like, well. I have $100K in liquid assets, but $10K car loan. Do I pay off the car early? It depends what the interest rate on the car is, and then how much have you know, what are you earning with that $100K? What's the is it really invested or is it just cash? Oh, Roku's after hours. I think weren't you selling spreads on that? I forgot. We could probably do a Roku credit spread. $60 in stocks, $40 in cash. Just check the interest rate on the car and see. But pretty much, if you're gonna leave $10,000 out of that money sitting there not gaining a return more than the interest rate of the vehicle, you might as well pay the car off. But usually, like, I don't like paying them off if I could put the money to work. I'm down 20K all time. I need TLT. No. We need risk management, discipline. We need to get a mental focus, and then TLT will come. But trust me, don't even trip. You got to focus on small good decisions, baby. That's where that PHILO came from. That's how you build it back up. You don't need a TLT because TLT is like a dynamite. You know, TLT sounds a lot like TNT. You know what I'm saying? So what happens if you don't want dynamite right now? What you need to start doing is get your streak back. You know what I'm saying? You need to get the streak. You need to start making small good decisions and start linking them together because then you're going to get momentum. You know, that's what happens. Like, you know, you start hitting 1, you hit 2, you hit 2, you hit 3, you hit 3, you hit 4, okay? Now you get your confidence back. Now that chest to the sun. And now you're like, okay, I got this. And now you're like, maybe I'm a YOLO. You're like, nah, I remember what happened last time. Small good decision. Boom. Get that 5. Then you on the 5th one. And you're like, all right, you got to go. Keep straight. Then go 6. That's what you got to do. Small good decisions, baby. Let's go. Yeah, you're in a slump. You're down right now. Don't be down bad. That's it. You just got small good decisions. String them together. Little ones. Little at a time. That's fine. You ever run out of momentum, you got to go for something easy. Get the momentum back. That's it. Get the momentum back. That's it. You know what I'm saying? We got to be ready to go. That's fine. You know? You like, that's it. You're like, I blew up. Like, now you're like, give me a wife. Nah, man, just go. Just find, you know, see who you match with and then go from there. And then, you know, get some momentum. No, I'm kidding. It's cool, man. It works in a lot of places. It works in any aspects of life. Okay? Let's go. Get the ball going. Amen. Glad today is over. I don't know. I feel like I didn't get to talk a lot today. I don't know. This is the least you've heard me talk in a while. Now I'm chewing a mint. Horrible day. Well, things came down. I mean, we were down a lot more this morning. It leveled out. It's been just like every other day. We're taking a big dip and then it's kind of chilling out. I YOLO'd all over the market, deeply regretting it. My worst trading day. So let me ask you, why did you YOLO all over the market? You know, I hate to get personal with you. You know, I could ask, but why? Where did this desire come from? If you could pinpoint the logic, you could make sure you don't do it again. You got to ask yourself, why did I do that today? What caused it? What was the inspiration? You know what I'm saying? Like one day, you remember the other day, I was on here, right when the stream ended, I went straight to Jack in the Box and I got jalapeno poppers because somebody was calling out a stock and they said Disney poppers. And they said Disney poppers instead of Disney poppin'. And I was like, whoa, poppers. And then poppers led me to think jalapeno poppers. And then I started thinking about the Jack in the Box jalapeno poppers and all of the joy and heartburn that I've received over the years. So then I said, wow. And then that's how I got to Jack in the Box. And, you know, I deeply regret the same exact thing. I deeply regretted it. I was like a little bit sad about it. I was like, why did I do that? Like I wasn't even done with like half the box yet. And then, you know, so you have to know what inspired that behavior today. If you could pinpoint the logic, you'll be able to avoid it. So now I have more strength against people saying poppers in here, you know? Feeling risky, thought we were going to reverse heavy. What do you mean feeling? Why'd you feel risky? What made you feel risky? You know what I'm saying? Like why didn't you go bungee jump? Why don't you go get a motorcycle? Why don't you go shoot your shot in the DMs if you're feeling risky, man? Why something had to come from it. Rover landing in 75 seconds. I'm not watching it. I'm sorry. KOTIRM for the launch term, 500 my second already. I already have UWMC. I like all those names. I like all of those names. Altria and AT&T are the only ones that were down on. IRM's a little bit more expensive. Watch it help prepare you for the stress. Amen. I made 140K, blew my account. What do I do to pay taxes? You should be able to write it off if you don't have the money anymore. I forgot BigCommerce. We have the shares, and don't we have a BigCommerce leap? We have one big BigCommerce leap. I forgot about that. Well, it's not. I mean, not a write off, but it'd be a write. I think it'd be a write down. Essentially, if you made the money, but you didn't make the money. Like, how are you gonna pay money on shit you didn't make? You see what I'm saying? You might be able to roll it over next year. I don't know how the calendar is gonna work, but talk to the tax professional. SCO play could be good, but oil's not dropping right now. Oil has a lot of things going in its favor. I mean, like half of Texas oil production is offline right now. So that's only going to drive up prices. No, I sold out of KHC completely. Because I did, what's it called? I already made it free earlier. That's crazy. That's crazy. Mars is landing. You know, we about to land. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh. Every time I come around the city, bling, bling. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach here. As we make our final approach, if you guys are holding on to any bags, please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. As we make that final approach here, we're going to be coming into the second link terminal. Second link terminal there in the description. It's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover. Looks like we're going to be having about a 1 or 2 hour delay today. Should be coming around about 6:30 p.m. Pacific time, maybe a little bit later. We'll keep you guys posted if you have the app. But second link terminal, again, please do not get out of your seats till we fully taxied into to the gate, you will hear a bell. But we make that final approach. As always, we appreciate your guys' business, and we're landing here, San Diego, California. It's about 70 and sunny, a little bit windy. We're still under COVID guidelines, so please make sure all masks are worn and that you exit one row at a time. And we'll see you here tomorrow morning. As always, we appreciate your guys' business, and thanks for flying with the Colt. One minute! I'm going to give it a 9. I don't know. I think it was loud. I think it was more brute force power. I think I had more power in the voice, but it didn't. I didn't hold the note the same. You know, I could have held that note without cracking, and I don't think I didn't hold it. I was too focused on swinging for a home run. You know, some of the fundamentals slipped. But I think with a better follow through, that was a 10. But I'm gonna give myself a 9. I'm gonna give myself a 9 on that one. Yeah, we have to. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. I'm a fundamental player. I gotta figure it out. You know, you gotta be honest with yourself sometimes in this game. It's difficult. You got 10 seconds left. Wrap it up. We're still closing down 0.5% on the SPY, 0.75% there on the young S&P or the young Nasdaq already. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, no, yeah. Let's go, baby. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. The day is over, man. The day is over. It's crazy. So, before you guys get going, I just got to tell you, I love you. 2.6 thousand likes. Oh, that's a crazy number. You know that? Honestly, can I just say thank you? I have to get going here. I have to go to the doctors and do all of that. But honestly, before you get going, I really, really want to say thank you to all of you who are here. You gave us an opportunity. You chose to listen to us. You gave us the chance to be in your car, your living room, your earpod, your iPod, AirPod. I don't even know what pod you put us in, but you gave us the opportunity. So whether you even liked it or not, you liked us, you gave us the shot. That is all we need, baby. So God bless you and thank you. And shout out to all the people who support, baby. I love, honestly, man. That's what I was going to look at. 2.7 thousand likes. I was, dog, I'm telling you, man. I'm humbled. I love all of you, you know. I was sitting really funny in the car and the hernia was getting me. And, you know, I was like, man, this shit sucks. And then I remember I started thinking about something. I was listening to an Uncle song. I was like, oh, that's cool. And then I looked at my phone. And I looked at someone like sent me a message and I saw that their profile picture, they had a Chest to the Sun t-shirt on. And I was like, man, that shit is dope. That shit is dope. I got excited. I don't know. I felt like a little kid, man. I was like, that's dope, bro. You know, the fact that we have that many people in here, that we got people rocking some of the clothes, that we got people, I felt very honored, bro. I felt really like giddy, like a little kid. So thank you, honestly. I appreciate all of you, man. And see y'all just holding it down, whether it's a badge, whether it's a smile on your face, telling somebody anything. I don't even know, even just support it, man. It means a lot. So it's good to know, man. We got a lot of homies in here and people who hold it down. So I love you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's hype, man. I might have to give it to you during PHILO. Remind me, but seriously, bro, I had a moment yesterday, bro, and I was like, I felt very deep down humbled. I was like, man, fucking, I love the cult, man. That's crazy. I was like, there's people who listen. Like, isn't that crazy? Like, you guys will actually come here and listen, and we talk to each other, and then we have all, that's just wild. The fact that y'all got long terms, and that people have got to make a positive change. I was like, dog, this shit is hype. I got way too ecstatic about it, man. I was like, this is hype. I said, God is good, baby. So God bless you all, man. So thank you all for being here. All the members, we love you. All the people who like it every single day, God bless you. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. If you miss anything today, there wasn't much. There was a lot of the meaning stuff. We did make plays. We will see the earnings tomorrow, but second link, it is going to come out a little late, so just be on the lookout for it. You know, first link for that Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate court. I really did say, I was like, man, fuck a damn hernia. I was like, I got a cult. I don't know. It just made me feel, I was like, I just felt honored. I was just like, wow, that's hype, man. Dropbox beat by 4. Oh yeah. Come on. Yalla. Yalla. So it's everybody here. So if we have time to watch this a little bit, hold on. Make sure you like the video. The second link, the nightly watch list, first link. Scream Alert Bootcamp Real Estate course. Free long term. Free. Get the free. So good for you. Check out the channel. Code PHILO. New channel. Every description here. Very valuable. Oh, let's go, Dropbox. So that's good. We made that play free. It's going to be good, man. It's going to be good. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Check out all the other links. And then finally, baby, the prayer request wall. Me and my mom like to pray for y'all. Y'all been praying for me. It helps. That's why I have these little moments. I really feel like it. I think it's your prayers, honestly. Some of y'all pray for me and my mom. So I don't know. I get some of these moments, and I'm like, wow, that's exciting. That's exciting. So, hey, fill out a prayer request wall. We don't ask anything. I'm not going to tell anybody. You don't need to give us anything. All we want to do is just say good vibes your way. I don't care what you believe in. You just let me send some good energy your way, man. That's all. That's all we want to do. You just buy some merch. Well, thank you, man. I hope you look good in it. I hope you got a smile on your face when you wear it. And when you leave here every day, I hope you leave with a smile. Do you guys do that? I do that every damn day. You know that? I hope I could give you that. If I could give y'all anything, it's that. You know, I'll be walking around. I'll be in the car after stream, and I'll just think about something that happened during the day, and I just smile to myself. I'm like, that's funny. It just makes me smile. I hope you leave with this smile, okay? So, amen. Amen. But that is it. I got to get going. If Dropbox hits above 26, we're going to get rich. It's going to be crazy. So we'll watch out for that. But that is it. I told you follow me on Instagram. I told you Watchlist is going to be a little late today. I think so, right? I got you on that. All right, man. So go read Richest Man of Babylon, blah, 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 Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, Strangest Secret in the World. Proverbs, damn, I'm fucking this up. Proverbs New Living Translation, and then Strangest Secret in the World by Earl Nightingale. Those are my 3 book recommendations. I love you all. I hope you leave with a smile, okay? That's your goal. Leave with a smile today. Can you do that? I said, I hope you leave with a smile today. But please don't ever forget, man, why we're here, why we put in the work, why we got the energy, why we ready to go at all times, no matter the moment. Why we should have been clapped, but we didn't get clapped, baby. Oh, they don't feel me. To God be the glory, baby. Finger to the sky. Finger to the sky. Amen, amen, amen. Let's go, baby. It's the cult. Wow. I love it. I love all of you. Pray for me. I don't like going to doctors, but we good. So watch out. Watch my back. I'm going to see you tonight. I will see you in the morning. I hope you know the cult loves you, baby. You got blessings coming your way. You know I don't say that all the time, right? Oh, yeah, I just got real serious. You know that. I don't say that all the time. You know that? There's only specific periods where I tell you the blessings are right around the corner. You know that? I hope you know that. I'm just saying, I hope you know that. That's what I'm going to leave you with. So think about that. Maybe you can smile about it. That's all. That's all. Get ready, baby. Get ready. It's game time. But I love you all. I'll see you tonight. Peace out.
Oh, hey! I want a pony in Congress. 35 billion! Nah! Okay, love you. Bye.